Water, earth, fire, air. Long ago, I did the Avatar Complete Story series here at Comicstorian, where we take trade paperbacks and single issues and we break them down into digestible bites before reading them dramatically back to you. All alterations to the panels, text, and images are to prevent copyright problems, and all art is owned by its respective companies. Long ago, Benny gave me my first series to voice here on the channel, the Avatar The Last Airbender comics, including The Promise, The Search, The Rift, Smoke and Shadow, North and South, and Imbalance. These are the stories that take place after the show and involve secrets behind Zuko's mother, Toph founding the Metal Bending Academy, and much more. I hope you enjoy. Water, earth, fire, air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed, and Katara and her brother Sokka discovered the new Avatar, an airbender named Aang. And although his airbending skills were great, he had a lot to learn before he could save anyone. But from the day they first met, Katara believed that Aang would save the world. With the help of his friends, Aang defeated Fire Lord Ozai and ended the 100 Years' War. Following this, Zuko, Ozai's son, and Aang's ally became the new Fire Lord. Together with the Earth King Kuei, Aang and Zuko promised to restore the four nations to harmony. Aang looks up at the map on the wall, pointing out the Fire Nation colonies. I never knew that the Fire Nation had built so many colonies in the Earth Kingdom, Aang notes, looking at all the locations on the map. The Earth King stands close by. Yes, for the Earth people, they are a constant reminder of the war, like a scar, King Kuei tells him. Kuei turns and apologizes to Zuko, not meaning any offense, but Zuko waves off the comment. It is my duty to bring healing to the world. I'll remove those colonies. I'll do whatever it takes, he promises. Aang steps forward. He knows that moving the colonies won't be easy, and they should probably have someone oversee to make sure that everything goes peacefully. Someone like me, I'm the Avatar. Making stuff go peacefully is kind of my thing, he tells them. The Earth King is excited to have Aang helping with the relocation, and Katara and Sokka quickly agree to help. It'll be a movement towards harmony. We'll call it, the Earth King begins to say, but is quickly interrupted by Sokka. The Harmony Restoration Movement, he exclaims. What's with you and your goofy names for everything? Toph asks him. It's a gift, he tells her. The Earth King plans a large celebration to announce the movement, and that night, Aang and Katara decide what they truly mean to each other, embracing in a kiss. Ah! Sokka screams, interrupting them as he steps outside. Haven't you ever heard of knocking, Sokka? Katara asks. But Sokka explains that you don't have to knock when you're walking outside. He also tells her she shouldn't kiss anyone in front of him, since it gives him the oogies. Oogies? Ah, you're so immature sometimes. What about you and Suki? She asks. The two begin to argue back and forth. Finally, Aang interrupts them, asking why Sokka came outside in the first place. Sokka nods, telling him that they are about to head out and want to take Appa for a ride before the Earth King's celebration. The group of friends have a great night riding Appa through the clean air. Nearby, the fireworks begin to explode and they all marvel at the pretty colors. Below them, they can hear the crowds cheering, hearing the news of the Harmony movement. Hey, wanna know what fireworks are like for me? Close your eyes, Toph tells Sokka, coming up behind him. Boom! She screams, laughing. Aang speaks with Zuko, trying to get his friend to smile, but Zuko turns incredibly serious. He tells Aang that he visited with his father the other day. I've been meaning to ask you a favor, Aang, Zuko tells his friend. If you ever see me turning into my father, I want you to end me, he tells him. Aang is shocked, but Zuko explains that his family's legacy will always be with him. He knows he needs to heal what his father did, but the throne comes with a lot of pressure. If I'm honest with myself, I need a safety net. The world needs a safety net. That's what I need you to be, Aang. The safety net, Zuko tells him. Aang begins to argue, telling Zuko he's not like his father, but the young Fire Lord insists. Looking over at Katara, she gives Aang a nod. Fine, I promise, Aang tells his friend sadly. Fireworks continue to explode in the distance, illuminating Appa as he gently flies through the air. 1 year later, it is a clear night over the massive royal palace in the Fire Nation. Inside his bedroom, Zuko tosses and turns. Sweat pours down his forehead as he grits his teeth. Finally, he sits up gasping. "Who's there?" he yells, bringing the guards into the room. They tell him that he is in the most secure room in the entire palace, and that no one is trying to kill him. But suddenly, both guards are knocked unconscious. Zuko turns, blasting Fireball into the darkness, demanding to know who is there. From the shadows, a young woman descends, twirling a chain whip as she leaps. "Down with the traitor! Down with the Fire Lord who betrays his own people!" she yells. Zuko avoids her chain, blasting another fireball at her that she quickly dodges. The chain wraps around his foot, pulling him to the ground. Pausing only briefly, Zuko launches into a combo, tripping the woman up and knocking her to the ground. He reaches out, pulling the mask from her and revealing her face. "Convince me not to take your life," he orders her, preparing for another strike. "Go ahead. My family has been loyal to yours for generations. By getting rid of me, you would simply complete your betrayal," she tells him, anger in her eyes. Zuko is shocked when the girl tells him that her father is the mayor of Yudao, first of the Fire Nation colonies. The next day, the mayor is carried through the streets of Yudao. He orders his servants to stop, stepping from his carriage to find his daughter's hands tied and escorted by Fire Nation soldiers. When her father questions her, she informs him that she went and saw someone about their problem. Him, she indicates over her shoulder as Zuko walks towards them. "You must be Mayor Morishita. Your daughter snuck into my home and tried to kill me," Zuko informs the mayor, who is shocked by the news. The mayor falls to his knees, bowing before his ruler and begging Zuko to show mercy. "I should have this whole city burned down," Zuko threatens, but the young girl steps forward, still angry. "Why bother? The Harmony Restoration Movement will accomplish the same thing without you having to lift a finger," she snaps at him. "Why can't you colonials get it through your thick skulls? The Restoration Movement is a means to peace," he tells them. The mayor suddenly stands, his own words growing angry. "Peace? Peace for who? With all due respect, Your Majesty, my family has lived on this land for generations. This city was built on our own blood and sweat. We have just as much right to be here as anyone else," the mayor tells him. He stands, telling Zuko that they are citizens of the Fire Nation, and that his father would never let the Earth King and Avatar bully him into doing something so bad for his people. Memories flash of Zuko visiting his father in prison, of demanding to know what happened to his mother. But the former Fire Lord merely smiled, telling his son to bring tea next time so they could chat. "I'll give you advice on how to be a good Fire Lord. Wouldn't that be nice?" Zuko turns away from his father, walking out of the room. "Do you think being Fire Lord is easy? The throne comes with pressures, and those pressures will change you. But if you can stand the heat, you'll become something more," the Fire Lord tells his son. "You'll be back, and I'll be here, waiting, son," he tells Zuko as the door shuts behind his son. Anger fills Zuko as he slams the mayor into the wall, his fist a burning ball of flames. "I am not my father!" Zuko shouts. "No, young man, you're not. Fire Lord Ozai had many faults, but he was never a coward, never a traitor," the mayor tells him. Off the coast of the Fire Nation, a group of colonists ride aboard the Fire Nation ship, bringing them back to the nation of their people. Overhead, Aang carries others on the back of Appa. He turns back to one of the colony mayors, smiling at her. "Don't worry, Mayor Nishi. My team and I have helped dozens of Fire Nation colonies move back to their homeland already. They've all loved coming back, he tells her. But the mayor is not convinced, telling Aang that those colonies were young. Their people had no roots in the Earth Kingdom. But Aang explains that the Fire Nation is different under Zuko's rule, that he is trying to re-establish classic traditions amongst his people, demonstrating by showing her a Fire Nation dance. When the ship docks, they begin to offload the people and supplies, but they are told to stop by a group of soldiers. You are colonials? Return to the Earth Kingdom by order of Fire Lord Zuko. Fire Lord Zuko has officially withdrawn his support from the Harmony Restoration movement. Everyone just stares in shock at this declaration. Later, at the Beifong Metal Bending Academy in the Earth Kingdom, Toph's students are distracted by a crowd gathering at the city gates far below them. They're shocked as she stamps her feet behind them, sending them into the air with a blast of earth. Facing towards the city, she is surprised to notice the crowd. But above her, she hears Appa's roar, and as she orders her students to continue to train, she runs outside and launches herself up into the air, and with a slight whoomp, she lands on the back of Appa. "Hey guys!" She smiles. Sokka and Katara move to their friend, everyone's smiling at the reunion, and after they catch up, Katara tells Toph that she is happy that she's here. Aang needs all the support he can get right now, she tells her. "Hey, where is Twinkle Toes anyway?" Toph asks. Katara shows Toph where Aang is meditating, telling her how Zuko withdrew his support from the restoration movement. He's holed himself up in Yu Dao with a bunch of his soldiers. He won't let anyone in or out. That's where we're heading, Sokka tells her. They all look at Aang, with Katara telling them that he is meditating because of what he might have to do, because of the promise he made. In the astral plane, Aang sits before the spirit of Avatar Roku. "You've done your duty. The war is over, and yet the world still isn't at peace. I'm sorry, Aang. You are still dealing with the consequences of my actions," Roku tells him. Aang sighs, telling Roku that he should never have made his promise to Zuko. "I mean, I didn't even kill Ozai, and he was evil all the way through. How am I supposed to kill my own firebending teacher, my friend?" Aang asks. But Roku tells Aang that Zuko was in his clearest moment when he asked Aang to make the promise. "He knew what was at stake," Roku explains. The past Avatar closes his eyes, telling Aang that he wishes he had ended Fire Lord Sozin all those years ago, saving the thousands who have died during the war. "When you are in a position of power, you must put the needs of your people above your own. Zuko, at one time, understood this," Roku says. Aang nods, promising to go to Yu Dao and talk to Zuko first. Roku nods, telling Aang to heed his wisdom and be decisive. Appa lands at the gates of Yu Dao, and the group discovers a large crowd of protesters standing by, chanting for the Fire Nation to leave the Earth Kingdom. The group cheers as Aang approaches, with their leader Smellerbee stepping forward. "Aang, we were hoping you would come. So what's the plan of attack? The freedom fighters are at your service," she tells them. But Aang surprises them when he tells them that he just wants to talk to Zuko first. The freedom fighters offer to break open a new gate, allowing Aang to get past the Fire Nation soldiers, but he smiles and waves them off. "That won't be necessary. We'll find a way in," he tells them as he pulls out his glider, looking at Katara. The two leap into the air, flying over the gate with ease. Aang and Katara land in the Yu Dao courtyard, bringing the attention of the Fire Nation soldiers. "Flameo, Hotman!" Aang greets them, bowing. "This city is under the protection of the Fire Lord himself. No one may enter without his express permission, not even the Avatar. Leave now," the captain of the guard orders as he steps forward. "Please, I would like to talk to Lord Zuko, that is all," Aang tells the captain, still bowing. The captain launches into a series of attacks, which Aang easily avoids. Finally, he taps one foot against the ground, causing the earth to push up at the captain's feet, throwing him to the ground. "I don't want to fight," Aang warns, stepping into a combat pose. The other soldiers look on hesitantly. "What are you fools waiting for? Attack!" the captain yells. The soldiers launch fire at Aang, causing him to leap and dodge around him. "Aang!" Katara shouts in fear. "Don't worry, sweetie, I can handle them. Just give me a sec." He tells her with a smile on his face as he dodges another flaming attack. Aang continues to duck and leap over the soldiers' attack, flipping over their heads to receive only a single burn on his robes. Katara tries to warn him, but Aang isn't listening. "Oh, for crying out loud," she sighs, opening her flask and bending the water to put out the flames. She reaches out, taking control of the water in a nearby fountain. She bends it around, knocking the soldiers away and freezing them in place. "Quit trying to set my boyfriend on fire," she yells as she bends the water. Moments later, all of the guards are either knocked out or stuck to the walls by ice. "Whoa," Aang says with a smile. Katara moves to her boyfriend, but another soldier leaps to attack while the two are distracted. Katara finally gets angry, using her bending to create ice spikes that lash out at the soldier, but Zuko's hand suddenly grabs her wrist. "Katara, stop!" he orders her. She struggles briefly. "Let go, Zuko, you're hurting me. Don't make me hurt you back," she tells him. "I'm hurting you? What are you doing to my soldiers, my people?" he asks her. Aang steps forward, anger in his voice. "Let her go, Zuko. She said you're hurting her," he orders his friend. Zuko continues to hold Katara's wrist, telling them that she must first agree to stop attacking his soldiers. "Your soldiers attacked her first. Let her go," Aang yells back. "I am the Fire Lord. I have the right to protect my citizens," Zuko tells them both. Aang takes a deep breath, blowing the air out and bending it to be a large gust, throwing Zuko away. The Fire Lord quickly gets to his feet, launching fireballs that Aang blocks with water. Aang tries to explain that he just came to talk, to figure out why Zuko has forgotten what they fought for. His eyes begin to glow as he loses control, though. "Maybe Avatar Roku was right. Maybe a promise is a promise," Aang shouts angrily. The air begins to whip around them as Aang begins to hover into the air. But Katara is there, trying to calm Aang and tell him that he won't be able to control himself in the Avatar state while so emotionally charged. She reaches out, putting her hands on his face. "You have to calm down. Please, sweetie, for me," she asks. Aang falls, coming back to his senses. He knows he almost did something that he would have regretted. "Katara's right. We both need to calm down. We need to talk," Zuko tells his friends. Aang looks at the Fire Lord for a moment. "That's what I wanted to do in the first place!" he shouts. Moments later, Zuko is leading them throughout the city of Yudao. He explains that this is the oldest Fire Nation colony in the Earth Kingdom, that many of the families that live here immigrated 100 years ago. He leads them through the city, showing them the areas where the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom people mix. But Katara points out how it doesn't seem like the two people are on equal terms as they pass an Earth Kingdom citizen polishing the boots of a Fire Nation citizen. "It's not perfect, Katara, but all of the city's people, including the Earth Kingdom people, are better off now than they were 100 years ago," he tells her. But Aang tells him that if he doesn't move the colony, then Zuko could start another war. Zuko tells them about his incident with the Yudao mayor, how he had told his soldiers to seize the man for his words. Suddenly, a large boulder sprouted from the earth between them, and Zuko turned to see the mayor's wife, an earthbender. "Fire Lord, please, forgive my husband's foolishness. I've told him time and again to control his tongue, but he never does," the woman explains. Zuko is shocked to discover the mayor's wife is an earthbender, and she explains that so is their daughter as she frees her with a sharpened spike of earth. "I may be an earthbender, but through my father's bloodline, I am a Fire Nation citizen. My father taught me to always be loyal to my people, something you obviously never learned from your father," the young girl tells the Fire Lord as she retrieves her weapon. The mayor's wife bows, asking the Fire Lord to stay in the city for a few days so they may show him their way of life. Zuko continues to lead Aang and Katara through the city, explaining that he was shown what his people had built in the city, and what would be destroyed if they were forced to leave. Ever since my coronation, I've had trouble finding peace. Now, I think I've finally figured out why. I'd forgotten my people, Zuko tells them. Finally, Zuko turns to Aang, explaining that he won't allow them to take the lives that his people have been building for the last 100 years. Harmony requires 4 separate nations to balance each other out. You can't have balance if one nation occupies another, Aang yells back. Katara looks back, seeing the mayor and his family, a mixture of the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom. Maybe Yu Dao could be the exception, she whispers. Aang is surprised, but Zuko agrees that the older colonies should all be an exception. Well, regardless, the Earth King needs to be a part of whatever's next. If Aang and I can arrange a meeting, will you be there, Zuko? Katara asks. Zuko agrees. Outside, the crowd wonders what is taking Aang so long. They begin to get angry, preparing to storm the gates. Sokka steps forward, trying to calm them, but a rock sails out and cracks him in the head. That's it, Toph huffs. She stamps her feet, rising up on a patch of earth. Don't you dunderheads know who I am? I'm Toph Beifong, the greatest earthbender of all time. When my friend tells you to calm down, you calm down. Next person to throw anything or say anything gets a boulder to the noggin. Get it? She yells. The crowd backs away in fear, quickly calming. Finally, Aang and Katara return, explaining quickly what happened in the city. They tell Toph and Sokka, as well as the protesters, that they are going to meet with the Earth King and decide the next step. Smellerbee nods, telling Aang that she can give them 4 days. After that, the freedom fighters will figure out a solution on our own, she warns. The group quickly board Appa, flying off for the Earth Kingdom capital. Meanwhile, Zuko returns to the Fire Nation Royal Palace, quietly walking through the halls. So the Fire Lord has returned, May tells him, stepping out from the shadows. He tells her what happened, and May is upset that Zuko left without telling her. If you're having problems, you're supposed to tell me. I'm your girlfriend, she tells him. She knows that he has been having trouble sleeping, and knows that his bodyguards are idiots. She leads him into the next room, telling him that she asked some friends to come help. In the next room, the Kyoshi warriors stand ready. That night, Zuko once again awakens, feeling something in the palace. He steps outside the room, asking the warriors if they've seen anything, but they inform him that the night is quiet. Go back to sleep. You have to at least try, Suki tells him, but he tells them that he is going to get a drink of water instead. Do you want someone to escort you? Suki asks. But Zuko waves them off. I'll be fine. The walk will do me good, he tells them. Zuko walks through the palace grounds, a pot of tea in his hands. He finally arrives at the prison, pulling open the door to his father's cell. He begins to pour the tea. I need your advice, father, Zuko says, bowing his head. In the shadows, Ozai smiles. Appa gently drifts through the clouds as Aang and Katara sit together, their heads resting against each other in a loving embrace. Ugh! Sokka sighs behind them, disgusted by the show of affection. What? Everybody does it, Toph tells him, picking her nose. But Sokka looks at her, explaining he was talking about them. Oh, you too, he tells her when he notices what she's doing. Finally, they drift over Toph's school and she goes to stand at the edge of Appa's saddle. Well, it's been fun, you guys, but I have to get back to my school, she tells him, preparing to leap off. But Sokka reaches out, holding her back and telling her she can't go and leave him with Katara and Aang. Well, you could come with me, she tells him with a smile. Sokka pauses. No. Hey, wait! What if I come with you? He tells her. Great idea, Sokka. I wish I'd thought of it, Toph tells him with a sigh. He turns back to his sister and Aang, telling them that he is going to check out the school. Katara agrees, telling him they'll pick him up on the way back from the Earth King. Aang moves to Appa's head, offering to land near the school, but Toph tells him not to worry, they're close enough to the ground, and she reaches out, grabbing Sokka's hand and pulling him to the edge of the saddle, and they leap off, plummeting towards the earth below as Sokka screams his head off. "I gotta let go of you! But don't worry!" Toph yells at him. "I'm worried! I'm worried!" Sokka begins to scream. Toph bends the earth below them, creating a platform that they slide down to the earth below. And with a final scream, Sokka finally lands hard on the ground. "Told you not to worry," Toph says with a smile. "I tasted my own stomach about halfway down, but by the end, not a bad way to travel," Sokka tells her, rubbing his backside. As they walk through the forest to her school, Sokka asks why she started it in the first place. Toph explains that she discovered how fulfilling teaching could be after she had taught Aang how to earthbend. "Aw, who are you kidding? You just like to tell people what to do," Sokka tells her, not believing a word she's saying. "Yeah, and yelling. I love yelling," Toph tells him with a big smile. Stepping from the woods, they see Toph's 3 students walking away, bags over their shoulders. "Just where do you think you lily livers are going? Don't tell me you were trying to escape, give up on your training. I'm going to put so much hurt in you, you won't remember what day of the week it is," she yells at them. The students are shocked to see their teacher, reacting in a mix of fear and surprise. Toph sighs and introduces her students to Sokka. Hotun, Penga, and Mu. The Dark One. "Lily livers, this is my friend Sokka," she says. After the introductions are made, Toph cracks her knuckles, remembering they were just talking about pain. "Please, Sifu Toph, we weren't trying to run away. We were kicked out," Hotun explains, wringing his hands in fear. "They wouldn't even let me pack my shoes," Penga fumes. "I hate practicing my forms, but getting kicked out is worse," the Dark One tells her. Toph's eyes widen in shock. "Kicked out? Kicked out by who?" she demands. Inside, the firebending class is interrupted as the door pushes inward, with Toph demanding that they leave her school. Master Kunio demands to know who disturbs the firebending dojo, but the ground begins to rumble at his feet. "This is the Beifong Metal Bending Academy," she tells him, but Master Kunio twirls, burning the Beifong flag to reveal a Fire Nation flag. He tells her that they left the school for the Harmony Restoration movement, but now that Fire Lord Zuko has withdrawn his support, "We've come to reclaim what is rightfully ours," he tells her. Toph slams her fist against the wall, explaining that this is the first ever metal bending school. Master Kunio smiles, telling her that it is wrong to sell fantasies to these poor dupes. "Everyone knows that metal bending doesn't exist," he tells her with a smile. Suddenly, the weapons come off the wall, with a spear twisting around Kunio's head. At first he screams in fear, but finally drops into a fighting stance. "Watch carefully, disciples. Your master is about to teach this dirt girl a lesson," he tells them. The ground begins to rumble as Toph adjusts her own stance. "Bring it on!" she tells him, but Sokka is there trying to calm both sides down. He suggests they let the students fight to decide which school is more effective. Kunio smiles, agreeing that the students should fight to the death. How about a match to sit instead?" Sokka asks, explaining which team forces the other to sit down first wins. "As long as we still get to beat people up," the fire students nod. Sokka nods, motioning for the door, and asking Master Kunio and his students to return in 3 days. At first, the firebending master begins to argue, but Toph tightens the spear around his head. 3 days it is," Kunio finally agrees, and the firebenders leave the school. Meanwhile, Aang and Katara have arrived in the Earth Kingdom capital. Aang tells Appa to find a hill to rest on before the two leap off into the air on Aang's glider. Landing in the city, the two decide that they need to find a place to spend the night. Before they can find their way to Iroh's tea house, they are distracted by a scream of glee. 2 girls come forward, telling Aang that they are members of the official Aang fan club. "Wow, did you hear that? They started a fan club for me," Aang tells Katara with a big smile. Katara looks at the 2 girls, not happy. "Wonderful," she tells Aang. Aang introduces Momo to the group before finally motioning to Katara. And this is Katara, he tells them. Ahem, Katara coughs. My girlfriend, Katara, Aang corrects. Katara waves and one of the girls bows. What an honor it is to meet Aang's first girlfriend, the girl says with a suspicious smile on her face. Katara doesn't like that look and tries to steer Aang away, noting that they still need to find a place to stay. But the girls interrupt again, offering to let them stay at the clubhouse. And so they take them to the clubhouse, explaining that it was modeled after the original Air Temple. While not quite sure, Aang bows to them for their kindness. I love it! Thank you, official Avatar Aang fan club. I'm flattered, he tells them before grabbing Katara's hand and pulling her in to check it out. Can't wait, Katara groans. Meanwhile, in the Fire Nation, Fire Lord Zuko sits down in front of his father's cell while the two share tea. Ozai begins to tell a story of when Zuko was younger and how he ran to save a turtle crab from a hawk. Even then, you possessed an odd affinity for the weak, Ozai remembers. After Zuko had saved the crab, he watched the hawk, realizing that it would starve without food. Zuko couldn't decide who he would side with, but it didn't matter. A massive wave pulled him out to the ocean, and Ozai was forced to jump in to save his son. But Zuko doesn't want to hear any more stories. He came here asking how his father would sleep with the pressures of ruling the Fire Nation. I told you, Ozai answers simply. Finally, the former Fire Lord stands, telling his son that he is tired. Perhaps we will continue this tomorrow. Bring more tea, he tells him before returning to the shadows of his cell. Back at the metal bending school, the students launch an attack at a row of metal coins. But the coins don't even shiver. They begin to argue and fight amongst themselves as Toph and Sokka watch. These were the most qualified students you could find, huh? Sokka finally asks. But Toph rolls up her sleeve, explaining that it was the space bracelet that found the students. Oh, how I miss you, Space Sword, Sokka says sadly, looking towards the ceiling. Toph explains that a year ago she realized the bracelet would shiver when she was near someone who was super emotional. So Toph thought that someone who could make the bracelet move could also possibly be a metal bender. And I started recruiting them for my school, she tells him. Sokka agrees, remembering that Katara discovered she was a waterbender when she would get super mad at him. Yeah, but there's a problem finding students that way. What kind of people get super emotional in public? Toph asks, looking in at her students who are still fighting amongst themselves. Crazy people? Sokka asks. Crazy people! Toph agrees with a scream. Toph also points out that not a single one of her students has ever been able to move metal. Not even a coin, she grumbles. Sokka suddenly has a brilliant idea, telling her that he is a motivational bender and he can get them to do it. Leave your students to me, he tells her. Later, Sokka stands before the students, a cloth wrapped around his head as he holds up a coin to them. To become a true metal bender, you not only have to see the metal, but hear the metal, taste the metal, be the metal, he explains to them. That doesn't make sense, Hotun tells him. But Sokka just yells at them to give it a shot and orders them to take a strong stance. He steps before them, telling them to gather their chi in their gut, to feel their guts heating up like a furnace. Now let your gut furnace refine your senses. Close your eyes and feel the earth around you. Then feel the metal within the earth. Now feel the metal coins and stop them in midair, he yells, throwing a stack of coins at the students. But they all just get hit in the head, falling to the ground and moaning. Toph comes up and punches him on the arm. Nice going, oh bender of people's motivation. Amazing what a difference a fancy headband makes, she tells him with a smile. You're not very helpful right now, you know. You're not very helpful right now, he tells her. Meanwhile, Aang is busy showing off for the girls at the fan club while Katara looks on, unhappy. First, he shows them his air scooters, then makes music for them when one of the girls brings forth an air flute. Finally, Katara comes forward, telling Aang they should probably get going to meet the Earth King. You're probably right, Aang agrees. As they leave, Aang waves bye to the girls. Weren't they amazing? He asks Katara. He tells her that he knows it's silly, but having the club was almost like having a family again. Thanks for agreeing to stay there for the night, sweetie. It meant the world to me, Aang tells her. Katara is shocked and suddenly feels bad about her jealousy. Don't thank me, Aang. I don't deserve it, she tells him as they walk through the city streets. Back in the Fire Nation, Zuko returns to his father's cell, once more bringing tea. I stayed up all night thinking about what you said, Zuko tells Ozai, explaining that he believes his father thinks he should have sided with the Hawk, because it is strong and noble like the Fire Nation, that it had earned its meal. But Zuko explains that he has done that. He has sided with his people and has begun to look out for their needs. But Ozai shakes his head, telling his son that he misunderstands. Why he does not sleep is because of his inability to choose sides. He is wrong about the Hawk. What I'm saying is that there is no right or wrong apart from what you decide. Who you choose to defend deserves to be defended solely because you chose them. You are the Fire Lord. What you choose, by definition, is right, Ozai tells his son. There is a moment of silence between the two before Zuko explodes at his father. No! Right and wrong are bigger than me, or you, or even the Avatar, Zuko tells him, explaining that he believes that he, Aang, and the Earth King can come closest to what's right by working together. But Ozai disagrees, asking Zuko if he believes that the Earth King will be reasonable after what the Fire Nation has done to him and his people. Do you think he will treat the colonies fairly? Ozai asks. He asks if Zuko thinks that the Earth King will send his armies, and tells Zuko that he must defend his colonials furiously. Not simply because they are your people, but because they are an expression of your will. Zuko continues to argue, telling his father that he trusts Avatar Aang's thoughts on the subject. Finally, Ozai stands, telling his son that he sickens him. Leave my presence, he commands. Zuko sits, shocked by his father's words. Who are you to talk to me this way? Have you forgotten your current place? He demands. But Ozai merely repeats his words. Leave my presence, he shouts. As Zuko leaves the prison, Suki watches him walking through the dark. At the school, Toph once again instructs her students, commanding them to stoke their gut furnace and feel the metal before them. Now kick! Kick like your life depends on it, she yells. The students lash out! But still the poles do not shiver. Aren't you going to yell at us? Hotun asks. No, Toph answers sadly. Sokka interrupts her, asking to speak with her outside about something very important. I just had the best idea ever, he exclaims as they step outside. He explains that to make them metal benders, they have to make them super emotional. And how do you plan to do that? Let me guess, 2 fancy headbands? Toph asks. But Sokka ignores her, explaining that with Hotun, they just need to use Doom, and with Tenga, they just need to use shoes, and the only one he can't figure out is the Dark One, his real name. I promised I wouldn't tell anybody, Toph explains. Sokka immediately starts begging her to tell him what his real name is. She leans in, whispering, No way! What were his parents thinking? Sokka explains, leaning back in surprise. As Sokka continues, explaining his plan, he tells her that they need some metal, and Toph leads him down into the school's armory, where the Fire Nation armor and weapons wait. Sokka begins to describe what he needs Toph to do with her metal bending, and begin to bend the armor into a different shape. That's incredible, Toph Beifong, you've truly outdone yourself, he tells her when their work is complete. Just call me the greatest earthbender of all time, she laughs, dusting her hands off. Sokka laughs too, but Toph pauses. No, really, I want you to call me that, she tells him. Toph, you're the greatest earthbender of all time, Sokka says. Gee, thanks, Sokka. That's sweet of you, Toph tells him with a big smile. Meanwhile, back at the palace of the Earth King, Aang and Katara bow before the ruler, The king is happy to see them, glad that they are in the Earth Kingdom and aiding with the removal of the Fire Nation colonies. That's why we're here, Your Majesty. We'd like to set a meeting between you and Fire Lord Zuko. Yu Dao is still there, Katara explains. For now, Aang adds. King Kuei is shocked that Zuko still refuses to continue his support for the Harmony Restoration movement. Earth King Kuei, I am on your side, Aang tells him, believing that the Fire Nation people don't belong in the Earth Kingdom. But Katara interrupts. Fire Lord Zuko has legitimate concerns about the colonials that still live here. We really need to sit down and talk through the options. Maybe there's something we missed, she tells them, but King Kuei isn't so sure. Back at the Beifong school, the students sit outside that night, with Ho Tun talking about how outside is so doomy. But Sokka explains that the camping is for a team bonding experiment. He gathers them around, beginning to tell a story about the flying boar flag that hung in the school. Sifu Toph hung that banner there to placate the winged boar spirit that still haunts these mountains, he tells them, leaning into the fire. The winged boar spirit, the harbinger of doom, and the eater of fine footwear, he yells. Suddenly, the creature appears behind them, created from the bended metal of the Fire Nation army. And now that Kunyo's burned down the banner, we can probably expect... Oh look! Speaking of the winged boar spirit, it's right there! He yells. Ho Tun immediately faints, while Penga yells that the boar spirit is eating her shoes. This is ridiculous. I know that's you in there, Sifu Toph, the Dark One says, not worried at all. The head opens, revealing the smiling face of Toph. Very perceptive, Dark One. Or should I say, Moochie Gucci Lapucci the Third, she yells. The Dark One is shocked, falling to his knees as tears begin to pour down his face. By saying that name, you have lodged a splinter into my soul, he gasps. Sokka steps forward, ordering the students to harness the emotion that is coursing through their bodies. Let's metal bend, Team Beifong! He yells, throwing coins at the students, but the students are all laying on the ground, crushed by their emotions. At the Earth Kingdom Palace, Aang and Katara continue to eat their delicious meal. Finally, King Kuei returns, thanking them for giving him time to ponder their proposal. But his face falls when Aang asks when they should set up the meeting. I'm sorry, but you're not going to like what I have to say, he tells them. All my life, I've been weak. So weak that my most trusted advisor was able to hide 100 years' war behind a curtain of lies. Well, I'm tired of being weak. It's time for me to be a man. I will not stand for any more lies. I will order the general how to lead my troops to Yu Dao and enforce harmony, he declares. Aang stands up, trying to explain to the king that sending troops will be seen as a declaration of war. But the Earth King turns away, telling him that the Fire Nation colonials will either leave peacefully or face dire consequences. If you are not with me, Avatar Aang, then I can only assume that you are against me, he declares, leaving the room. That night, Sokka finds Toph on the steps of her school. He tells her not to give up, that he has the new best idea ever. Have you ever thought about metal? She asks. Nope. When I have extra thinking time, I usually spend it on food. Meat, specifically, Sokka tells her. But Toph continues, explaining that metal is part of the earth that has been refined. By going through pressure and pain, she explains that she discovered metal bending in a tiny cell when she was being brought back to her parents. They expected me to be something I'm not. All I felt was pressure and pain, she tells him. When she discovered her students, she brought them here to be metal benders. I was gonna make them tough enough to move the most stubborn part of the most stubborn element. I expected them to be something they're not, she explains. Inside, Ho Tun, Penga, and the Dark One stop trying to sneak out and listen to their teacher's words. How is that any different than what my parents did to me? Maybe the Beifong Metal Bending Academy is just a way for me to pass all that pressure and pain to someone else. She sighs, and she walks away from Sokka, explaining to him that when Kunio arrives tomorrow, she is going to sit down in front of him. He can have his school back. Rushing from the Earth Palace, Aang and Katara hop aboard Appa, hoping to return to Yu Dao quickly, hoping to convince the Fire Nation colonials to leave peacefully before the Earth Kingdom's army arrives. As they leave, Aang points out that King Kuei is right, and no one should break their promise. Unknown to them, someone hides in the bushes. The young girl sends out a messenger hawk, telling it to warn the sisters in the Avatar Aang fan club in Yu Dao that Aang will need their help. The next morning, Kunio bursts open the school doors, still with the spear wrapped around his head, but now draped with Fire Nation flags. "Nice headgear," Sokka comments. "I find it a convenient way to carry my flags. I can take it off whenever I want," Kunio growls as he storms past. The Fire Dojo Master walks up to Toph, demanding to know where her students are, that it is time to begin. "Our deadly match to the... Sit," he exclaims. But Toph is sad, telling him that she doesn't know where her students are, but it doesn't matter. "You win this match to sit," she tells him, and she begins to sit down. But suddenly her students burst through the door. "Sifu Toph, don't sit down!" Ho-Tun yells. And with these words, the metal coins shiver a small amount, and it suddenly shoots across the room, hitting Toph in the butt, bringing her back to her feet. Toph is too shocked to be angry as she glances around the room. "Ho-Tun, did you just metal bend?" she asks. She smiles at them, telling them that normally she would pound them into the ground for hitting her in the butt. But in this case, good job, she smiles, giving him the thumbs up. Kunio tells his students to attack, and the metal benders spread out. Sokka throws a handful of coins, giving his friends some ammo. Ho-Tun uses the coins to attack one of the firebenders, knocking them out of the air. Penga laughs as she hits another student in the butt with the coins. "This is easy," she shouts. The firebenders try to create a shield, but the coins only heat up, hurting them more. Kunio yells for his students to keep fighting, but the three metalbenders continue to launch coins across the room, knocking him around until he falls on his butt and sits down. A short time later, the firebenders help their teacher as they limp away. Sokka leans down, congratulating the metalbenders on a job well done, and the Dark One tells Toph that they overheard what she said about them last night. "I don't get it. I didn't say one nice thing about you," she says, not understanding. But Penga smiles. "You told Sokka that you expected us to become metal benders," she says with a smile. "Nobody's ever expected me to be anything other than a wimp, Sifu Toph. You're the first person to believe that we can become something more than we are," Ho-Tun tells her with a smile. Toph wipes away a tear where her students can't see, before suddenly turning on them. "Well, what are you lily livers waiting for then? You think getting some coins to fly through the air makes you metal-bending masters? Get back to practice!" she yells with a smile. They all bow with respect. "Yes, Sifu Toph," they shout in unison. Meanwhile, Zuko sits in the Fire Lord's throne, flames shooting all around him before he sighs. "This isn't me," he says with a wave of his hand putting out the flames. "I know you've been secretly meeting with Ozai," May tells him as she enters the chamber. Zuko is shocked, asking where she heard this. "Does it matter? Not from you," she tells him with a frown. Zuko apologizes for screwing up, telling her that he loves her, but May shakes her head, letting him know that he loves his secrets more. "Goodbye, Fire Lord," she says, bowing and turning to leave. Anger, sadness, and despair fill Zuko. "May, come back! I order you to come back!" he shouts, but she leaves him alone in the empty room. "Why would I say that?" he hisses to himself. Behind him, Suki bows. She tells him that it was her fault and that she was the one who told May and wanted her to speak with him. "However, that wasn't quite what I had in mind," she tells him. She explains that she followed him and that the Kyoshi warriors are worried about him. "I'm really worried about you," she whispers, reaching out her hand for his. But they are interrupted as General Mach enters the room. The general bows as he gives his report. "Your suspicions are confirmed. The Earth King's army now marches towards Yudao," the general tells him. The armies of the Earth Kingdom march through the mountains, preparing to forcibly remove the Fire Nation colonials from their lands. And meanwhile, the Fire Nation Navy moves across the oceans, preparing to defend those loyal to the Fire Nation, and the kingdoms prepare to clash. Rain pours down, soaking the battlefield. The soldiers of the Fire Nation clash with the army of the Earth Kingdom. Flames shoot, blocked by the towers of Earth. Above, Avatar Aang and Fire Lord Zuko look down. One moment, I know deep in my heart that I must defend my people. But then the next, doubt creeps in. Maybe I'm supposed to follow through with the Harmony Restoration movement, Zuko says, looking down at the destruction below. But the spirit of his father is shouting at him over his shoulder, telling him to prove himself worthy of the throne. Zuko turns to his friend Aang, asking why he didn't silence his father forever, so that he could know peace. Aang turns his face downward, listening to the words of Avatar Roku telling him what he has to do. "I don't think I'll ever stop feeling lost," Zuko sighs, before turning to Aang. "Go ahead, Aang! Do it!" He shouts into the storm. Aang closes his eyes before they snap open, revealing his glowing eyes as he enters the Avatar state. He rises up, the elements swirling around him. And for a moment, Zuko can see the ghostly image of Roku, and behind him, his mother. His eyes widen and he reaches out for her, but fire leaps from his fingertips and he attacks Aang. Aang sits up with a yell, the dream shocking him awake. And elsewhere, Zuko also awakens, staring down at the phantom wounds that he received. Later that morning, Appa flies over the city of Yudao, and Aang leans over the saddle, shouting down at the citizens below him. "Fire Nation citizens of Yudao, you must evacuate immediately! Your lives are in danger!" he shouts. But suddenly, fireballs shoot past him. "Watch out, sweetie! We're being attacked by firebenders!" Aang tells Katara. "You mean earthbenders," she notes as she dodges the large rocks that come next. Next comes a chained meteor rock, which Aang knocks aside with a wind tunnel. Katara manages to freeze a group of throwing axes next. They look down, with Katara pointing out the fleeing axe thrower. Aang leaps into the air onto his glider and quickly gives chase. The thrower leaps through a window, with Aang following to discover an axe factory. "Why'd it have to be an axe factory?" he sighs. Axes begin to fly towards him, with Aang dodging and knocking them aside. Finally, he sends an air kick that knocks the thrower to the ground. "Don't worry, I caught him," Aang tells Katara as she finally catches up with him. They're both shocked to discover that the thrower was Sneers, who just days ago was a part of the protesters trying to get rid of the Fire Nation. "Hi, Avatar Aang. Hi, Katara," Sneers says with a smile, rubbing his neck. Anger fills Aang as he demands to know why Sneers was attacking them. "Because you're trying to force us out of our homes, Avatar Aang. We're not leaving," a voice calls. Kori Morishita, daughter of the mayor, enters the room. "We are the Yudao Resistance," she announces. Aang steps forward, trying to convince Kori that she and her people need to evacuate, while Katara steps forward, demanding to know why Sneers switched sides. He explains that he grew up hating the Fire Nation, but then came to live in Yudao. "And without meaning to, I fell in love with an ash maker," he says, holding Kori tight. Aang looks at them, shocked. "Wait, you're going out with you?" he asks. Sneers nods. "Yeah, I hid it from my friends for the longest time, but I'm done with that. My girlfriend is Fire Nation," he says. The rest of the resistance chimes in, saying how so are some of their cousins, stepfathers, or even favorite teachers. One smiles. "Even the guy who sells me mochi every morning." Katara stares at him for a moment. You joined the resistance to defend a guy who sells you mochi? She asks. It's really good mochi, he tells her. Corey steps up, telling Aang to let the protesters come, but he tries to explain that the Earth Kingdom army is coming, and the resistance won't be able to stand against them. We can if the Avatar joins us, Sneers points out, but Aang refuses, telling them that he agreed to work with the Earth King. But Corey turns, saying that if Aang won't help them, maybe the other avatars will. Everyone turns to see a group of what appears to be air nomads enter the room. Greetings, Aang. The Yu Dao chapter of the Avatar Aang fan club has eagerly awaited your arrival. I am Xing Ying, the club president. Their leader introduces herself. Aang is excited. Look, Katara, another fan club, he shouts happily. Yay, Katara responds, less happily. Aang steps forward, inspecting their air nomad garb, complimenting on their accuracy. They even have airbender tattoos painted on their heads, but Xing Ying tells Aang that they're real tattoos. And Aang is shocked, telling her that air nomad studies for years to earn those tattoos. The fan club explains that they study hundreds of airbender-like forms to earn their tattoos, but Aang becomes angry. For you to treat our tattoos like some part of your costume, my culture isn't a game, he tells them as he storms out of the building, going to prepare for the arrival of the Earth Kingdom. Katara shouts after him, but Aang just looks over his shoulder. It's time we separate the nations and restore harmony, he shouts angrily. Meanwhile, Zuko sits before an altar aboard his ship on the way to the Earth Kingdom. He questions himself, believing that he must protect the Fire Nation people of Yu Dao. But he knows that it goes beyond that the people who have mixed between the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom seem so normal, but he still doubts himself. Leading an army into the Earth Kingdom is exactly what my father would do, he sighs. He questions that if doing the same thing, but for better reasons, makes any difference. But there's one person he wishes to ask, but he can't, and sighs as he looks down at a picture of his Uncle Iroh. I wish you were here, Uncle. I miss you, he sighs. The moment is interrupted as the general enters, informing him that they have reached the shores of the Earth Kingdom. Zuko stands, taking the helmet of the Fire Lord, and begins his march. Back in Yu Dao, Aang looks out from one of the rooftops before he is interrupted by Katara, asking if he is okay. He tells her that his head hurts, and that he thinks he figured out why the nations need to be separate for harmony, that the stronger of two nations always hurts the weaker one. You once told that Guru Patik taught you that the foreign nations are one and the same, Katara points out, but Aang explains that he doesn't want them to be. I love being an air nomad. I love our philosophy, temples, holidays, food, everything that makes us different from the rest of the world, he tells her. He tells her that as the last air nomad, he needs to preserve his people's way of life. Yet Katara continues to question him, asking how he plans on doing that. I don't know, but I do know this. Air nomad culture can't survive in a world where other nations invade each other and corrupt each other. I have to see the harmony restoration movement through to the end, he tells her. At Beifong's metal bending school, Toph finds Sokka sitting on the front steps looking up into the sky. Katara and Aang should have picked me up by now. They're probably so caught up in their ooginess that they forgot all about me, he sighs to her. But suddenly, the sun is blocked out and Toph can sense a difference. Quit your kissy belly aching, Sokka. Appa is here, she announces. But Sokka tells her that it's not Appa and steps out to greet Suki as she descends from a Fire Nation balloon. Sokka runs forward, pulling Suki into a hug and kiss. She tells them that they received a complaint about a dirt girl and a water savage taking over one of the schools. But Suki doesn't stay long, starting to climb back aboard the ship. You're leaving already? Sokka asks. But Suki looks over her shoulder. So are you! Come on, I need you both, she tells them. As they climb on the ladder, Toph yells over her shoulder for the students to keep practicing. Until you can do some real metal bending, you're not going anywhere. Now go work on your forms, she yells. As they float over the land, Toph and Sokka question Suki on what she needs their help with. Suki tells them to look down and see for themselves. Looking over the side, they see the column of the Fire Nation army marching forward. Meanwhile, in Yu Dao, Katara finally tells Aang that she changed her mind about the Harmony Restoration movement. She tells him that when she saw Corey's family, she saw something. "I didn't just see them," she begins, but Aang stands, interrupting her as he sees the protesters approaching, a battering ram hoisted over their shoulders. Aang leaps down, confronting Smellerbee. "It's been 3 days, Aang. Did all that talking get you anywhere? Is the Fire Nation out of Yu Dao?" she questions. Aang asks her for more time, but she isn't having any of it. "People of the Earth Kingdom, attack!" she shouts. The protesters send the battering ram forward, forcing Aang to leap out of the way to avoid being hit as it slams into the city gates. Others rush forward, weapons drawn, yet Katara uses her water to knock their weapons aside. Rushing forward, Aang slams into the battering ram, headbutting it and destroying it in one blow. "Sifu Toph would have been proud," he says with a smile. Using the air, he knocks the debris aside, pushing it away from the people with the help of Katara. One of the rocks is about to slam into Smellerbee, but Aang pulls her out of the way. She thanks him, telling him that she feels bad for distracting him. "Distracting me?" he asks. Smellerbee points out that they're not dumb enough to actually try to attack with a battering ram if the Avatar is around, and she points to the large drill that is going through the outer wall. Meanwhile, Suki is finishing explaining the entire situation to Toph and Sokka. Suki tells them that they need to stop the Fire Nation before it can reach the city. "So what's the plan, big guy?" Toph asks, looking at Sokka. He thinks on it for a moment before asking if she can get them inside one of those tanks. She slams into the ground, creating an underground slide that they can use. "Not a problem," she smiles. They all leap inside, sliding down to the bottom. "Man, you've really been into slides recently," Sokka notes, rubbing his butt. She looks up, feeling the rumble of the tanks on the earth. And finally, she reaches up through the dirt, grabbing hold of the underside of the tank, punching her way inside. Coming out of the tunnel, Sokka and Suki run to catch up to her. Inside the tank, Toph turns to Sokka. "Step 1 complete? Now, what's step 2? She asks. Sokka shrugs. "Not sure. I was sorta hoping step 2 would come to me while we were working on step 1, he tells her. Suki takes the controls, telling them that while they work it out, she's going to try and get them to Zuko. "He seems so lonely," she tells him. "More like screwy in the head," Toph snorts. Suddenly, the best idea ever comes to Sokka. He points out the viewpoint, telling Suki to get them next to each tank, one by one. At Yu Dao, Aang is still trying to reason with the protesters as they break into the city. Sneers steps forward, trying to reason with his old friends. But Corey steps up as well, telling the protesters that they can't force them from their city. "You're dating an ash maker?" Smellerbee starts to yell. The entire time, Aang continues to try and reason with everyone, but literally no one is listening to him. Sneers finally steps between his girlfriend and friend, telling Smellerbee that maybe Yu Dao isn't part of the Earth Kingdom or the Fire Nation. "What if it's part of both?" Corey adds. Katara steps up to Aang, explaining that that's what she's been trying to tell him. But they are interrupted when one of the protesters steps forward, bending a chunk of earth and launching it forward at Corey. Katara manages to knock the earth aside, but the battle has already begun. The Yu Dao resistance moves forward, preparing to defend themselves. "Aw, come on! How come nobody ever wants to talk?" Aang yells, watching as the two sides begin to clash. Aang moves forward, throwing Smellerbee back through the gates with a gust of air. He tells her that he wants the Fire Nation out too. "But I want them to leave peacefully," he explains. But Smellerbee looks over her shoulder at the approaching army of the Earth Kingdom. "I don't think that's an option anymore, Aang," she tells him. "Looks like the Earth King has finally stepped up to his responsibilities." Aang stares out at the approaching army. "Ah, monkey feathers," he sighs. Behind him, the Avatar fan club approaches, offering to help Aang in any way they can to apologize for their unintentional disrespect of the air nomad culture. Outside, General Hao steps off his horse, unfolding the decree from King Kue.
Attention, attention! By official decree of the Earth King Kue, the Earth Kingdom reclaims the former Fire Nation colony of Yu Dao. Fire Nation colonials who remain in the city are hereby declared criminals and shall be arrested on sight. The Harmony Restoration movement shall be completed this day with or without the colonials' cooperation, he yells.
The protesters begin to cheer as Sneers and Corey run up to Aang, asking him to defend Yu Dao with them, or doom them. But they all turn, seeing the Fire Nation tanks rumbling into the fray. The fan club surrounds Aang, offering to protect him. But he scatters them with a gust of air, angrily telling them that they're just putting themselves into harm's way. Suddenly, one of the tanks opens, revealing Sokka and Toph. Suki too, she's driving, Toph tells them with a smile. Aang, Katara, you guys were supposed to pick me up, Sokka yells angrily. Sorry, Sokka, we got a little busy, Aang tells him sheepishly. As Lord Zuko looks on, General Hao steps up to Aang, telling him that he needs to end this conflict now. But Aang refuses, telling the general that there has to be another way. Katara moves towards her friends, asking how they had planned to slow the Fire Nation down. Toph smiles. Keep your eyes on me, Sugar Queen. Keep your eyes on me, she says, before leaping to the ground and stomping her feet. The earth begins to rumble beneath the tanks, and all the screws pop out, making all of the wheels and treads fall to the ground. General Hao looks on before yelling for his soldiers to attack. Lord Zuko stands up on his saddle, yelling for his men to defend the people of Yu Dao, and the two armies begin to rush at each other. No! Aang shouts, leaping into the air and landing in front of Zuko. He begins to hover, his eyes and tattoos glowing. The Harmony Restoration movement was such a simple plan. Why couldn't you just follow through? He shouts. But Katara leaps in, pulling him away from the Fire Lord. Don't you remember what we talked about? You have to be calm to make sure your decision is right, she tells him, as they slide along an ice stream above the battle. But all these people are going to kill each other, Aang shouts. You let me worry about them, she tells him. And they land on a rooftop, and Katara finally finishes telling him what she was talking about earlier, that she didn't just see Corey's family. She saw their future together. She explains that if the nations have to be separate, that will mean them as well, and she pulls him in close. Go find a quiet place, Aang, and figure this out. Then, whatever your decision you make, I'll trust that it is the right one. I'll support you, even if it means that you have to fulfill your promise, she tells him, and she pulls him in for a kiss, even if it means we have to be apart. Aang flies away, finding a quiet spot on the mountain. The earth forms around him, creating a meditation chamber. He looks down at the four nations' beaded necklace in his hands, and suddenly, he is a spirit speaking to Avatar Roku. I had a dream about you last night, he tells the former Avatar. Roku looks at him, telling him to fulfill his promise and restore balance to the world. But Aang still believes that doing so would go against the teachings of his people. Roku looks at him, telling him that the Avatar must put the world above his own people and nation, that it pains him to advocate for the end of his own great-grandson. And Aang is shocked as Roku explains. Ursa, Zuko's mother, is my granddaughter, he tells him. Back at the city, Sokka, Katara, and Toph look down at the battle. Moving amongst the soldiers are the members of Aang's fan club, trying to peacefully end the battle. Smellerbee and Sneers continue to fight, but Sokka is suddenly among them, separating them as he slides down on one of Toph's slides. Toph and Suki are among the Fire Nation soldiers, trying to disarm them and wrap them in metal. But another group rushes them, and it looks like they're in trouble. But suddenly, all of the Fire Nation helmets spin around, blinding them. Toph turns to find her students are there, fighting amongst the soldiers, spinning their helmets and attacking them with coins. The students fight alongside their teacher, fighting back to back with them. "Look alive, lily livers! Time to spin some helmets," she yells. Katara is amongst the earthbenders, knocking them aside with her water. She looks up, seeing the Earth King's balloon far overhead. Sliding along her water, she drops onto the deck of his ship. The king is cowering, telling Katara that he didn't know that Yu Dao would be like this. "You never visited Yu Dao?" she asks. The king shakes his head, telling her that he's never been out of the city. She holds out her hand, telling the king that he needs to see the people who have to live with his decisions. "But it's not safe out there," he tells her. "No, it's not," she agrees. He takes her hand, and the two slide back down. Below, General Hao stands before the members of the Yu Dao resistance, ordering them to surrender. Corey refuses, launching her meteor strike at him. The general easily knocks it aside, ordering his soldiers forward, but they are stopped by a massive blast of fire. When the smoke clears, the Fire Lord stands ready. Zuko meets General Hao in battle, the two swirling the elements around them. In the mountains, a blast of blue light suddenly shoots into the sky, and the battle pauses, and everyone turns, seeing Aang float towards them in the Avatar state. He hovers overhead, and Zuko tries to explain what is happening, but he suddenly sighs, removing his helmet. "None of that matters, does it? I'm doing exactly what my father would have done," he tells his friend. Yet Aang isn't listening. He moves his hand, and the earth beneath them cracks apart. Zuko slips, beginning to plummet down into the chasm that Aang had created. "Aang, I don't!" he begins to yell. But the Avatar is there, taking his friend's hand and pulling him back to safety. Around Yu Dao, the earth continues to split as the city is separated from the land around it. Katara sees Aang pull Zuko to safety, and she rushes forward with the king. Aang stands before the city gates, before the Yu Dao resistance. "Earth King Kuei, look at who you're fighting. Fire Nation, yes, but also Earth Kingdom. Water Tribe, and now Air Nomad," he explains, standing with his friends. Aang explains that the Earth King isn't fighting the Fire Nation, but a whole new kind of world. The protesters begin to yell, but the king holds up his hand, telling them that he needs to see the city. Nearby, Zuko struggles to his feet. "So I was right then? All along my decision was right?" he asks before collapsing to the ground. That night, the city below is quiet as Aang meditates on a rooftop. The spirit of Roku sits before him as Aang explains that he is not like Roku. Aang tells him that when he contemplates the world, he doesn't see nations on a map. He sees his friends and those that he has met along the way. "I don't know how to contemplate the world without thinking about the people I care about, including Zuko," he explains. Roku tells him that he continues to put the world at risk, but Aang explains that this is a new world. "There's no getting around risk," he says. Aang bows before the spirit of the past Avatar, telling him that he has to figure out this new world on his own. He reaches down, snapping his amulet and sending Roku's spirit drifting away. As Aang returns to the material world, he hears a voice calling him from the courtyard below. "Guess who just woke up?" Iroh tells him. Aang heads back inside Iroh's tea shop, looking at his friends sitting at the table. "Thank you for bringing him to me, Avatar. He should have come earlier, on his own. Sometimes he forgets that he always has a place here. He may be the Fire Lord now, but he is still a stubborn boy," Iroh tells him, looking at his nephew. Aang sits with his friend, telling him that he has been asleep for 4 days. The Earth King has agreed to talk and lets Zuko know that Yu Dao can't go back to being a Fire Nation colony. "It can't be an Earth Kingdom city either," Zuko says. Aang agrees. Yu Dao must become something new. The two sit, with Zuko apologizing for putting the strain of the promise on the Avatar, that he now knows that he can't run from the struggle of being the Fire Lord, But Aang looks at his friend, telling him that he doesn't give himself enough credit. I mean, you were right about Yu Dao, he explains. Aang tells Zuko that he knows that he is Avatar Roku's great-grandson, and that makes them family. Later, Aang sits before the members of his fan club, commending them on their attempt to lead peace on the battlefield. You already have the hearts of air nomads, and so I've decided to teach you the ways of the air nomads, he tells them as they sit before him. But you can't just be a fan club anymore. From now on, you'll be known as the Air Acolytes, he tells them with a smile as Katara looks on. Meanwhile, Zuko sits talking to someone. He tells her that he feels disconnected from the good in their family. That conversation after conversation with Ozai has led him nowhere. He refuses to reveal what happened to her, he says. So finally, he has come to a conclusion. You are the only person who can get the information out of Ozai. Tell me, what do you want in return for helping me find my mother? Zuko asks his sister. She smiles at him from the bonds of her straitjacket, telling him that helping the Fire Lord is compensation enough. Besides, not a day has gone by since you put me here that I haven't wondered, what exactly happened to our dear mother? She says, turning to look at herself in the mirror. Beside her, their mother looks on. I love you, Azula. I always have, she whispers. It was decades in the past, the town of Hira. Ikem stands on the stage practicing his lines for the upcoming play about the Dragon Emperor. He is startled as Ursa jumps around the corner, surprising him and forcing him to stumble to the ground. She laughs as he yells at her for scaring him, calling him her cowardly boyfriend. She tells Ikem that she has gotten the role of the Dragon Empress in the play. Ikem congratulates her, offering to practice their kiss together. They practice their lines, kissing together in their dragon masks. As Ursa pulls away, Ikem stares at her before finally asking her the question. Will you marry me? He asks. She stares at him, confused, checking her script for the line, but he pulls off his mask, repeating the question, and she smiles up at him and accepts his proposal. They hold each other, kissing. In the present day, in the city of Yu Dao, Aang and his friends sit around the conference table with the other leaders and officials, listening to the teachings of an old man. Well, listening is a strong word, as all they hear is blah blah blah. Sokka leans over to Aang, asking how listening to a boring lecture is supposed to help them figure out what to do with Yu Dao. Aang agrees, telling Sokka that the Earth King believes that hearing about the Earth Kingdom's past will help them figure out the future. But he disagrees. We need a new way of seeing the four nations, Aang begins, but is interrupted by a furious Katara who shushes the both of them. Surprise, surprise, my boring sister likes the boring lecture guy, Sokka shrugs. Aang looks at him. Hey, that's my girlfriend you're talking about, he hisses. Zuko sits next to them, not paying any more attention to his friends than he is the teacher. But the word family snaps him back to the present, forcing him to raise his hand. Professor, can you repeat that last part? He asks. The teacher sighs, realizing that all teenagers are alike. He repeats himself, telling the room once again that the Earth Kingdom believes that family is in essence a small family, and the nation a large family. In treating his own family with dignity, a ruler learns to govern his nation with dignity, the teacher explains. Zuko sits for a moment as the professor returns to his lecture, and Aang leans over, asking if his friend is okay. I put my father in prison and my sister in an institution. My mother was banished for years. What does that mean for my nation? He asks the Avatar. Aang tries to comfort him, and Sokka explains that only boring people would listen to the boring professor. Katara smacks him in the face with snow water-bended from her cup. In the village of Hira, Ursa runs home, eager to tell her family about her marriage proposal. But she comes in to discover her mother is crying on the floor. What's wrong? "Where's Dad?" she asks. Her mother wipes away a tear, telling her that her father is in the back with a visitor. Entering the greenhouse, Ursa's father tells her to show respect to their guest, the Fire Lord Azulon. Ursa bows before their ruler, but the Fire Lord tells her to rise. "We've had such trouble finding Avatar Roku's descendants. It's as if he wanted to keep you hidden from us." The Fire Lord smiles. But he tells her that the search was worth it, that the pairing of the Avatar's granddaughter with his son will yield a bloodline of great power, one that will help ensure my family's rule for centuries after I'm gone, he tells them. Gesturing over his shoulder, he introduces the other man in the room. "Ursa, may I introduce you to Fire Prince Ozai, my second son. He has a proposal for you," the Fire Lord says. In the present, Zuko is once again in the Fire Nation, flanked by his two guards, Suki and Ty Lee. He briefly tells them about the lectures in the Earth Kingdom before glancing into the prison rooms. "Have they said anything to each other?" he asks, glancing at his straight-jacketed sister and his imprisoned father. "Not a word," Suki reports. Zuko orders them to open the door and enters with a tray of tea. The guards are shocked that he would do something like this. "They are still my family," Zuko tells them. And he offers his sister the tray, but she lunges out with her teeth, biting the tray and throwing it to the floor, tripping Zuko. Inside his cell, Ozai smiles. "How did you expect me to drink tea in a straitjacket, Zuzu? Did you want me to lap it up like some kind of animal?" Azula shouts, standing over her brother. Ty Lee rushes in, attacking Azula with her chi-blocking techniques. From the floor, Azula snarls at Ty Lee, rambling incoherently. Zuko orders his guards to leave. He picks his sister up, telling her that the tea was in the hope that it would give her and their father some dignity. Azula looks over her shoulder at her brother, telling him that if he wants to give them dignity, that they should be able to speak in private. "Fine," Zuko agrees after pondering for a moment. He walks outside of the cell, telling the guards to give them half an hour. Ty Lee disagrees with the idea, but Zuko is firm. "Like it or not, Azula is my best chance of finding my mother," he tells her. In the past, the Fire Lord's carriage is being pulled out of the city, but they are stopped as Ikem shouts from the road, blocking their path. "Fire Lord Azulon, you have my true love in your carriage. With all due respect, I can't let you take her from me," he shouts, his words stuttering. The guards begin to laugh, realizing that Ikem's swords are actually just stage props. "Take care of him," Azulon orders. And the guards move in, but Ikem leaps among them, smacking them in the face with the wooden weapons. Ikem dodges as fire is launched at him, but he can't last for long. In the carriage, Ursa begs Ozai to call off the guards. "I'll get him to leave, but you have to promise not to hurt him. Please, my love," she begs. Ozai leans out the door, ordering the soldiers to stand down. Stepping from the carriage, Ursa rushes forward, telling Ikem that he has to leave. "The decision's been made. Nothing can change it," she tells him. "Tell me that marrying the prince is what you truly want. Tell me and I'll go home," Ikem whispers to her. She looks back at the Fire Lord and the Fire Prince before turning back to Ikem, tears in her eyes. "Fire Prince Ozai honored my family by asking for my hand in marriage, and I joyfully accepted. Now for your sake and mine, go home," she tells him. The carriage moves forward, leaving Ikem crying in the dust. Later, they begin to wheel Azula back to her quarters, but Zuko tells Suki and Ty Lee to get some rest. "Zuko, I'd feel better if we accompanied you the rest of the way," Suki tells him, but Zuko shakes his head, telling her that he can escort his sister on his own. "Be careful! The chi blocking is going to wear off soon," Ty Lee tells him. Pushing his sister forward, Zuko lets Azula know that he won't be returning her to the institution, that he has prepared her old room in the palace. Have you ever been chi-blocked, Zuzu? Azula asks him. Funny thing, all your joints go soft like they're melted wax. Then for just a few moments, as your strength returns, you find yourself more flexible than you ever thought possible, she tells him, slipping her hand free as it crackles with lightning. She launches a blast at Zuko, forcing him backwards. Stop! He yells, launching a fireball at her as she begins to bounce away. But Azula flips, allowing the fire to burn through her straitjacket and free her. Now free, she launches herself through one of the palace walls and continues to flee. In the past, Ikem wanders away from Hera. Sadness fills him, and he begins to build a life for himself outside the village. He builds shelter, teaching himself to survive off the land. One night, he stares into his fire. Turning his head, he looks across the river, seeing a large wolf spirit drinking from the water. Zuko rushes inside, finding a wounded soldier who points him in the direction of his sister. Racing through the palace, Zuko finds Azula's old room, and he feels the heat coming off a Fire Nation banner and burns it, revealing a secret passage. Following the passage down, he finds Azula in a secret chamber, rummaging through an old trunk. They're here, just like Father said. He overcame her control long enough to give me the truth, she shouts. Zuko is shocked by the secret chamber, but he doesn't have time for that. He orders Azula to give him the letters that she is holding as she reveals that they were written by their mother. They're many years of letters that she wrote, and they're the key to finding her. Come, have a look, she taunts as she burns them in her hand, secretly hiding one of the letters behind her back. Zuko yells at his sister as she continues to taunt him, but she suddenly holds her head in her hands. Look, believe it or not, dear brother, I want to find her as much as you do. So I'll tell you what was in those letters under one condition, she tells him. Decades in the past, at the wedding of Ozai and Ursa, the young woman looks around at the celebration. Ozai leans in, telling her that she has lovely parents. Thank you. They've always been good to me, she tells him. He smiles at her, telling her that she should let them know that for her last words to them. So their memory of you will always be sweet. He smiles madly. She doesn't understand, and Ozai explains that as the princess of the Fire Nation, her old life no longer exists. After this day, do not mention Hera, your family, or your old life ever again. You belong to the royal family now, and to me, he whispers to her, leaning in and kissing her on the cheek. In the present day, Appa descends towards the Fire Nation palace with Aang, Katara, and Sokka jumping off to greet Iroh as he comes out to them. Iroh yells for his nephew, letting him know that his friends are here. As Zuko comes out, Aang bows to the Fire Lord, telling him that it has been too long since they've seen each other. It's only been a week, Zuko points out. When the friends ask Zuko why he contacted them, he lets them know that he learned of the village his mother was born in. I'm going to look for her. Uncle Iroh's agreed to watch over things here while I'm gone, he tells them. May you find who and what you are searching for, nephew, Iroh tells Zuko, bowing solemnly. That's great, Zuko, but it sounds like you've got everything covered, Aang begins. Why do you need us? Katara finishes for her sweetie. Zuko nods, telling them that the information came at a cost. Aang and Katara are shocked as Azula reveals herself behind Zuko. The friends leap into action, prepare to defend themselves and Zuko. But Suki and Ty Lee come out, telling them to stand down. Azula was the one who got the information from Ozai. Because she helped me out, we made a deal. She's going to come with me to look for our mother, and she is going to travel unbound with dignity. And I want you all to come with us, Zuko tells his friends. No offense, but that sounds like the worst plan ever, Aang tells him. But Iroh finally steps forward. Ever since my nephew ascended the throne, he has yearned for peace. Finding Ursa may bring that peace, and not just for himself. Iroh tells Aang, glancing over at Azula. And the Avatar smiles, finally stepping up to Zuko. "We're your friends, Zuko. If you need us, we'll go with you," he tells him. The next day, Aang lands Appa in the courtyard, greeting Azula. Better be careful when you put my luggage on that shaggy beast of yours," she snaps, throwing her bag on the ground. Appa growls at her, with Aang petting him. "I know, buddy. It'll only be for a little while," he tells the Sky Bison as he calms him. Over to the side, Zuko comments to Katara that they'll have to keep watch on his sister, with Sokka offering to take the first. "I appreciate the offer, Sokka, but maybe we should leave it to one of the benders," Zuko tells his friend. But Sokka is eager to prove himself, pulling out his boomerang and ordering Azula to board the Sky Bison. She shocks the metal in his hand quickly, but Katara is there, freezing her hand so she can't bend. Katara runs over, yelling at Azula to never touch her brother. "Tell your brother to not wave his stupid toys in my face," she hisses. Zuko steps up to his sister, reminding her that they had a deal and that she has to remain calm. "Keep your merry band of misfits in check and we'll get along just fine," she smiles at him. "I changed my mind. One of you guys take the first watch," Sokka tells them sheepishly. As the Sky Bison flies away, Iroh and the others wave goodbye. He looks around at the palace, surprised that he ever wanted to live in such a dreary place. He smiles, pulling the weapon from a soldier's hand and handing him a cup of tea instead. "That's it," he shouts with a smile. "I have discovered my first order of business as interim Fire Lord. I will declare a National Tea Appreciation Day." As Appa flies through the open skies, the group discuss how this adventure is just like the old times. But Aang looks at their new companion. "Well, instead of Toph, now we have," he begins, motioning towards Azula, who stares them all with madness in her eyes. "So tell me, kids, I've been dying to know, which of you miscreants did she approach first?" she questions, insanity in her voice. Katara stands up, questioning what Azula is even talking about. "None of you had even met me yet. How did she convince you to ruin my life?" she demands, standing up to meet Katara. But Zuko is there, telling her to calm down, his hand sizzling from the heat. "Put that away, Zuko. It's just small talk," she tells him, calmness once more in her voice. "I miss Toph," Sokka sighs, leaning away from the madness. "You said it," Aang agrees. Time passes, and Zuko looks out on the horizon, seeing Hira in the distance. He comments that he hopes they can get there before sunset, not wishing to enter the village in the night like bandits. Sokka agrees, turning to ask Aang his opinion, before noticing that the Avatar has an angry look on his face, glaring at the world. "What? Is it not enough to have one crazy passenger with crazy eyes?" Sokka demands, startled. The rest begin to question Aang, but he doesn't understand either. "I can't help it. There's something out there, some kind of spirit. I can feel its presence, especially in my face," he tells them. Sokka begins to joke around, but Aang looks over the side, seeing a massive wolf running through the foothills. "Did you guys see that giant wolf spirit? I think that's the presence I'm feeling," he tells them. But Zuko glances over the side, seeing nothing. But when he turns back, he sees his sister standing on the edge of Appa's saddle. "Azula, get down from there!" he shouts at her. She holds out her arms, looking over her shoulder at the others. "I can't tell you what a pleasure it's been riding with you all, listening to you bicker. Too bad not all siblings get along as well as Zuzu and me. Now that Hira is a hop, skip, and a jump away, it's time to bid you farewell," she tells them, leaping off the side as Zuko yells after her. Aang leaps over as well, catching the air with his glider. He catches the princess, but she turns, burning a hole through the wing of his glider, and continues to plummet towards the earth. Azula lands, pausing only briefly before she starts to run away. Behind her, Aang crashes into the earth, his glider broken. Appa lands nearby, with Zuko leaping off one side while Katara and Sokka go for Aang. You guys go make sure Aang is okay. I'll go after Azula, he shouts to his friends. Azula doesn't slow, leaping over a stream. But a voice brings her up short, and she turns back, looking at the reflection in the water. You're only hurting yourself, my daughter, Ursa says from the shimmering water. Don't pretend you care about me, Azula hisses at the image of her mother. You thought you could break me, didn't you, by having Zuko lock me up in that institution? But I'm stronger than you realize. I used all my time alone to figure out the truth. You've been conspiring to take me down from the day I was born. Even when I was an infant, you saw something in me you never had. Power. That's why you think I'm a monster. My power makes you fear me. She screams at the river, but Ursa tries to tell her daughter that she is confused. But Azula turns away. She still hasn't figured everything out, but she will. I can't become Fire Lord with you constantly conspiring to undo me. That's why I'm going to find you, Mother, and end you, she vows. Ursa tries to tell her daughter that she loves her. But Azula turns, hitting the water with a bolt of energy. Water rains down from the displaced stream, and Zuko finally catches up with his sister. Who are you talking to? He asks. She drops into a combat stance, but Zuko pleads with her to keep to the deal, that they will find their mother together. But Azula laughs, telling Zuko that she doesn't really need him, and he drops into a combat stance with fire burning in his hand. Please, I don't want to do this, he tells her. But suddenly, the stream water shifts and flows out of the river, hitting and freezing Azula. She falls to the ground, wrapped in ice. I really don't appreciate you trying to set my boyfriend on fire, Katara fumes as she stalks forward. Zuko begins to ask Aang if he's okay from his fall, but the Avatar has the crazy look on his face again. I feel the presence again, Aang hisses. Azula begins to rant at Katara, but her words suddenly stop as she gasps in shock. Behind Sokka stands the massive wolf spirit. Back in the past, Ursa finishes writing a letter, hiding it in the folds of her robe. She is interrupted by a young Zuko, though, who tells his mother that he is too scared to sleep as he rubs his eyes. She picks him up, carrying him back to his room as he tells her about the dream, that he was surrounded by fire and Azula was laughing at him. They pass his sister's room, with Ursa pointing out how she wouldn't hurt him. She leaves the boy in his bed, telling him to hold on tightly to the good dreams, telling him that it was just a nightmare, and to hold on tightly to the good dreams. With this done, she moves through the palace, and she knocks on a servant's door, greeting the old woman as she answers. She hands her the letter, asking her once more to deliver it to Hera in confidence. Of course, just like all the others, the old woman nods. As the princess leaves, the old woman waits until she can't hear her in the hall anymore. Finally, she turns to put the letters with all the other undelivered ones, but first, she reads it. Shock pulls at her face as she stares at the words. She quickly finds Ozai training, bowing and asking for forgiveness from the Fire Prince. She holds up the letter, asking him to read it.
I told you to file those away, he snaps, wiping the sweat from his body.
Here, Ursa reveals a secret that requires my prince's immediate attention, she tells him. Ozai takes the letter and the woman quickly leaves the chamber. Scanning the words, anger begins to fill Ozai's eyes. Impossible! Back in the present, the spirit wolf is snapping at the heroes, with Aang asking everybody to be respectful of the creature. Respectful? It just tried to eat my head, Sokka yells. Zuko looks at the marking on the creature's chest, noting how they look like the face that Aang had been making. The Avatar leaps into the air, trying to plead with the Great Spirit. He offers the creature peace, motioning to the captured Azula. My friends and I were traveling to the village of Hira when one of us decided to go their own way. If we've disturbed you, please accept our apologies, he shouts at the creature. The spirit pauses for a moment before lunging at Aang, trying to attack him. Your respectful tactic doesn't seem to be working, Zuko points out. The friends gather. Sokka throws his boomerang, while Katara launches ice knives, and Zuko launches a fireball. But the attacks have no effect, and the wolf just eats the fire. Did that wolf spirit just eat my fire? Zuko asks, stunned. And burped, Sokka yells in fear. It ate your fire and burped! Aang tries to reason with the spirit again, but the creature lunges once more. But this time, Appa intervenes, slamming into the wolf as Aang tries to tell him to go easy on it. The two creatures trade blows, with Appa finally slamming the wolf away with his tail. Woohoo! Sokka yells. Sky Bison 1, Fire-eating wolf 0, Sokka cheers. The wolf struggles to its feet, strange noises coming from his mouth and stomach. Appa, I asked you to go easy on him. Are you okay, big giant wolf spirit? Aang yells. But the creature suddenly leans forward, vomiting up a swarm of moth wasps that fly towards the group. You are the grossest spirit ever, Sokka yells as the cloud of bugs swarm them. As the moth wasps attack, Azula rolls over, yelling at her brother. Free me, Zuzu! I'll take care of those spirits for you, she shouts. But Zuko looks at her, telling her that they don't need her help. Oh, right, 'cause you and your friends have everything under control, she huffs, looking over at everyone being attacked. Finally, Zuko makes up his mind and blasts the ice wrap with a fireball. Azula gets to her feet, electricity crackling in her hands. She creates a ball of light, gathering the moth wasps to her. Throwing the ball of light away, the spirits follow after. Seeing them leave, the wolf quickly follows after them. You're welcome, Azula says, turning back to the group with a smile. That night, the group is resting peacefully, while Sokka and Zuko sit around the campfire, Azula muttering in her sleep, still arguing with her mother. After everything that's happened, you're still going to let her sleep with her hands unbound? Sokka asks. She saved us from the moths, didn't she? I'm giving her a chance, Zuko tells him. But Sokka doesn't agree, thinking they are giving her too many chances. Why are you still up? Zuko finally asks. Sokka smiles sheepishly. I drank a ton of water trying to get the taste of moth wasps out of my mouth. Now my bladder's... he tells him, but Zuko holds up his hand, cutting him off. I got the picture, thanks, he tells his friend. Sokka glances over his shoulder, seeing his sister curled up from the cold. He stands and walks over to her, draping his blanket over her sleeping form, bringing a slumbering smile to her face. After all those snowballs you took to the head, you still look out for her? Zuko comments. I throw witticisms at her, she throws snowballs at me. The relationship works, Sokka answers with a shrug and a smile. Seems like you're getting the short end of the deal, Zuko notes. But Sokka shakes his head, telling him that when it comes to his sister, it doesn't matter if he gets the short end. And Zuko glances back at his own shivering sister, asking if Sokka has another blanket for him. Zuko walks across the clearing, draping the blanket over Azula's sleeping form. He begins to stand, but notices a letter tucked in his sister's boot. He pulls it free, reading his mother's words. My dearest Ikem, it's taken me a long time to admit it, but you were right. I belong with you, and nothing is worth this pain. My one consolation is our son, Zuko. When I look into his eyes, it's as if I'm looking into yours. My thoughts are with you always. Love, Ursa. Zuko's eyes read over the words again, shock displayed on his face. Our son. Beneath a tree, Azula lies sleeping. A hand reaches down, gently stroking her hair, and she snaps awake, startled to find her mother leaning over her. How did you get the jump on me? She demands in anger. Concern fills Ursa's eyes as she looks down at her daughter. Give up this futile quest, my daughter. Go home. The throne is Zuko's destiny. Yours lies elsewhere, she tells her. Azula struggles to her feet, smiling wickedly at her mother, promising her a swift doom when they reach her. But Ursa still looks at her sadly, asking her daughter to remove her mask of fear and intimidation and embrace her destiny. No! Why must you fill my mind with such lies? The throne is my destiny! Azula shouts angrily, about to blast her mother with electricity. But confusion suddenly fills her face, and the attack wavers. Isn't it? I have proof, she gasps. She reaches out for her mother, but her angry hand wraps around Katara's wrist instead. Sokka lashes out with his boomerang, trying to protect his sister, but Azula easily blocks it. The attack seems to take her out of her stupor, though, and she stares around, confused. She reaches down to her boot, discovering that her letter is missing. She turns on the others, angry once again. Where is Zuko? She demands. A short distance away, Zuko and Aang sit on a cliff, with Aang reading the letter that Zuko found. I can't believe it, he whispers. Zuko nods, telling Aang that the truth makes so much sense, why Ozai could treat him so poorly. I'm not his son. But Aang isn't convinced, not sure why Ozai wouldn't just get rid of Zuko permanently. I don't know about all this, Zuko. It can't be true, or at least, it shouldn't be, Aang tells his friend. But Zuko doesn't agree, believing that this provides his future with hope. But if you're not Ozai's son, what does that mean for your reign? Who is the rightful Fire Lord? Aang asks. There you are! Azula shouts from behind them, the usual deranged look in her eye, as energy begins to crackle in her hands. She told you to take that letter out of my boot, didn't she? She demands. She drops into a combat stance, launching an attack at her brother. Give it back! I'm not letting her win! She shouts. In the distant past, Ursa walks with her son and daughter through the palace gardens. Azula suddenly turns and burning one of the flowers, and Zuko yells for his mother, who comes over and puts out the fire quickly. You will treat the royal gardens with respect, Ursa tells her daughter, but Azula seems less than sorry. What? It deserved it. It wasn't as pretty as the others, she whispers. She reaches out, snapping fire at Zuko's behind. Tattletale, she hisses. Anger fills Ursa's voice as she orders her daughter to go to her room. Ursa reaches down, trying to console a saddened Zuko, as Ozai watches on. He turns away from them, moving through the palace until he reaches his meeting with Vashir of the Yuyan archers. Ozai has a mission for this exceptional archer. In a small village called Hira, on the far edge of the Fire Nation, there lives a man named Ikem. Find him and rid the world of him, Ozai orders. Vashir nods, bowing to the Fire Lord and promising that it will be done. Back in the present, both Zuko and Aang do their best to ward off Azula's attacks. Zuko tells his friend to go find Sokka and Katara. I can handle Azula, he tells him. Give it back! Give it back! Azula keeps screaming, launching another attack. Zuko dodges, lashing fire at her with a leg sweep, but she leaps on him, snatching the letter from his belt. You tell her this is my destiny, she hisses before jumping away. But Zuko is fast, snatching her foot and slamming her against the ground. Anger fills his voice as he lifts her into the air. From the day you were born, you've put me through so much. Why, Azula? Why'd our relationship have to be like this? He shouts at her. Holding her just by her tunic, Zuko dangles Azula over the cliff face. Was this her plan all along? Is she whispering in your ear right now to throw me over the cliff? She asks in her deranged voice. Zuko is stunned, telling his sister that she isn't making any sense. Don't deny it, Zuko. She told you I had the letter in my boot. She told you to wait until I was asleep too, Azula begins. But suddenly, she seems to calm down. Wait a minute. You've had that letter all night. Why didn't you burn it when you had the chance? She asks. Zuko glares at her, finally putting her down, and Azula stares back at him, shocked that he wants to keep the letter. Zuko turns away from her, telling her that they need to finish what they've started. "Oh, Zuzu, are you actually on my side?" she asks. But Zuko just walks away, telling her to rejoin the group. At the campsite, the others are finishing putting out the fires that Azula started. As Zuko and Azula enter the clearing, the others glare at her. "Nature hates you," Sokka huffs at her. Aang looks over at Azula before turning back to Zuko. "So, you guys aren't fighting anymore?" he asks. Zuko shakes his head. "We've arrived at an understanding," he tells his friends. The group begins to climb aboard Appa, while Sokka points out that this is what Zuko has said since they left the palace. "And since then, she's tried to kill us like 12 times!" Sokka shouts. With everyone aboard, Appa leaps into the air, heading towards the end of their journey. In the past, Prince Ozai and his family sit around the dinner table, while Azula talks about how Master Kunio was correcting her form. "I told him that's how you get the biggest fire blast. He didn't care. He wanted me to do the form his way, the dumb way. So when he had his back turned, I set his pants on fire," she cries happily. Ozai nods in approval. "Your teacher sounds like a fool. I will send him to the colonies," he tells her. But Zuko speaks up, explaining how Kunio believes that proper firebending starts with proper form. But his words are interrupted as Ozai slams his fist down on the table, startling the family. He glares at his son. "Zuko, how dare you lecture your sister on firebending? Despite being a year younger, how many more forms has she mastered than you?" he demands. Zuko hangs his head. 14, he whispers sadly. Anger sparks in Ozai's eyes as he stares at his son, explaining that when Zuko was born, they weren't even sure if he was a firebender. "I plan to cast you from the palace. How embarrassing for a prince of the Fire Nation to have a non-bender as his firstborn," he shouts. "Azula was born lucky. You were lucky to be born." Ursa stands, beginning to shout at her husband. But the anger is interrupted by a guard informing Ozai that a Yuyan archer requests a meeting with him. Without a word, Ozai leaves his family behind, traveling up to one of the towers in the palace. Bashir kneels before the Fire Prince, his uniform tattered and dirty. He explains that the man known as Ikem moved to a forest near Hira and was never seen again. Bashir journeyed into the forest, hoping to find the man, but was unable to. "That forest, Your Highness. I've never seen anything like it. The trees, the animals, the insects, they're all out to get you." "No commoner could have survived for long," Bashir explains. He bows once more to Ozai, telling the prince that he believes his desires were already fulfilled. But Ozai is not convinced. "This is all mere conjecture. You bring me no assurance of his demise," he hisses. The archer apologizes, but Ozai's mood shifts, and he helps the man to his feet. He orders him to return to his elite unit and give his resignation. Bashir is shocked, questioning the prince. "The Yuyan archers are an elite fighting force, the best of the best. You no longer belong," Ozai tells him, turning and leaving the man behind. Ozai travels down to his wife's chambers, ordering her handmaidens to leave immediately. He snatches at Ursa's hand, reminding her about how he ordered her to forget her old life, that having any contact with her past is considered treason. "I knew it! I knew you were intercepting my letters! How dare you!" she yells at him. He tells her he knows of her treachery, that he knows of Zuko. "But I am a merciful man. I will allow the child to live, despite the lowliness of his true heritage. Ikem, however, deserved his punishment," he tells her. "What did you do?" she asks, distraught. "I wiped that treacherous dog from existence," he tells her with an evil grin. Back in the present, Appa lands, allowing the group to disembark outside of Hira. Quickly, they disguise themselves as regular citizens of the Fire Nation and enter the town. Walking through, they discover a large crowd gathering in the square. I thought Hira was supposed to be a small town. Why is it so crowded? Katara asks. The group walks forward, discovering that the crowd is gathered around a stage, watching a play. I recognize this scene. It's the final battle from Love Amongst Dragons, Zuko tells them. The two actors portraying the dragons have a mock battle, throwing confetti as they're bending. As the group watches on, Zuko turns to his sister, reminding her of the times their mother used to take them to watch the play when they were younger. The play ends with the two dragons professing their love for one another, bringing cheers and clapping from the crowd. With the play over, the crowd begins to disperse, and Zuko steps up to an elderly couple, asking for information about a woman named Ursa. Ursa? Wasn't she the magistrate's daughter? The old man asks. His wife nods her head, beginning to bring up rumors of why she left. But the group is interrupted by a man wearing the blue spirit mask. Excuse me, my name's Norin. I'm the director of the Hira acting troupe. Ursa was once a member. The man introduces himself, shaking Zuko's hand. He offers them to his home so that they can talk about Ursa away from the crowds. We'll share some tea and I'll tell you everything I know, Norin tells them. Zuko bows, thanking the man for the honor. The day turns to evening as the group shares tea at Norin's home, introducing themselves to his wife of 5 years. Meanwhile, Azula and Zuko meet Kiyi, the couple's young daughter. Yet Azula is her standard evil self while Zuko befriends the young girl. Kiyi, are you being hospitable to our guests? Norin asks as he comes in with Sokka, bringing a tray of tea. I'm trying, Kiyi tells her father, glancing at Azula. The group sits down, with Norin explaining he would love to share stories with those who claim to be drama historians. Katara glances at her brother, and he smiles. Great cover story, right? I just opened my mouth and there it was, he whispered to her. Norin explains to them that Ursa is one of the acting troupe's most famous members. Years ago, she was taken away to the capital. Supposedly, she married into the royal family. This all happened before I came to town, but even I've heard the rumors, Norin's wife, Noriko, explains. What about Ikem? Zuko asks. Norin pauses for a moment, shocked that Zuko had ever heard of the man. Ikem was an actor too. Ursa's boyfriend, I believe. He disappeared shortly after Ursa left, Norin explains. Folks say he ran off into the Forgetful Valley, a forest at the bottom of the canyon, just outside of town. The heartbroken go there to forget their lives, Noriko adds. The woman looks up at the ceiling, thinking on the issue. You know, I vaguely remember hearing that Ursa came back to town years later looking for Ikem. They say she went after him in the Forgetful Valley, she tells them. But Norin shakes his head. That can't be true. No one's seen or heard from Ursa since she was taken to the capital, Norin tells his wife. Well, if it is true, it's awfully romantic, Noriko says. But Norin continues to shake his head. Romantic or tragic? Forgetful Valley is a dark, dangerous place. No one who enters ever returns, he tells his wife. After the tea, the group steps back out into the night air, bowing to their gracious hosts. They move through the village, heading back towards Appa. More than once tonight, I was tempted to burn that whole place down. But I resisted for you, Zuzu. I hope you appreciate that, Azula tells her brother. How could you even think about that with such a loving family? Katara asks. But Azula waves her hand dismissively. Oh, please, their charade disgusted me. Nobody's that happy, she snaps. Catching up to his friend in the dark, Aang apologizes for what he said that morning to Zuko. Yet he believes that Ikem should stay lost to history, and they should burn the letter. I don't have the letter anymore. Azula took it back, Zuko tells Aang. He tells him that they need to find his mother first. Then they can figure out who he is supposed to be. But Aang reaches out, putting his hand on Zuko's shoulder. Listen to me. When people come to your throne room and bow, they're not bowing to you, they're bowing to what you represent. A new era of love and peace. So it doesn't matter who your real dad is, you have to stay Fire Lord. You're not the Fire Lord for you, You're the Fire Lord for all of us, Aang explains. Sokka steps forward, indicating to the two girls fighting behind him, and asks how long they plan to continue to travel. I give it another 2 minutes before something is on fire or encased in ice, Sokka explains. But Zuko nods, a look of determination on his face. One more place to visit and we're done. We're going to Forgetful Valley, he explains. In the past, Azula sits on the edge of Zuko's bed, apparently happy by what she just told him. Stop it! You're lying! Dad would never do that to me! Zuko shouts, distressed. Ursa enters the room because of the commotion. Your father would never do what to you? What is going on here? She asks her children. Azula looks up at her mother, innocence on her face. I don't know, she tells as Ursa takes her arm and leads her out of the room, telling her daughter that they need to talk. In the hallway, Azula admits that she overheard their grandfather and father speaking in the throne room. She heard her father ask for Uncle Iroh's birthright, and their grandfather got very mad. Now for punishment, Daddy has to get rid of Zuko. Grandfather wants him to know the pain of losing a firstborn, she tells her mother. Ursa turns away from her daughter, ordering her to go to bed. Moving through the halls, Ursa doesn't see the evil smile that spreads across her young daughter's lips. Ozai, you can't do this! Ursa cries as she enters her husband's chambers. He turns away from the window, regarding her. I have no choice. Refusing the Fire Lord's command is treason. But I am a merciful man. I'm waiting till he's asleep. He won't feel a thing, Ozai tells her. Ursa looks at the prince for a moment before making up her mind. Listen carefully. I'll make you a deal. I know how to make a poison that is odorless and colorless, completely untraceable. It causes a person to pass quietly, as if he's simply fallen asleep. I'll give you a vial in exchange for Zuko's life. Once the poison is in your hands, you do whatever you wish, she tells her husband. Ozai turns away from her, staring out the window. I accept your plan, on one condition. Once we've made the exchange, you must leave the city and never show your face again. With you around, it is only a matter of time before a colorless, odorless poison is used against the new Fire Lord, he tells her. Ursa agrees, but demands to take her children with her. But Ozai shakes his head, telling her that if she keeps her word, no harm will come to them. But should you try to stay or take your children, I will hunt you down like I did your boyfriend, he warns. That very night, Ursa creates the poison as her mother showed her years ago. She hands it to Ozai and without a word, leaves him in the night. She stops in Azula's room, kissing her daughter gently on the cheek. And then when she goes to see Zuko and leans down to kiss him on the cheek, the young boy awakens, calling for her. She pulls him close, hugging her son. Zuko, my love, listen to me. Everything I've done to protect you, she whispers. Remember this, Zuko. No matter how things seem to change, never forget who you are, she tells him. In the present, the group bid farewell to Appa, walking the last few feet into the Forgetful Valley. The sun seems to disappear as the trees crowd the sky overhead, casting the earth into a gloomy twilight. Sokka stops, staring up at the strange face that looks at them from within a large boulder, seemingly warning and inviting at the same time. So this must be Forgetful Valley, Aang notes, stepping up next to his friend. How do you know? Are you detecting something with your special avatar powers? Sokka asks. But Aang shakes his head, pointing to the sign next to him. No, it says so on the sign. They continue forward, but there doesn't seem to be a path, and they aren't sure where to go exactly. Come on, Zuzu, for a true firebender, there's always a path, Azula shouts, blasting a hole through the forest, setting many plants on fire. Nature hates you, Sokka shouts as the others work to put out the flames. Suddenly, Aang turns away, clutching at his face. Quiet, guys, I'm sensing something with my special avatar powers. It's kind of making me want to go like this, he tells them, turning to show the weird face he is making. Sweetie, not with the faces again, Katara says, looking at her boyfriend. But Sokka waves his hand, telling his sister that he thinks Aang is onto something. He reaches out, showing them that there are strange faces on plants and animals all around them. He points out that the face Aang is making is the same pattern on that giant flutter bat that is flying away. Aang agrees and starts to chase after the critter. "Don't fly away, Mr. Flutterbat! I think we're meant to be friends!" Aang yells as Zuko tries to call for him not to run off. But Aang doesn't listen, chasing the Flutterbat through the woods until it leads him to an incredibly still pool of water. "Whoa!" Aang whispers, looking at the mirror-like water. The others catch up to him, also shocked by the stillness of the pool. "I've never seen water so clear and still," Katara tells them. "It's like a perfect pane of glass," Zuko agrees. Aang nods, looking at the others, telling them to be respectful. "This is a spiritual place," he tells them. Azula looks down at the still waters, once again seeing her mother's reflection in it. "You're going the wrong way, Azula. Turn back and find your true destiny," Ursa whispers to her daughter. But anger fills Azula again as she screams for her mother to shut up, blasting the water with electricity. Aang begins to yell at her, but Azula launches another attack at him as well. "She told you to lead me here, didn't she? So she could keep tormenting me with her lies," she screams. As Zuko yells for Azula to stop, Katara agrees, pulling the water from the pool to launch an attack. "We've tried to put up with her, but she's too dangerous," Katara tells her friend. Suddenly, twin flowery throwing stars sail out of the woods, cutting across Katara and Azula's arms and embedding themselves into the tree behind Aang. "These are the prettiest throwing stars I've ever seen," Aang exclaims, admiring the weapons. More of the stars launch out and everyone defends themselves. Katara sees one shatter on Sokka's club, finally understanding, realizing that someone is bending the water in the flowers to make them more rigid. But suddenly the vines from above attack them as well, and Sokka manages to save Aang from being attacked and then is shocked when Azula saves him. "The more peasants I have fighting for me, the better chance I have of surviving this nightmare forest," she explains. The vines keep attacking, and finally Katara begins to bend the water in them as well, twisting them away so that they are harmless. "Whoever you are, you're not the only one who can water bend. Show yourself," she orders. Everyone is shocked when two members of the Water Tribe step out of the woods and into the clearing. In the past, Ursa walks through Hira village in the dark. She returns to her old home, knocking on the front door to be greeted by a young girl. "Forgive me for disturbing you. I am looking for Magistrate Jinzuk and his wife, Rena," she explains, lowering her hood. But the little girl lets her know that they both passed away. Later, Ursa finds herself at the theater stage, alone and sad. "If you're looking for a role in this year's production, I have bad news for you. Tryouts ended weeks ago," a voice calls to her. But she stands, tears in her eyes, letting the man know that she was just visiting some old memories. Norin introduces himself to Ursa, telling her that he took over the acting troupe some years ago. He holds out his hand, telling her that sitting alone on a stage is no way to start the day, and offers her breakfast. "That's very kind of you. Thank you," Ursa smiles at him. In the present, the group sits around a fire, sharing their meal with the Water Tribesmen. The elderly woman Misu apologizes. "My brother and I just aren't used to seeing other humans around here. When we heard the commotion, we thought a forest animal was disturbing the pool. It must remain undisturbed," she tells them. Aang agrees, and the woman informs him that there are 3 other pools like it throughout the forest. "So how did 2 people from the Northern Water Tribe end up in the Fire Nation?" Katara asks. Misu looks at her, explaining that growing up, her brother liked to break the rules. He used to steal things from other members of the tribe, but he would always return them, and the people he would steal from would be so embarrassed that he would never get into any trouble. But one day, his luck ran out. I found him alone on the ice, his face horribly disfigured. It changed his life, our lives, forever," she tells them. Misu made it her life's mission to save her brother, and learned of an ancient spirit that lived in these woods that had the power to give people new faces. And the two tried desperately to get here. After many failed attempts, we finally made it to Forgetful Valley, and we've lived here ever since, hoping to encounter the spirit, Misu tells them. So you've spent your whole life trying to heal your brother? Aang asks, and Misu nods. Of course, I'm his sister, she says simply. Katara and Sokka smile at each other, but Azula and Zuko merely turn away. Azula rudely interrupts the story, demanding to know if the siblings had seen their mother, but Misu shakes her head, telling them that they haven't seen anyone in quite some time. Aang interrupts, asking what the Great Spirit looks like, but Misu doesn't know, just that the forest tells them when she is arriving. Face-like patterns begin to manifest on the trees, the wings of the insects, and the backs of the animals. Then, on a night like tonight, a giant wolf bearing the mark of a face travels from far away to drink from one of the forest's 4 pools. Whichever pool he drinks from, there the spirit appears. But we never seem to be in the right pool, Misu explains to them. She sighs, looking at her brother and telling him that they once again missed the Great Spirit. But Aang disagrees, believing that there is something that he can do, and goes to sit by the side of the pool. I'm going to try and cross over into the spirit world and try to get that giant wolf spirit to come here, he tells them. But Azula becomes angry, stomping off into the woods as Zuko follows her. Did we travel all this way to help a couple dirty vagrants or to find our mother? She demands. But Zuko explains that Aang is the Avatar and he helps people, and they're friends, so they help him. Suddenly, a deranged look appears on Azula's face once more. Wait, did she arrange all this? She asks, beginning to shout up into the lonely trees. I'm getting close, aren't I, Mother? Is that why you sent those 2 vagrants to slow me down? She demands no one. She rushes back into the clearing, preparing to attack Misu and Rafa, shouting to her mother that her plan isn't going to work. Zuko jumps in front of the attack, redirecting the lightning and shouting for his sister to stop. Meanwhile, Aang has entered the spirit realm, looking up to see the Flutterbat hanging over his head. Mr. Flutterbat, I knew we were meant to be friends, he shouts joyfully, and the spirit spreads its wings. Come with me, I will show you what you want to see, it tells him. Aang rides on the Great Spirit's back, high above the treetops of Forgetful Valley. He looks down, seeing the 4 pools far below, and the great wolf running along. Aang leaps down, trying to convince the wolf spirit that he is a friend, but the spirit doesn't look at him, bending down to take a drink from one of the pools. Hey, don't drink from here. There's a pool over there that tastes way better, Aang tells the spirit, but the wolf regards him coldly. Turning away, it moves to gallop off into the forest again, and Aang leaps onto its back. He holds on as the wolf moves at great speed. Finally, Aang opens his eyes to find that they've arrived at another pool. Who dares ride my wolf as if she were some common beast of burden? A voice calls to him. Aang looks up at the brightness above him. My name is Aang. I'm the Avatar. Who are you? He asks. The Great Spirit stands over him, faces floating all around her. I am the Mother of Faces. Lightning cracks from Azula's fingertips towards Zuko as he tries to defend Misu and Rafa. The lightning hits Zuko, but he redirects it into the sky. Zuko looks at his sister, yelling at her for her attack. Misu and Rafa have nothing to do with our mother, he shouts at her, but Azula has that deranged look in her eyes again. But that's exactly what she wants you to believe, Zuzu. How could you be so naive? She cries. Zuko looks at his sister and sadness begins to appear in his eyes. You're right. I have been naive, he tells her before turning to his friends. Take her down. Katara and Sokka launch into their attacks while Misu begs for them all to stop. No, don't do this. The Avatar is trying to bring the Great Spirit here, she begs. She's right. Stop, Aang tells them, suddenly returning from the Avatar state in the spirit world. Sokka breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, it's just you, Aang. This forest is so creepy I half expected another creepy face, Sokka tells his friends. Aang smiles, pointing towards the pool of water as several creepy masks bob to the surface. Aang smiles, looking at his friends and telling them that they need to stop fighting. We're about to have a visitor. The water begins to bubble gently, building in intensity. Suddenly, with a geyser of water, the Mother of Faces rises up. In the past, Ursa sits across from Norin at a noodle shop. She points out that his name is a strange coincidence, seeing how it's the name of one of the characters in the upcoming play. Well, you may have a point there, Ursa, Norin tells her with a smile. Ursa is shocked, as she never introduced herself. She stands, not trusting Norin, and begins to leave, but the man begs her to stop, promising to explain. When we were 6, you kicked me in the stomach and pushed my face in the dirt. When we were 21, you shattered my heart, he tells her. Ursa stops, turning back to the man, stunned and confused. It can't be, she whispers. And now you're going to walk away before we even get the chance for a proper conversation? My dear Ursa, don't you think you've hurt me enough? Norin asks. Ursa smiles, tears in her eyes. Ikem, she breathes. The Great Spirit stares down at the group that has gathered around one of her sacred pools. I am the Mother of Faces. Through me, separateness came into the world. Through me came identity. The one became many. I walk through my forest once a season, but never have I strayed from the path my wolf chooses for me. I do so now in deference to the Avatar. Each season, I grant one favor to one human. You may make your request now, she tells them. Aang is confused. He turns back to both Zuko and Misu, who both have requests. Just one? He asks. Aang turns back to the Mother of Faces, explaining that they actually have 2 requests this season. Do not test my generosity, young Avatar. 1, she tells him. Zuko nods, turning to look at Misu and Rafa. They've waited for so long. If there's only one, it should be theirs, he tells Aang. He motions for Misu to step forward, but Azula isn't allowing it. She pushes Zuko and Misu aside, striding up to the Mother of Faces. We seek a princess of the Fire Nation named Ursa. Tell me where to find her, she demands of the spirit. The Mother of Faces holds out her hand, displaying a shimmering image of Ursa. Ursa, I remember her. I could not understand why a human of such beauty would ask for a new face, the spirit tells her. She explains that she offered her a plain face, and the image shifts to a face they recognize. That's Noriko, Zuko shouts, recognizing Norin's wife. Zuko turns back to where his sister stood, but she is gone. He begins to head through the forest, but Misu shouts for him, telling him that she knows a shortcut. Thank you, he tells her. You were kind to us, she nods, despite what happened. Zuko begins to run, but Sokka quickly catches up to him. I know sisters can be a pain to deal with, and mine's not even that crazy. You're gonna need backup, Sokka tells his friend. Thanks, Zuko smiles. In the clearing, Aang turns to Katara, pointing towards where their friends ran and telling her that they need to help. But Katara is still watching Misu, who is trying to slow the Mother of Faces with her waterbending. Don't leave us yet, I beg you, Misu shouts, explaining that they've searched years for her. Foolish human, you dare bend the water of my sacred pool, the Mother of Faces shouts. Aang steps forward, trying to explain that Misu didn't mean any disrespect, but the spirit disappears beneath the surface, bidding them farewell. No, wait! Aang shouts, diving into the waters after her. In the past, Norin escorts Ursa to the old prop warehouse. There, he explains that once she left, the people of the village looked at him like he was something broken. So he did what people do when they want to forget their misery. He went into Forgetful Valley. He tells her that he found the Great Spirit there and asked for a new life, a new face. I came back to Hira as a different person, he tells her. Ursa steps forward, putting her hand on his cheek and asking why he never married, never had any children. You know why, he tells her simply, sadly. He puts his hand on her shoulders, telling her that a new face will keep her safe from the Fire Nation. She looks at him. There is so much of my life in the royal palace that I want to leave behind, but I am a mother now. I can't leave my children behind. But if I got a new face, maybe I could return to the capital city undetected. Maybe I could at least see my children again, make sure they're okay, she says, suddenly excited. Ikem looks at her, asking what she would do then. Would you stay in the city, hoping to catch a glimpse of them from time to time? Watch them grow from afar? What kind of life is that? He asks. Finally, she takes his hand, telling him to take her to the Forgetful Valley so she can meet this spirit. Aang dives deep into the pool as he creates an air bubble so that he can breathe, following the images of faces as he tries to explain to the Mother of Faces why she needs to help Misu and Rafa. But the creatures of the pool begin to attack Aang, trying to get rid of the intruder. Mother of Faces, how can you be so cruel? He shouts into the depths. There is a rumbling beneath him, and suddenly an underwater geyser shoots out. The force of the water shoots him back out of the pool, and luckily, Katara manages to catch him with her waterbending. Suddenly, the pool erupts once more, and the Mother of Faces stands before them again. Since the beginning of time, I've fashioned faces with great care and deliberation, with all my heart. In each face, I put a piece of my own being. But these humans trample into my forest to make demands of me as if I were their servant. They dare ask me to replace my precious gifts with new ones? Do you know how it feels to be told by insignificant beings that your work is inadequate? She demands of them. She leans down, telling the Avatar once a season is all the kindness she can tolerate. You, Avatar, are supposed to be the best of the humans, yet you jump into my sacred pool and defile it with your presence. You scold me like a child. Avatar or not, you humans are the same. Selfish, short-sighted, insolent. Get out of my forest and take your friends with you, she demands, and the clearing grows dark around them as angry faces appear on the plants and animals. Ikem and Ursa went into the woods, traveling together. They made a shelter, learning to live off the land as they waited for the Great Spirit. Time passed, and they grew close once again. Then one day, they hear the Great Wolf drinking from the nearby pool. Ikem tells her that the Great Spirit is nearby, and that soon she will be able to see her children again. But Ursa only becomes sad. These last few months, living with you in the forest, I feel like I've finally found my place in the world, she tells him. Ikem nods, thinking that maybe they can bring her children to live with them in Hira. But she shakes her head. You don't know what Ozai is like. I wouldn't just be endangering my children and myself. I'd be endangering you and probably the whole town, she tells him. Ikem nods, turning to the pool as it begins to bubble, and the Mother of Faces appears, looking down at the bowing Ursa. Human, what do you ask of me? She questions. Ursa keeps her head bowed, requesting that the spirit give her a new face. The Mother of Faces holds out her hand, not understanding why Ursa would want to give up such a beautiful face. Would you be willing to accept one much plainer than your own? She asks, showing the image of Ursa's future face. Any face will do, as long as it's new, Ursa tells her. The Mother of Faces leans back, regarding the small human. Ursa, I sense much pain in you. Do you really believe that a new face will relieve you of this pain? She asks. But Ursa knows that it won't, that her pain comes from a life she didn't choose for herself. I can do more than give you just a new face. I can give you a new mind, one that doesn't remember the life that came before, the Mother of Faces offers. Ursa turns back to look at Ikem, asking if she'll remember him. Is he a part of the life you wish to forget? The Mother of Faces asks. No, then you will remember him. Will I remember my children? Ursa asks, looking at the ground. Are they a part of the life that you wish to forget? The mother asks once more. Yes, then you will not remember them. Tears begin to well in Ursa's eyes, and the mother tells her that she must decide. Do you wish to have both a new face and a new mind? The mother asks once more. Yes, Ursa tells her. The Mother of Faces tells her to hold on as she reaches down and places the new face onto Ursa. The spirit wraps her hands around Ursa's face. Glowing light begins to flow through her fingertips. Ikem rushes forward, and as the light fades, the Mother of Faces pulls away and vanishes beneath the waters of the pool. Norin, where are you? Noriko yells, her eyes not quite focusing. Norin pulls her in close. I'm right here. I'll always be right here, he tells her. It wasn't long after that the village gathered for their wedding. Zuko and Sokka reach the village, quickly moving through the night until they are outside Norin and Noriko's house. It's so quiet, Sokka points out, readying his boomerang. Zuko steps up, peering into the window to find the family eating dinner together. Good thing Misu's shortcut worked, he whispered as they thought Azula had done something awful. Zuko rounds the corner, telling Sokka that he's going to go inside and asks his friend to watch out for Azula. After a gentle knock, Norin answers the door. I had a feeling you'd return, Norin tells him. Kiyi runs towards Zuko, calling him her best friend and hugging him. She drags him inside and the family invites the young man to eat dinner with them. The family laughs and enjoys each other's company, but Zuko can't help staring at the woman that he now knows to be his mother. Norin turns to the young man, asking him why he hasn't touched his food. Do you do this every night? Zuko asks. Noriko nods, explaining that they always eat dinner together. She looks at him, asking why he came back to the village. Zuko looks at the woman, silent for a moment before he finally asks her, Tell me, Noriko, are you happy? He asks. She smiles at him, motioning to her family. Of course, I'm where I belong, she tells him. Zuko smiles at his mother's words and begins to stand. I've bothered you folks enough. Have a good evening, he tells them. But Norin tells him to stop, turning back to Noriko and telling her that he knew this day would come eventually. Go ahead, young man. Do what you came here to do. Tell her you haven't forgotten who you are, Norin tells Zuko. Zuko turns back. My name is Zuko. I am the Lord of the Fire Nation, and I am your son. In the forest clearing, the spirit animals are surrounding Katara, Aang, Misu, and Rafa. Aang warns them not to harm the spirits as they begin to close in. The spirits keep shouting for them to get out, and Aang orders everyone to leave, but Misu refuses. My brother and I aren't leaving this forest until we have what we came for, she shouts, looking at her brother once more. One of the spirits leaps at Misu, and Aang uses an air blast to knock it away. The gust of wind stirs Rafa's mask, knocking it from his head to reveal the smooth area where his face should be. Misu yells that Rafa needs his mask, but Aang stops her, telling them that he's seen this before, when I met Ko the Face Stealer. Quiet, the Mother of Faces orders the spirits as she holds up her hands. Repeat what you said, Avatar. Aang stands there telling the Mother of Faces of Ko, the Face Stealer, and the time that they met. He is my son, she explains. She tells them that Ko has been estranged from her and that legends say he misses her so much that he's spent all of history stealing faces. The mother reaches out, her hand engulfing Rafa's face. She can sense her son's handiwork, and her hand begins to glow. Finally, she pulls away, and Misu rushes to her brother. Rafa looks up at her, his face returned. Hey sis, he smiles. Katara and Aang smile at the two siblings as they hug. Aang turns back to the Mother of Faces, thanking her for what she did, restoring the relationship between a brother and sister, and a mother and son. Standing before his mother, Zuko looks at her. Norin bows. telling Zuko that he had already recognized him as he had learned all he could about Ursa's children. He apologizes for lying to them, hoping that he could give them enough information to satisfy them while also protecting his family. He turns to Noriko, who still seems confused. You were once a princess of the Fire Nation. You had 2 children. One of them grew to become the Fire Lord. You don't remember any of this because a powerful spirit altered your memories, Norin explains. He turns back to Zuko, explaining that he also used to go by the name Ikem. Then, maybe this is where I belong too, Zuko says, sitting back down at the table. With my mother, my sister, and my father, he says, looking at Ikem. The man is shocked, explaining to Zuko that that's not possible. Suddenly, there is a loud crash outside, and sounds of fighting reach them as the rooftop explodes inwards. Azula lands, immediately spinning and kicking Zuko in the chest. She stands on the table, looking down at her mother. You! Finally! I can't tell you how long I've waited for this moment, she snarls at Noriko. Kiyi cowers with her father as Azula glares at them both. Tell me, mother, did you have a new daughter because your last one turned out to be such a monster? She asks. Sokka steps forward, telling her to stay back. Ha! Back for more, snow peasant? Where's your little toy? She asks, energy burning around her. Right there, Sokka points out, just as the boomerang cracks her in the back of the head. Sokka yells for everyone to scatter, making sure that Norin and Kiyi are safe. Azula struggles to her feet, leaping after the fleeing Noriko, who she pins to the wall. It all ends now, Azula hisses. Noriko reaches out her hand, touching Azula's cheek. If what you say is true, if I really am your mother, then I'm sorry I didn't love you enough, she whispers. Azula is stunned, tears in her eyes as she pauses. Zuko steps in, pushing his sister away. She lashes out at him, but he dodges her electric attack and sweeps a flaming kick at her. Azula leaps in, lashing out with punches and kicks, but Zuko dodges them, letting her strikes hit the wall. Oh, for crying out loud, stop moving, she snaps as she attacks again, sending a lightning strike at him. But Zuko redirects it, sending it back at her and slamming her into the wall. On the ground, she tries to plead with her brother. Don't you get it, Suzu? We'll finally be free. You of the throne and me of this incessant nagging in my head, she shouts at him. Zuko tells her that she is wrong, but Azula holds up the letter. She knows that he doesn't want the throne anymore, but Zuko is quiet, pulling free his crown. In my heart, I've always known that the throne is my destiny, he tells her. He looks at Azula, telling her that no matter how messed up their relationship is, she will always be his sister. Shut up! She bellows, launching another flurry of attacks. She rushes past him, running out into the night, and both Zuko and Noriko follow after her as Azula heads for the edge of the woods. But they can't catch up with her, and she disappears into the Forgotten Valley. Fire Lord, look! Noriko shouts, pointing as the Mother of Faces comes out of the valley, with Appa close by. Human, do you wish to return to who you once were? Do you wish to remember? The mother asks, looking down at Noriko. Zuko tries to stop her, telling her that she has such a happy life, but Noriko nods her head. Yes, she whispers, and the spirit reaches out her hand. The next day, Zuko and Ursa stand in the yard of their home. He looks over at Norin and Kiyi, telling his mother that she should go to them. No, you and I need to talk, she tells him. Zuko, what I said to Azula, I owe you the same apology. I'm sorry I didn't love you enough, she tells him, apologizing for choosing to forget him. But Zuko smiles, telling her that everything turned out okay. I've got some good friends now and a life I can be proud of, he tells her. She smiles at him, proud of the Fire Lord he has become. But Zuko reaches into his pocket, pulling out the letter that she had long ago written to Ikem. I know I'm the Fire Lord because it's my destiny. Even so, Mother, I need to know more about this, he tells her, handing the letter to her. Ursa nods, looking down at the words she had written, and she tells him that those words weren't true. It was long ago that Ozai told her what he did to Ikem for her treachery, and Ursa reaches out to slap the man, but he catches her hand. "Ozai, you know as well as I do that Zuko is your son," she shouts. Ozai knows. He had his men following her for months before the wedding. He demands to know why she wrote the lie, and tears begin to fill Ursa's eyes. "Maybe I wanted to see if you were reading my personal letters. Maybe I wanted to hurt you, even for a moment," she hisses at him. And she begins to cry, telling Ozai that maybe it was her wishful thinking, that Zuko would turn out nothing like Ozai. And the prince smiles at her. "Then that's how I'll treat him, dear. I want you to watch carefully from now on. Every time I speak harshly to him, every time I wound him, every time that I treat Zuko as if he were the son of a treacherous dog, I will simply be fulfilling his mother's wish." Zuko is shocked by this story. Ozai is a wretched man. To treat you like that just to get back at me, especially when you were so young, she tells him. Zuko looks down at the letter. "But he's still my father," he whispers. "Yes," she nods. She looks down, telling him that there is so much that she wants to tell him about her life before Ozai and now. And he smiles at his mother. "I want to know everything, from the beginning," he tells her. She takes his arm, beginning to lead him through the village. "For you, my dear, I'll start from the beginning." The city of Yu Dao. Members of both the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation gather before the government building. Amongst the crowd, Aang looks at Uncle Iroh, smiling at the old man. "Zuko was such a big part in making this happen. It's too bad he couldn't join us today," the Avatar tells the old man. Iroh nods, letting Aang know that Ursa and her family are visiting the Fire Nation capital, and Zuko wants to be there to support them. "How did your tenure as Fire Lord go, Iroh?" Katara asks. The old man laughs, telling the kids that he had a much better time than he thought he would. "The National Tea Appreciation Day was a rousing success, but it only made me miss my little tea shop all the more," he tells them, letting them know that today's event is his last act as interim Fire Lord, and he would be returning to Ba Sing Se shortly afterwards. Finally, the crowd quiets as the doors to the building open, revealing a group of both Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom officials. "Citizens of Yu Dao, the elections are in. Please welcome your city's new coalition government," Cory announces. The crowd begins to cheer and clap, and Toph stands next to Aang, wondering if the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom people will get along enough to actually govern the city. They've got to. Yu Dao's the example. The remaining colonies are all trying to set up the same system, Aang tells her. Later, the crowd walks through the building, heading towards the celebration banquet. But Aang pauses, seeing someone dressed like an air nomad, waving to him from the other side of the crowd. He breaks away from his friends, trying to push his way through the surging crowd. Giving up, he launches himself into the air and he flies over the heads of the crowd, finally catching up to the mysterious acolyte outside. "Hey, are you an acolyte? I don't think we've ever met before," he yells. He finally catches up to the woman on the wall, and she pulls down her hood, and Aang is shocked that he recognizes her. "Avatar Yang Chen?" he gasps. The woman stares at him, pointing out into the land and moving her mouth. Yet no words come out. "I can't hear anything you're saying," Aang tells her, reaching out for his past self, but his hand just passes through her. No, don't go," he shouts, but the woman disappears. Inside, the banquet is underway, and Sokka is in heaven, his mouth watering as he takes in all the food. "Yi Li, you've gotta try the turtle duck," he says to his friend, throwing a little piece of meat into his mouth. But the girl smiles, telling him that they follow the air nomad tradition of vegetarianism. "Sorry to hear that, your mouth is missing out on a whole lot of happiness," he tells her, taking another bite. Katara sits across the table, asking how Toph's school has been going, and she explains that she has so many students now that they've been having to live in earth huts outside. "I want to expand the building, but we don't have the money," Toph explains, picking something out of her teeth. Sokka eats another bite, asking why she doesn't just charge tuition. The Beifong Metal Bending Academy isn't that kind of school, and I don't want it to be a business. We're doing something new, you know, something important, she tells him. Katara suddenly sits up, realizing that no one has seen Aang in a while. She walks outside and finds Aang meditating on the balcony. Aang, what are you doing? She asks. Aang explains that he saw Avatar Yang Chen and that he's been trying to contact her through his meditation beads. And he stares down at the beads in his hand. I can't get through for some reason. Meditating just hasn't been going well lately, he tells her gloomily. Katara puts her hand on him, telling him that if he can't contact her right now, he should come inside and join the celebration. Aang sits up, smacking himself on the forehead. That's it! Celebrations! Of course! He shouts. They head inside and Aang finds his air acolytes. Clear your schedules! For tomorrow, we're going on a field trip! He tells them, bringing shouts of joy. Aang turns to the rest of his friends, letting them know that they're coming too. Aw, I was hoping to visit the Yudao market tomorrow. I need a new bag, Sokka complains. The next day, the group is flying through the air on the back of Appa, with Aang telling them all that they are going to love the celebration. Doubt it, Sokka moans. Oh, cheer up, Sokka. I'll help you shop for a new purse when we get back, Katara tells her brother. Not a purse, a bag, a manly bag to carry my manly things, he shouts at her, and Toph smiles as she leans back. We'll be sure to find one that matches your manly belt, she tells him. Aang is ignoring his friends, explaining to his acolytes that today is one of the highest holidays of the Air Nomad calendar. Yang Chen's festival. It hasn't been celebrated in over 100 years, he tells them. Aang explains that they are going to a cliff where there is a statue of a beautiful woman. We'll gather and bow 4 times as a sign of respect. Then we'll walk down the cliff to a secluded meadow, playing traditional Air Nomad music along the way, and when we get to the meadow, we'll eat a traditional Air Nomad meal, he tells them, before Toph interrupts. Let me guess, tofu, veggies, and not a lot of salt, she asks. Yep, Aang confirms. Afterwards, we can visit an island just off the coast, where Monk Gyatso used to take me and the other kids to fly kites. The wings there are perfect, he tells them, letting them know that he even packed an Air Nomad kite. The group lands and Aang leads them to the large statue of a beautiful woman. She's even more beautiful than I imagined, one of the acolytes points out. Sokka comes up, slightly confused. Huh, I thought it would be a statue of Yang Chen, but that lady doesn't have an arrow on her forehead. Who is it? He asks his friend. Aang looks a little sheepish as he responds. To be honest, I'm not sure. The festivals are supposed to celebrate Yang Chen's defeat of a powerful dark spirit. The Air Nomad Elder would tell the story every year, but I'd always miss it because I was flying kites with Monk Gyatso, Aang explains. Isn't it a little weird to be bowing to someone you're not sure who you're bowing to? Sokka asks. Well, that's just what you're supposed to do for the holiday. That's just how it's done, Aang tells them. Hearing these words, Toph remembers back to growing up with her parents. How any time she asked why she had to bow to a grave, dress up, sip politely from cups, or not play outside, her father always told her, that's just how it's done. All right, everybody, let's line up to do our bows, Aang tells the group, excited. But Toph refuses. No thanks. I just don't feel comfortable doing that kind of stuff, okay? Toph Beifong doesn't bow to anybody. Katara comes over, trying to explain that this is something important to Aang, but Toph holds her ground. So important, he doesn't remember who the giant stone lady is? If it hasn't been celebrated in over 100 years and the world didn't end, maybe it isn't important after all, she huffs. But Aang just laughs it off, taking his air acolytes, Sokka and Katara, and bowing to the giant statue. That was incredible, the air acolytes yell. Were you young ladies doing something different? All I did was bow, Sokka tells them, confused. With this done, Aang pulls out his Air Nomad flute and leads the group down to the meadow so they can have their celebration meal. The other air acolyte pulls out her cymbals, clanging away. Toph covers her ears, growing angrier and angrier, and the cymbals suddenly crumple in the girl's hands. If we have to do this, can't we do it quietly? Toph demands. Katara tries to calm her down, but Toph continues to yell about how she thought she was done with all this fuddy-duddy stuff. Aang doesn't turn around. Let's keep going, acolytes, we're almost there, he tells them. But one of the acolytes comes forward, asking Aang if the meadow is on the other side of the town. The group comes over the hill, discovering a mining town sitting where the meadow used to be. Smoke and fumes billow into the air as Aang looks on in shock. Oh no! This is where the meadow used to be, he whispers. They walk through the town with Aang looking around in disbelief. This was a sacred place, Aang tells Katara. 100 years have passed, sweetie. A lot can change, she tells him. Toph and Sokka suddenly get a whiff of meat and run off to find the source. And then Katara turns as someone shouts her name. Nyack? She asks, seeing an old friend from her village in the town. The two girls hug, with Katara asking her old friend, what is she doing here in the Earth Kingdom? We came to work at the refinery, her friend tells her, pointing to the large factory. We? Katara asks, turning to see her other friend Nutha at a nearby restaurant. But the girl just glares at Katara, calling her sister back. Turning away, Katara returns to Aang, who is still looking around the town in sadness. He turns, seeing Avatar Yang Chen once more, walking towards the refinery. He motions to his friends, telling them to follow him. As they go to the other side of the refinery, they discover a fence, and everyone covers their noses as the stench coming off the river is even worse than rot. Aang creates several platforms for his friends, telling the others that they are going to check out the river. But doesn't the fence mean we're not supposed to be here? One of the acolytes asks. No. The fence is not supposed to be here, Aang tells her before launching them into the air and over the fence. The stench on the other side of the fence, however, is even worse than before. Aang looks down in shock at the river as sludge runs through it and fumes escape into the air. This must be what Avatar Yang Chen was trying to tell me. It wasn't just about the festival. This land was once sacred to the air nomads. It's now being defiled, Aang states. Suddenly, 3 guards come rushing towards them, telling them that they can't be behind the fence. Aang smiles at them. Sir, I need to talk to whoever is in charge of this refinery, he tells the soldier. The guard asks who Aang thinks he is. I'm the Avatar, Aang tells him simply. But the man leans forward, getting very close. Once you cross that fence, all you are is a trespasser, he growls. He turns to the other guards, ordering them to get the others. The guards launch an earthbending attack, with Katara and Aang blocking the dirt to defend the air acolytes. As Aang checks on the acolytes, Katara prepares another attack. Move out of the way, Aang! I've got them, she tells her boyfriend. But Aang holds up his hand. No, not yet, he tells her. Turning back to the acolytes, he explains that peace is the center of the air nomad life. The guards rush in as Aang turns back to face them. We don't engage conflict unless absolutely necessary. And even then, things will often work themselves out, he tells them, leaping into the air over the guard's head and using an air swirl to bonk their heads together. The air acolytes cheer for their teacher, but Aang and Katara turn as the sound of clapping interrupts them. Flying fire ferrets! That was amazing! A man shouts as he walks over, introducing himself as Satoru. He begins to shake Aang and Katara's hand, telling them that it's an honor to meet them both, that he has read so much about Aang and his exploits. That's really nice of you to say, but listen, are you in charge around here? Aang asks, slightly embarrassed. Satoru explains that he is head engineer, but his uncle put him in charge of the operation while he is away. He turns, looking at the slightly bruised guards. Which is why the guards should have checked with me before they attacked you like that, he says, not happy. Aang nods, beginning to ask Satoru if they can sit down and talk about the location their refinery is on. But Satoru has stopped listening, his eyes going wide in disbelief. No way! This is the best day of my life! He gasps. Aang gets embarrassed, thinking the man is talking about him, but Satoru isn't even looking at him anymore. Toph! Beifong! Is it really you? He shouts. Toph turns as she takes another bite of her meat stick. Yeah, she says simply. Satoru begins to gush over Toph, rambling about how she saved the world and discovered a new type of bending that even the Avatar can't do. Ha! That's right, he can't, Toph laughs. Satoru bows, telling the young woman that it would be an honor if he could give her a tour of the refinery. Sure, Satoru, lead the way, she tells him, asking if her friends can come. You said my name, he gasps. Sokka leans into the group with his own kebab. This meat is so good. Anyone want a bite? He asks. Katara smiles, telling him that she'll try. By anyone, I meant any vegetarians, he says, ignoring her. Satoru begins to lead them through the refinery, explaining that his uncle discovered this area was rich in natural resources. But due to political reasons, he was unable to develop here. My uncle isn't a very political guy, but he is Fire Nation, and this land is Earth Kingdom, Satoru explains, really speaking only to Toph. Actually, Satoru, that's what I've been meaning to talk to you about. This land may be part of the Earth Kingdom, but historically, the air nomads have always... he begins. But Satoru isn't paying attention, instead continuing to explain everything to Toph. He tells her that after the war ended, his uncle was able to find an Earth Kingdom partner and open the refinery within a couple of months. We're the first joint business venture between the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation, he tells her proudly. Pushing open a large door into the factory, Satoru shows them the assembly line. Benders of different elements work along the line, refining the glowing green crystals from the earth. Wow, Jingbo the air acolyte states. You said it, Jingbo, Sokka tells him, also impressed. But Satoru leads them into the next room, showing them their new assembly line. Though it does the same job, this line is run by machines. Okay, my mind is officially blown, Sokka gasps, looking at all the machines refining the gems. Why would you want to replace bending with machines? Aang asks, perplexed. Satoru explains that not everyone is a bender, and it can take years to train a bender before they're even ready. But we can train an employee to use one of these machines in a matter of days, he tells them. Bending just seems so much more elegant, Katara says simply. Satoru admits that this might be true since the machines run an assembly line that isn't as efficient. What is that? Sokka shouts, distracted as a worker drives up on a forklift. Sokka walks over, asking if he can give the forklift a spin, as Satoru continues to tell the group about the refinery. I'm impressed. This whole place ticks and hums like the inside of a clock, Toph tells Satoru as Sokka speeds behind them on the forklift. Suddenly, he speeds by again and the machine breaks down, skidding to a stop. Sorry about that, Sokka says, getting off the machine and looking kind of upset. No, it's okay, I'm still tinkering with the design, Satoru tells him, popping the hood to look at the engine. He sighs, turning to tell Toph that he's going to have to stop the tour to fix the machine. Step aside, she says with a smile, stepping up to the vehicle. She is shocked though as she senses the parts of the engine. Satoru, this engine, I can feel it. Every part is precisely crafted, even the parts that nobody will see, she says, metal bending the broken piece back into place. Fixed, the engine roars back to life. That was amazing, Satoru tells her. No sweat. Even my most novice metal bending students could do that, she tells him. Suddenly, Satoru is even more excited as he comes up with a brilliant idea. What if you and your students came here every now and then, to help out with the machines, he asks. He smiles at her, telling her that they would pay them for their time. No, they're students, not employees. But you could sponsor a new school building for us, she says. Satoru nods, believing that his uncle would be up for their partnership between the school and the refinery. Satoru, I would love to be in a partnership with you. I mean the refinery, she tells him with a shy smile. Toph's softer side gives me the oogies, Sokka whispers to his sister. During all of this, though, Aang is looking around. Off to one side, he sees the image of Avatar Yang Chen once more. She waves to him, and Aang sees a vision of a giant spirit destroying a city. Yang Chen, what are you showing me? Is that what's already happened, or is it going to happen? He asks. But the vision and the spirit of the Avatar disappears before he is even given an answer. The air acolytes surround him, asking if there's anything they can do to help. I'm okay, I just need to get him to listen to me, Aang tells them, walking back over to Satoru. Aang walks back over to the group, once more trying to explain to Satoru that there shouldn't be a refinery in this spot, that this place is sacred to the air nomad people. You aren't supposed to build on sacred lands, he tells them. Before Satoru can respond, Toph speaks up. No offense, Twinkle Toes, but what is that, a rule from the olden days? No one's been here for over 100 years. If Satoru and his uncle can figure out a way to make this place useful, I say good for them, she tells her friend. But Aang tries to explain that Yang Chen's been trying to show him that something bad is going to happen. Like what? Toph asks. I'm not sure. I can't hear her for some reason. The vision wasn't clear, he tells her, concerned. But Toph waves it off. Here we go again. More stuff that's so important you don't even know the details, she says. Aang hangs his head, telling her that bad stuff is already happening. Katara interrupts, agreeing with Aang, and pointing out that a river shouldn't look or smell like the one behind the refinery. I know what you're talking about, Katara, but I can tell you for a fact that's not the refinery's fault, Satoru tells them. The man explains that his uncle believes it is a natural phenomenon. Are you kidding me? Aang asks, getting angry. I'm with Aang. Nature might be gross, but it's never that kind of gross, Sokka adds in, helping his friend. Finally, Toph steps up, telling everybody to back off. She puts her hand on Satoru's shoulder, telling him to repeat what he just said. Satoru repeats his words as Toph listens intently. What's she doing? The air acolytes ask. Toph can use her earthbending and seismic sense to figure out if someone is lying, Katara quietly explains. Toph turns back to Aang, telling him that Satoru is telling the truth. Finally, Aang grabs his friend by the arm, pulling her away from the group and asking if they can talk. Aang quietly explains to Toph that he knows what it's like to have a crush on someone and how it can cloud your perception, but Toph waves him off, turning back to the refinery and its workers. Look around, Aang. People from all over the world are here, working side by side. Isn't that exactly what you've been wanting for Yu Dao? Satoru's right. This place is the future. Do you really want to sacrifice the future for some stupid backwards holiday? She asks. The two begin to get angry with one another, yet suddenly they are interrupted as the ground begins to shake at their feet. The refinery begins to shake too, with everyone grabbing cover. Sokka and Katara come running over, yelling for both Aang and Toph to keep calm. Wait, you think we caused the earthquake? Toph asks. Satoru nods, explaining that none of their workers are strong enough for that, but Toph gets angry, explaining that she's not some novice. But the ground begins to shake again though, causing everyone to stumble, and a cart of gems tips over, spilling across the ground. Satoru looks around at the destruction, politely asking Aang and Toph to leave before they cause more chaos. How many times do I have to tell you people? Those earthquakes are not because of me! Toph shouts at everyone. Suddenly, shouts come from within the refinery as people begin to cry for help. The group rushes inside, looking as one of the machines begins to spew rocks all over the factory floor. One of the machines has gone crazy! Sokka yells. The friends begin to direct the workers out of the room as Toph and Aang rush forward to help someone trapped beneath the destroyed machines. I'll get him, Toph! Aang yells, moving forward. Toph rushes for the machine as Satoru yells for her to unplug the power cord. Aang pulls the man to safety as Toph launches herself across the room, and she slams her fist into the machine, destroying it. That was dramatic, Aang tells her with a smile. You know me, she says, dusting off her hands. The two friends apologize for the argument earlier, trying to get on good terms again. As they walk out of the factory, they are both confronted by a Fire Nation mercenary. Avatar Aang, still showing up where you are not wanted, I see. Colonel Monkey laughs. Aang prepares for a fight, demanding to know what the rough rhinos are here for. but the colonel waves him off, explaining that they have been hired as personal security for the refinery.
What's all the ruckus? Who are these people?
Satoru's uncle Loban asks, walking out to find the destruction. Satoru steps up, explaining that they are his guests, and he can explain everything.
Satoru, you can start by explaining what happened to the machine that cost us 10,000 bon,
Loban shouts, gesturing towards the destroyed machine. You couldn't just unplug it? Satoru questions, looking at Toph. She shrugs. Loban begins to shout at his partner.
What did I tell you, Lao? Satoru is too scatterbrained to shoulder any real responsibility, he shouts.
But his partner isn't responding, merely staring at the group.
Lao, you look like you've seen a ghost,
Loban asks. Lao steps forward, standing before Toph. Father, she says. Toph stands before her father, the rest of the group stunned. Bossman Lao? You told me you didn't have a family, Satoru says, coming up from behind his boss. In an instant, Lao's face hardens. That is correct. This girl is not my daughter, he says simply, turning away from Toph. Her friends try to defend her, while Satoru asks her the truth, but his uncle begins to yell at him, telling him to mind his own business since he's already caused enough trouble for the day. He yells for his son to get the Benders back inside, or they're all out of work, and Satoru runs off to do his uncle's bidding. Father, Toph says simply, her face following her father as he walks away. But Lao turns back. Guards, escort this confused young lady and her friends out of here, he tells the rough rhinos. The colonel walks over, asking Aang if he wants to do this the easy way or the hard way. But both Aang and Toph drop into combat stances. Avatar Aang, aren't we leaving? The man in charge said we have to go and not to come back, the air acolytes ask. Aang shakes his head. No, we're not leaving until I talk to someone about the refinery, he tells them. We're not leaving until I talk to my dad, Toph adds. I didn't realize that being an air acolyte meant I had to break so many rules, the air acolytes whisper. The colonel smiles, the rest of the rhinos at his back. Okay, the hard way it is, he says as fire appears in his hands. Aang nods, telling the others that they need to get the guards out of the building and away from the workers. That's a whole lot of big burly men. You guys sure you want to do this? Sokka asks, pulling out his boomerang. The colonel attacks, sending a blast of fire at them. Despite their early arguments, Toph and Aang quickly begin to work together. Toph creates a slide of earth beneath the rhinos' feet, and Aang sweeps them away with a blast of air. As the team begins spreading out for the fight, Aang turns back to his young air acolytes, telling them to get to safety. While he's distracted, one of the rhinos rushes him, taking a massive swing with his staff. But Aang easily avoids it, backflipping over the attack. I don't think we've met. Are you new to the Rough Rhinos? Aang politely asks as he continues to dodge attack after attack. The man grunts, telling Aang that he once was a guard for Ozai, but then you had to ruin everything, he shouts, slamming his staff down for another attack. But he brings it back encrusted with dirt. So what's your name? Aang asks, still being polite. Utor, the man grunts. Nice to meet you, Utor. A little advice? Find some other group to join. The Rough Rhinos are bad news, Aang tells him. One of the rhinos takes a swipe at Toph with his sickle. Hey, watch it with that thing, she shouts, stomping her foot and launching the man into the air. Aang launches himself over, catching the man before he can get hurt. You've got to be more careful, Toph, Aang tells his friend angrily. The soldier thanks him before he takes a swing at him with a knife. Oh, pipe down for a minute. I have to talk to my friend, Aang hisses, stomping his feet and letting the rhino sink into the earth. Aang walks over to Toph, explaining that they only do enough to stop those they fight, not try to hurt them. But Toph scoffs, reminding Aang that he just tried to cut her in half with one of his knife thingies. He would have just landed in some bush somewhere, she tells him. Aang tells her that while it was probably upsetting to see her father like that, they can still fight these guys with an inner calm. Ugh, will you stop talking to me like that? I'm not one of your acolyte kids, all right? She snaps at him as she turns and launches herself away. "I'll fight the way I want," she says. Meanwhile, Sokka leaps at the Colonel, his club swinging hard. The metal slams into the Colonel's chest and does nothing. "Ha! Was that supposed to hurt? I've used chopsticks thicker than your arms, boy. You really think you can beat me?" He laughs. "Nope," Sokka yells, turning and running away. And the Colonel stares in shock. "Hey, come back here and fight," he yells. "No thanks," Sokka shouts over his shoulder as he runs past Katara, who is holding off two of the rhinos herself. But Sokka grabs her by the arm, forcing her to run with him. "I had those guys," she shouts at him. "Will you please just follow me? I've got an idea," he tells her. The Colonel pulls up next to his men, riding his rhino. "Saddle up, boys. It's hunting season," he tells them. Sokka and Katara keep running, with the girl turning to her brother. "Brilliant idea, Sokka. First we'll let them onto their Komodo rhinos, and then we'll let them chase us to a dead end," she snaps. But Sokka tells her to shut up and orders her to jump, and they leap out of the way, letting the Komodo rhino break through the gate. Sokka nods. "Hey sis, what's that over there?" he asks. "A river," Katara smiles. Meanwhile, Yi Li and Xing Ying are backing away from another rough rhino when they hear Jingbo shout from behind them. "Make way, Acolyte sisters, make way!" he shouts, steering the forklift towards the large man. The rhino runs off, and Xing Ying tells Jingbo to stop. "What were you planning to do?" she asks. "Smush him with the forklift," he tells her simply. And the two girls tell Jingbo that he can't do that as an heir acolyte. "But I thought we were supposed to break the rules," the boy said, sadly. But suddenly a chain whip lashes out and wraps the girls up, and the rhino lifts Jingbo up, laughing at him. "Let this be a lesson to you, kiddos. Never have a conversation when you're in the middle of a fight," he tells them. But suddenly, the chain whip begins to move, snaking out and wrapping around the rhino. "What? Haven't you heard? I invented metal bending," Toph tells him simply. She yells at the girls, telling them that they should have just let Jingbo run over the rough rhino with a forklift. But they try to explain that they are following the air nomad teachings. Those precepts were created a long time ago when the world was completely different by people who aren't around anymore. You guys have to stop worshiping the past and start worrying about the right now. Otherwise, you aren't gonna have a right now to worry about, she shouts at them. Aang comes over, asking why the air acolytes didn't leave when he told them to. Xing Ying steps up, telling the Avatar that they came here to learn of the air nomad tradition, and they're not going to leave until they properly celebrate the Yang Chen festival. With these words, everyone apparently forgets about the fight that they are having, and Aang leads the air acolytes away, telling them that even though the meadow isn't here, they can make do. "Toph, you're welcome to join us," he tells her, turning back to his friend. But she launches herself away, telling them that she'd rather do anything else. Inside, Satoru is trying to get his benders back on their schedule, pushing them extra hard since the other assembly line is down. Suddenly, the wall explodes inwards, revealing Toph standing there. Satoru and the other benders stop, staring at the young woman. "I'm here to talk to my dad," she tells him. There's a pause. "That way," he says, pointing her in the right direction. Aang leads the air acolytes through the refinery town, telling them that he used to always eat his meal with Monk Gyatso under a giant leafy tree. If I remember right, the tree was right about here, he finishes sadly, staring at the large stump that used to be the tree. Xing Ying tries to apologize to him, but Aang says it's okay. He looks up, seeing a restaurant nearby. Maybe we can celebrate in the same spot, even if the spot's now indoors. As Aang moves inside, Yi Li points out that the menu is a little strange. "Cabbage soup? Cabbage noodles? Cabbage cookies?" she reads. "Yuck! Who would want to eat a cabbage cookie?" Jingbo asks. Inside, the cabbage man is startled when Aang comes in. He turns around, seeing the young man, and is shocked. "It's you! Bad things always happen to my cabbages when you're around," he yells, and Aang seems confused. "Really? Are you sure you don't have me confused with someone else? He asks. Aang asks if they could eat a meal, and the man looks around. I suppose so, but you must keep all bad things far, far away from my cabbages, he tells them. Aang smiles, telling the man that he'll do his best, and then asks if they can eat their own food. But the man shakes his head, telling them that they'll have to order something. That's fair. Give us your house special, Aang tells him, and the man rushes back into the kitchen all excited. A plate of cabbage cookies coming right up, he yells. Quickly, Aang and the air acolytes work to set up the meal for the celebration. The cabbage man comes back bringing them a plate of cookies. Not bad. Tastes kind of like a sugar cookie, but more cabbagey, Jingbo notes, taking a bite. Meanwhile, Toph has found her father's office. She opens the door, and her father sits at his desk, staring at her silently. Outside, Katara has frozen the other members of the Rough Rhinos. So, you're Ye Lu, the Rough Rhino's explosive expert? Sokka notes, standing in front of the man who is still holding a stick of dynamite, with the fuse lit. Yes, Ye Lu says simply. And you were planning on throwing this bomb at me and my sister? Yes. But my sister froze you? Yes. And now you probably want me to get rid of the bomb before it blows half your arm? Yes, Ye Lu says, more urgent as the fuse burns shorter and shorter. Even though you were trying to kill us just 10 minutes ago? Sokka asks. Ye Lu hesitates. Yes? Fine, Sokka says, pulling the bomb out of Ye Lu's grasp. He tries to put it out with his fingers, but the fire burns him. He blows and he blows, becoming more frantic as the fuse burns shorter and shorter. Finally, he simply throws the bomb right as it's about to explode. The bomb explodes, taking a large chunk of the wall with it, and Sokka turns back to the frozen rhino. I can't believe that's what you were trying to do to my head, he shouts angrily. But Katara calls him over, pointing out that they found a secret passageway near the river. They begin to climb down, knowing that they need to check it out. Up on the hill, the colonel and his men are still frozen. I can't feel my arms, the colonel shivers. I told you to incorporate more armor into your uniform. I'm actually quite toasty, Ye Lu tells him. In the restaurant, Aang holds out his hands to the meal they are about to eat. Today isn't going the way I imagined, but happy Yang Chen's festival anyway, Air Acolytes, he tells them, and he takes their hands, offering to say a prayer before they begin to eat. Everyone closes their eyes as Aang begins to speak. We are grateful for this delicious food and the friends with whom we share it. We are grateful for happiness, compassion, and peace. We are grateful for our hope for the future, he says, the tattoos on his head glowing, and our guidance from the past. Avatar Yang Chen finishes for Aang, sitting across from him in the spirit world. Aang is shocked that he can finally hear the past Avatar's words. She explains that the Avatars are linked like a chain. After he had severed the link with Avatar Roku, he injured his link to the avatars that preceded him. Aang is surprised, asking how they are able to connect now. This meal that we share serves as a temporary conduit. Traditions like Yang Chen's festival can allow you to access the guidance of the past, she explains to him. In the physical world, the cabbage man is leaning over his counter. What's happening? He asks, fear in his voice. The acolytes explain that Aang is in the spirit world and seems to be talking to someone. Something bad's about to happen to my cabbages, isn't it? The man asks, cradling his vegetables. In Lao's office, the man pushes a picture of his family under some papers on his desk. He looks up at Toph, once again explaining that she is not his daughter. Let it go already. Nobody's here but you and me, and we both know you're lying, she tells him, walking across the room. Anger suddenly fills Lao's voice as he stands. You presume to tell me what I know? He snaps. He tells her that he spent countless hours of his life trying to raise a proper young woman, that he did everything he could to protect her from the outside world. Now clearly this rude, ungrateful thing in front of me is not my daughter, he snaps at her. I know I've put you through a lot, but you've got no right to talk to me like that, she tells him. For a moment, it looks like Lao doubts himself. But the anger is quickly back. Show me I'm mistaken then. Greet me properly, as a child ought to greet a parent, in a manner befitting someone of our class, he tells her. Below ground, Katara and Sokka have discovered a vast underground mine beneath the refinery. Sokka motions Katara over, showing her a large smokestack that is causing the pollution in the water. More rough rhinos come up behind them, ordering the kids that they need to leave. Sokka turns, pulling out his club. I've got them, he tells his sister, and Sokka dodges an attack, swinging his club like a sword and smacking the rhino in the chest. He dodges as the other launches a volley of arrows, and they stick into a support beam, splitting it and causing the whole chamber to rumble. Katara yells for her brother to stop, that this whole chamber is the source of the earthquakes and could come down at any moment. You've got to stop fighting, you're making things worse, Katara yells. Sokka rushes past her, dodging more arrows. Tell it to that guy, he shouts. She bends some water, freezing the rhino's bow arm. It isn't safe down here. We've got to get the workers out, Katara tells her brother once he has joined her again. Sokka nods, getting up onto one of the mine carts. Attention everybody! This mine could collapse at any moment! We need to get everyone out of here in an orderly fashion, he yells. But none of the workers move. They glance up at the young teen, but almost immediately go back to their work. Sokka keeps talking, but finally, someone steps out of the crowd. We aren't all as lucky as you and your sister, Sokka, Nutha says, stepping forward with her sister close by. Sokka smiles as he recognizes his sister's old friends, but Nutha keeps talking. Not everybody gets to buddy up with the Avatar and leave home. I'm sure you're not aware, since you haven't been back, the Southern Water Tribe hasn't been doing that well since the war ended. We're lucky to have found work here, Nutha says, angry at Katara. This job is all we have, Katara. Without it, we don't eat. So unless the boss man orders us to leave, we have to stay, Niuk tells her friend. Sokka pauses for a minute before running off, yelling to Katara that he is going to find the boss man. Back in the spirit world, Aang continues his conversation with Avatar Yang Chen. He explains to her that he had to cut his tie with Roku because the Avatar wanted him to do something that he couldn't. The world is so different now from when he was alive. His advice didn't fit anymore, he tells her. Yang Chen nods, agreeing that Roku wanted Aang to hold too tightly to the past. You know, maybe Toph had a point, Aang says, hanging his head. Yang Chen explains that Aang's past lives aren't meant to bind him, only to guide him in his life. If you separate yourself from those who came before, you will inevitably make the same mistakes, she tells him. She looks at Aang, telling him that she has made mistakes herself, mistakes that he must not repeat. And with these words, she begins a story. Many centuries ago, lightning crashed in the sky above as a rainstorm beat down on a great city that once sat in the same spot as the refinery. The king had sent for Yang Chen's help, and the young Avatar was eager to make a difference in the world, despite what her teacher wished. She arrived at the palace, where the king explained that their fortune tellers predicted that a great tragedy would befall the city that very night. What are they talking about, Your Majesty? Yang Chen asked after hearing the three old crones' predictions. I'm not sure, he tells her. So Yang Chen went back out into the storm, sitting on a cliff just outside the city, the rain lashing down on her as she meditated. It was just past midnight when a great spirit emerged from the depths of the ocean. Don't worry, nothing I can't handle, she told her master. But she was lying. She could feel the grief, and it overwhelmed her. Tears sprang into her eyes, quickly washed away by the rain. She confronted him, riding up on an air scooter. She asked the great spirit what his grievances were, but the spirit didn't speak to her, lashing out instead. She fell to the ground, Master Boma coming over to help her. As they looked on, the spirit began to attack the city. Master Boma, what do I do? She asked. I'll evacuate the city as quickly as I can. You pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and you go get him, Boma tells her. In Lao's office, Toph continues to stand in front of her father. She doesn't know how he can be so blind, that his daughter was never the perfect, polite girl that they wanted, that it was always an act to get them to leave her alone. That girl never existed. Your real daughter might not be prim and proper, but she's become the greatest earthbender of all time. She trained the Avatar. She helped end the 100-Year War. And now she is standing in front of you. Don't you have anything to say about that? She says to him. But Lao simply turns away, not saying a word. And as Toph turns to go, she wipes the mist from her eyes. Coming back to talk to you was a mistake. Don't worry, I won't bother you ever again, she tells him. But she stops as the door slams open, revealing Sokka. He stomps forward, demanding that Lao orders the workers to leave the mine. It's too dangerous. I assure you, our crystal mine is completely safe. We inspect it daily, Lao tells him angrily. Not the crystal mine, the iron mine beneath the town, Sokka explains. The Lao doesn't believe him, telling him that they don't have an iron mine, just the crystal mine. Follow me, Sokka tells him, leading them out of the room. Back with Aang and Yang Chen. Yang Chen continues her story. Master Boma had evacuated the city while she fought against the Great Spirit. They fought through the night, with the city destroyed as neither could gain the upper hand against each other. It was finally as the dawn broke over the horizon that Yang Chen finally demanded that the spirit tell her what he wanted. He rose up, his earthen armor falling away as he touched Yang Chen on the forehead.
I am called General Old Iron, he tells her.
He explains that long ago, when the spirits wandered the earth, he lived in this land with his friend, Lady Tainei. She was the most beautiful spirit and filled the world around her with beauty. Old Iron served as her protector. When the humans arrived, Old Iron tried to stomp them out, but Lady Tainei took pity on them and loved them, and so Old Iron left. Over time, the tribe of humans grew into a great city. Old Iron then explains that a few nights ago, he felt the death of his friend, and that he knows that it was the humans who killed her. That her death shows what the world will become because of the humans. Yang Chen returned to the king, telling him what Old Iron said. It is true, I caused her death. The fault was mine alone, the king says. He steps forward, begging the spirit that he not punish the city for the king's actions. In the present, Lao is shocked to find the iron mine beneath the town. He explains that it shouldn't exist, that he and Loban decided the area was too dangerous to put a mine in.
I made no such agreement, Lao. Because of your cowardice, I had to pursue this particular opportunity in secret on my own, Loban says, entering the mine. He explains that this mine is the richest deposit of iron in the area, and Lao just wanted to leave it? Listen, you dunderhead, you need to stop thinking about money and start thinking about people's lives, Toph snaps at the man. Satoru steps forward, explaining to Toph that she is wrong about his uncle, that he would never endanger people, but she shakes her head. You gotta trust me on this one, Satoru. I can feel the earth and ore shifting all around us, she tells him. Lao nods his head, ordering the miners to leave immediately. But Loban shakes his head, telling the workers that if they value their jobs, they will get back to work. Sokka turns, finding the two rhinos have returned. One stabs out with his spear, but Sokka dodges. The weapon lodges into another of the support beams, destroying it. And the whole chamber begins to shake around them. In the spirit world, Yang Chen looks at Aang, explaining that she was very young when she found Old Iron. The Avatar could still be elusive, but when I saw General Old Iron attacking the people, the Avatar state welled up within me, she says. Old Iron tries to lash out, but Yang Chen blocks him with a tower of earth. She floats into the air, wind swirling all around her. They continue to fight, with Yang Chen easily turning aside the Great Spirit's attacks. Remember, General Old Iron, I am the Avatar. I stand on the border of the spirit and human worlds. To ensure that border never shifts into a rift, peace is possible. Balance is possible. Lay down your armor and listen to me.
she tells the Great Spirit. The earth crumbles from the Great Spirit, and the two finally talk. They come to an agreement that as long as it was honored, General Old Iron would never again attack the people. And so I established a ritual among my people, she tells Aang. A realization dawns on Aang as he figures out what the Yang Chen's festival is supposed to celebrate. As Yang Chen is about to explain the agreement between her and General Old Iron, everything begins to shake all around them. Aang comes out of the spirit world to find the restaurant shaking around them. "Another earthquake!" he shouts as the air acolytes look around in fear. "No, no, no!" the cabbage man yells as his cabbages are spilling onto the ground. As the shaking stops, Aang orders the acolytes to their feet, telling them that the people will need their help in the village. They run through the town, finding the others coming out of the mines, and Aang tells the acolytes to help the wounded. "Sokka, my sisters are still down there," Niuk tells Sokka. He nods, telling her that so is Katara, and he'll figure something out while the air acolytes take care of her broken arm. Aang is confused, but Sokka quickly explains everything they discovered about the mine, telling him that it's directly beneath them. Aang uses his bending to start digging down towards the mine, but he suddenly hears a voice. "Aang, stop!" Katara yells from beneath them. "We're all alive down here thanks to Toph!" Aang nods, telling her to get everyone clear so that he can bend a tunnel to save them. But Katara tells him not to, that if he bends the wrong way, the whole mine could collapse. "There isn't just earth between you and me. This place is full of iron ore. Right now, Toph's metal bending is all that's keeping us from being crushed," she shouts. The group huddles together as Toph strains to keep them safe, sweat beginning to drip from her face with the exertion. "Heed my words, students of Beifong Metal Bending Academy. Chi clings to your very being like a heavy, suffocating cloak. Take a hold of its dark folds and keep guard against the impish breath of distraction," the Dark One shouts as he and the others lead the newest group of students at the academy. But Hotun steps forward, reminding the students that they should feel it in their gut. But the whole class is interrupted as Sokka comes rushing in, telling the Dark One, Penga, and Hotun that Toph needs their help. Quickly, they all rush outside, boarding Appa, who leaps into the sky. At the refinery, Aang continues to look into the smug, clouded skies. He leans down, speaking into the earth. "Katara?" he says quietly. "Is Sokka back yet?" she answers, her voice softened by the dirt between them. "No, I just wanted to hear your voice. How's Toph holding up?" he asks. "As good as you could expect, considering she is literally carrying the weight of the world right now." Toph braces herself, her bending holding the earth above them, keeping them all alive. Sweat drips down her face from the strain as the metal creaks and shifts around them. Katara hands her water skin to Satoru, telling the young man to bring it to Toph. "If Toph fails, me running out of water won't matter much," she tells him. He walks over, telling the young woman not to speak, and offers her the water. Once she has drunk the last of the water, Toph asks Satoru to stay. "Talk with me," she asks him. He looks at her, shocked, asking if that would make it harder for her to concentrate. "What? This is nothing. Barely breaking a sweat," she smiles at him. Satoru sits with her, telling her his story and why he follows his uncle so closely. Both of his parents used to work for Ozai and had joined a pro-Ozai underground society after he was defeated. Satoru couldn't stand it anymore and ran away, living on the streets of Ba Sing Se's lower ring. When his uncle heard what had happened, he found Satoru, took him in, and gave him a job. "I admire him so much. He doesn't care about politics. But now I realize that's only because he cares about money," he sighs, realizing he was too afraid to be thrown out to see his uncle for what he truly was. Satoru smiles at her, telling her that he wishes that he was brave like her for standing up to her father. As if on cue, they hear a cough next to them, and Satoru looks up to see Lao. "Excuse me a moment, Satoru," Lao asks. As Toph continues to strain, Lao stands in front of her, and he finally gives her the apology that he should have given her years ago. Her mother blamed him for her leaving. After she was gone, he came to the refinery to escape from his old life. In case these are our final moments, Toph, I need you to know, not a day has gone by that I have not thought of you, he tells her with tears in his eyes. I love you, my daughter. I'm sorry for everything. There's a pause as Toph turns her head away from her father before turning back. That's your problem, Dad. If you knew me, the real me, you wouldn't be wondering if we're gonna live or die, she tells her father, setting her shoulders and lifting the earth around them a few more inches, steadying it. Because you know, I can keep this up as long as I need to. I'm Toph Beifong, the greatest earthbender of all time, she gasps. Above them, Aang shouts for the others as the metal-bending students arrive. He fills them in quickly on the situation. Though they are nervous at first, Katara yells Toph's instructions from beneath them. Finally, the students drop into their stances, preparing to bend the iron beneath them. The three of them work together, pulling large chunks of iron from beneath the earth. Suddenly, the dirt moves beneath them, revealing a large iron mask bearing its fangs at them. At first, the students are frightened, pulling back and making the ground above Toph shift. But Aang believes in them, telling them that they are literally the best metal benders outside of Toph. No one can do this but you, he yells at Hotun. The students return to their tasks, finally yelling at Aang that they need his help moving the last of the dirt as they near Toph and the others. Finally, they pull the last of the iron away, shifting the dirt and revealing the chamber below. Toph suddenly relaxes, throwing a thumbs up to her students. Not bad, she gasps at them before passing out into her father's arms. And everyone comes rushing out of the hole. Anybody hurt? I've got plenty of bandages and splints, Jingbo yells, running over. Katara runs into Aang's arms and they kiss. I know, but these oogies are well-deserved, Sokka tells Momo. The students rush over to make sure that Toph is okay, with Lau introducing himself to them. Sifu Toph has a dad? Penga asks, shocked. What did you think? She just popped out of a rock? Hotun asks. It'd make sense, wouldn't it? She tells him. As everyone begins to gather, getting their injuries checked out, Loban looks around, shocked at all the iron that litters the ground around him. I thought it'd take months to dig that iron out of the ground, but now it's here, all around us. I'm surrounded by a fortune. He smiles. He yells for some of the rough rhinos nearby, telling them to get their Komodo rhinos so that they can haul the iron down to his ship so that he can bring it back to the Fire Nation. If I process it there, that coward Lau won't have any claim on the profits. I believe my partnership with the Earth Kingdom is at an end, he says to himself. Suddenly, the winds begin to pick up around them, and Katara remarks that she thinks a storm is coming in. I don't think that's just any storm, Aang tells her. He looks on, seeing the spirit of Avatar Yang Chen standing nearby. But once more, he can't hear the words coming out of her mouth. He rushes over to the air acolytes, telling them that he needs to finish the ceremonial feast. Jingbo nods, but holds up the ceremonial vase that was destroyed in the earthquake. Aang thinks back on what Avatar Yang Chen had said to him during their last meeting, thinking that there might be a way to re-establish his connection with his past selves. Anything I can do to help? Katara asks him, but Aang shakes his head. No, I got this. I just need to find someplace quiet and a good-sized rock, he tells her. Aang finds a quiet place, sitting down to meditate as he finds a decent rock. He uses his earthbending to quickly sculpt it, and now it resembles the medallion that once linked him to Master Roku. He attaches it to his beads and closes his eyes. Aang, Master Roku greets him with a smile. Aang is happy with his past self, but sadness overtakes him as he begins to explain his actions. But Roku merely opens his arms, gesturing for the young Avatar to come to him, and they hug. I'm sorry, Master Roku. I missed you so much, Aang tells him. But Master Roku continues to smile, telling the young boy that his past lives can only offer advice based on their own experiences. It is up to him to find the balance between the past and the future. Remember this as you search for a solution to your current dilemma, he says, gesturing to the rest of the past avatars lined up behind him. Aang passes them, greeting each as he sees them, until he finally comes to Avatar Yang Chen, and she smiles at him. I need to know the terms of your agreement with General Old Iron. Finish your story, please, he asks her. She nods, explaining that General Old Iron promised to never take up his armor against mankind. In exchange, she built a memorial for Lady Tianhe and promised that the land would return to its natural state, free of human civilization. Once a year, she would lead the air nomads to this location to let the rest of the world know that it was sacred to them. After her death, this became known as Yang Chen's festival. Aang nods, realizing that the iron they found in the earth was part of General Old Iron's armor. Yang Chen nods, telling Aang that her promise to the spirit has been broken. What if we put things back the way they were? What if we bury the armor and return this place to its natural state? Wouldn't that unbreak your broken promise to General Old Iron? He asks. Yang Chen nods, telling the young avatar to go and help his friends. As Aang comes out of his meditation, he leaps up into the air. The storm has become stronger, and in the distance, he can see a great spirit coming out of the ocean. Aang lands back amongst his friends, and he quickly explains that the iron is the armor of a great spirit, and it needs to go back into the earth, and that they need to return the land to how it was. But doesn't that mean you have to destroy the refinery and the entire town? Sokka asks. Aang nods, asking Katara to get all of the workers clear, and then looks towards the metal benders to help him, but is surprised to find that the giant mask has disappeared. And suddenly, Satoru comes rolling up on a forklift. I saw my uncle and a couple of rough rhinos dragging the mask down to the beach, he shouts. Aang tells him that he needs to get it back. I'm on it, Satoru shouts, and Sokka gets on board the forklift. Me too, he shouts as they ride off. Can I drive? Sokka asks. No, Satoru tells him sharply. Down on the beach, the rhinos are trying to load the mask as the storm lashes around them. Suddenly, a boomerang comes flying out, snapping the ropes tied to the great hunk of iron. The Avatar needs you to return that mask, Sokka tells them. Uncle, your greed almost got us killed in that mine. Haven't you learned your lesson? Satoru asks. But his uncle glares at him, telling him that he had planned for Satoru to be his successor, but now he realizes the young man doesn't have what it takes. Rough rhinos, take care of those two, Loban orders his men. Katara returns to Aang, telling him that the town is empty, and the Avatar turns, looking out on the ocean and seeing General Old Iron growing closer. Do you see him? Aang asks. I do, Katara tells him. She understands what Aang has to do, kissing him on the cheek and telling him that he better hurry. I hate destroying things, Aang sighs sadly. As everyone moves away, Aang enters the Avatar state, leaping into the air and controlling all of the elements. But one of the workers overheard what the Avatar was planning and rushed over to tell Lao, warning him that the Avatar was going to destroy the town. Lao is shocked, looking up at the Avatar swirling above them. Dad, what's going on? Toph asks, struggling to sit up. Lao turns, beginning to tell his exhausted daughter what is happening, but stops himself. It's nothing for you to worry about, my daughter. Rest. What matters is that you're safe, he tells her. But she sits up angry, telling him that she doesn't need to be protected. She needs to know what's going on. And he nods. One of my employees just informed me that the Avatar is about to destroy the refinery, he tells her. He explains that he doesn't know why, but losing the refinery would ruin him. He sighs, telling her that they wanted to do something new, a joint project between the two nations. It's a symbol that can only exist in a world of peace, he sighs. He bows before his daughter. So please, Toph Beifong, you're the greatest earthbender of all time. Help me, he asks. Toph smiles, energy flooding through her body as she gets off the bed. Come on, you lily livers, let's help the man out, she tells her students. Over the refinery, Aang launches 3 massive fireballs towards the main building, but the fire impacts a wall of earth that rises up from the benders. Toph, what are you guys doing? Aang asks, coming out of the Avatar state. What's it look like we're doing? We're stopping you, she shouts up at her friend. Back on the beach, Sokka blocks another arrow from the Rough Rhino archer. He turns to Satoru, throwing him his battle club. What am I supposed to do with this? I'm an engineer. I don't know how to fight, Satoru says as he begins to run from the other Rough Rhino. Look, I fight people more powerful than me all the time. If you can't beat them, outthink them, he shouts, dodging another arrow. He throws his boomerang, smashing the archer's bow. Hello, Mr. Rough Rhino archer guy. Here's my guess. You got super good at the bow and arrow because you're not so great at hand-to-hand combat, Sokka says, squaring off against the bowless bowman. That's not true. I trained for years, the archer shouts, throwing a punch that Sokka easily blocks. With a quick twist, he spins and throws the archer to his feet. Satoru leads the other Rough Rhino back to the forklift. He smashes the engine, letting the steam shoot out and hit the man in the face. Sokka comes over, smiling at Satoru, outthinking their attackers. You think your advice applies to things even bigger than the Rough Rhinos? Satoru asks with a look of fear on his face. How big? Sokka asks as he begins to turn around. That big? Satoru whispers, pointing to General Old Iron as he comes out of the ocean. Lobon continues to struggle to pull the mask down the beach towards his boat, but suddenly it begins to glow and float up into the sky. He stares up in shock at the giant spirit standing over him, but he refuses to let go of the rope. Satoru rushes over, jumping and holding on to his uncle, begging for him to let go of the rope. Sokka jumps up, grabbing onto the big man as well, and all together they begin to lift higher and higher into the air as Satoru continues to yell for his uncle to let go. No, don't let go! Whatever you do, don't let go! Sokka shouts as he looks at the ground far below them. The mask locks into place on General Old Iron's face as the 3 humans dangle below his mouth. Back at the refinery, Aang is trying to explain to Toph and her students the situation, but finally just gives up. Toph, there's just no time to explain. You gotta trust me, okay? I gotta make this place look the way it used to, he shouts at her. Why? So you and your acolytes can have your little picnics here and act like it's the olden times again? She asks him. Aang tries to explain that he needs to prove to the spirits that humans can preserve things. By destroying everything those people built? She shouts. She yells at Aang that the refinery is the future and she won't let him destroy the future. Toph, please, you gotta get out of the way, Aang yells at her. But Toph and her students drop into a battle stance. Make us, she shouts at him. Aang throws a blast of wind at each of them, knocking the 3 of the students off their platform. But Toph is prepared, blocking the blast with a wall of earth. She begins to throw blocks of earth at Aang, hurling them forward with powerful punches. Aang dodges, but eventually one hits him and he falls to the earth. Irritated, he blows the last rock apart with a vicious punch. Get ready, Team Beifong, let's metal bend! Toph shouts, taking up a position with her students. Aang dodges their metal attacks, trying to explain to Toph that if there were any other way, he would be doing it. But the students interrupt him. Is that the giant ancient spirit you were talking about? Pengu asks, pointing over their shoulders. In the distance, General Old Iron begins to walk through the town. The iron around them begins to lift up, encasing the massive spirit in a dark armor. Meanwhile, Katara gasps as she looks up at the great spirit and sees her brother hanging from its mouth. Sokka, hang on, she shouts. Like I have a choice, Sokka yells back. Katara creates a water slide out of the rain and positions it beneath them. I've got you guys, now let go, she yells to them. Both Sokka and Satoru shout for Lobon to let go of the rope, but the man is too afraid. I can't, he shouts in fear. Yes, you can. Just breathe out slowly and let go, Satoru tells his uncle calmly. The 3 of them fall, caught in Katara's water spout. They float to the ground below. You know, I don't think I like water slides any better than I like dirt slides, Sokka tells his sister as he coughs up water. Meanwhile, Aang floats up to General Old Iron's face. General Old Iron, I am the Avatar, he begins to shout. But the spirit interrupts him.
I know who you are. I was once taken in by the chittering of one of your predecessors. No more. I've come to do what I should have done long ago. Wipe your kind from existence, the spirit shouts, bringing his fist down and smashing the buildings below. Katara blocks his second blow with more water bending. Before Old Iron can attack again, he is hit from behind by a massive dirt fist that Aang has created. Aang floats atop an earthen body that rivals Old Iron in size, and the two great behemoths begin to trade blows back and forth. From afar, the metalbenders look on. Hop to it, Team Beifong! The Avatar needs our help! Toph yells, beginning to run towards the fight. Hey, weren't we just trying to fight him off a second ago? Penga asks. The metalbenders drop into their stances as Toph directs them. Using their bending, they begin to peel the iron armor off of General Old Iron's body. It's working! Keep it up! Toph yells to her students. Aang looks down at his friend as she begins to shout at him. Aang, you got a clear shot now! Right in his chest! Go back into the Avatar state and give him everything you've got! She shouts. But Aang shakes his head, afraid that Old Iron won't be able to withstand the attack if he doesn't have his armor. Are you out of your gourd, Twinkle Toes? He's about to crush you! Do it! Do it now! She shouts. But Old Iron has discovered the metalbenders, demanding to know how they have learned such power and dare use it against him. He begins to reach out for them, and Toph turns back to her students. Hotun, Penga, the Dark One, I'll hold him off, you guys run! She yells. But the students stand their ground. We're not leaving you, Sifu Toph! Penga yells. The bitter grip of death is still sweeter than disloyalty, the Dark One confirms. But Aang flies in front of the spirit, trying to reason with him. General Old Iron rears back, ready to smash the metalbenders. No! Stay away from my friends! Aang shouts, dropping to the Avatar state, and he launches an attack with all of the elements, smashing General Old Iron in the chest. And the spirit falls, a gaping hole in his chest. Aang lands near the spirit's head. Oh no! I didn't mean to! He begins. Too late. Too late. For my kind. Long ago, I was much more peaceful than you humans. Now look at me. Look at you, he tells them. General Old Iron begins to stand, moving back towards the ocean. He tells the Avatar that he was right all those years ago. There is no place for the spirits in this world anymore. Aang flies next to Old Iron, telling him that he is the bridge between the spirits and the humans. You repeat those words over and over like it's a mantra, but you are fooling only yourself. Whenever the border between our two worlds grows to a rift, the Avatar will always side with the humans. The Avatar is, after all, a human, Old Iron says, stepping into the swelling ocean. He knows that humans' true nature is to dominate. He turns back, bowing to Aang. I pay homage to you, young human, for you have vanquished me, he says. General Old Iron begins to glow. He transforms into several spirit creatures who disappear beneath the waves. Aang stands on the beach, looking out into the calm ocean, sadness on his face. Behind him, Toph comes up. She knows that it wasn't easy for him to attack the spirit, but thanks him for saving her and her students. She reaches out and they embrace. As they hug, the sun begins to peek over the horizon, and at the refinery, Lao stands before his workers. He knows that they have been through a lot, but wishes for them to stay with him, to help rebuild that which they had created. After all, the refinery is the future. Let's build the future together. He shouts as the workers clap and cheer him on. He steps off the stage,
taking his daughter's hand. Not bad. Not as good as the speeches I give at the school, of course, but not bad, she tells him with a smile. Back in the camp, Katara catches up with her friends, learning of all that has happened with their tribe since she left. She apologizes and promises to return soon, but her friends smile, telling her that they had no right to be angry earlier. You and Sokka, you make us Southern Water Tribers proud. Later, Aang and Katara return to the site of Lady Tianhe's statue, which now lays in ruins on the ground. How awful! What happened? Katara questions, but Aang shakes his head. All those earthquakes, maybe? I'm not sure, he tells her. Aang is sad, believing that maybe General Old Iron was right, and that humans and spirits might not be able to coexist. But Katara doesn't believe that. She believes in the Avatar, and she tells him that he should talk to his past lives, see if they have any ideas. Aang nods, sitting down to meditate as Katara leaves. Find me if you need me, sweetie, she tells him. Aang holds his beads, but before he can close his eyes, he is interrupted by a squawking. I know, you poor cranefish don't have a statue to perch on anymore, he tells the bird that has drawn near. More of the birds appear, and they begin to squawk and glow as they encircle Aang. You aren't just normal birds, are you? Aang suddenly realizes. The birds begin to glow and fuse, and suddenly, Lady Tianhe is standing over Aang. She smiles at him, telling him that she was once the caretaker of this coastline. The seashore was beautiful, but also stagnant, characterless, and unchanging. That is, until a small group of humans built a magnificent city here, she tells him. She explains that after General Old Iron left her, she began a new tradition. Once a year, she would take the form of a human and stroll through the city's streets, marveling at everything the humans had created. One night, she met a human that she fell in love with, and she decided to make her human form permanent. They were eventually married, and her sweet prince became the king. But eventually, as with all humans, she died, and her king blamed himself. But you didn't die. You're right here, Aang tells her. Yes, my king was brilliant, but he was wrong. Spirits don't die. We simply take a new form, she explains. General Old Iron was wrong as well. It is not human nature to dominate, but to create, she tells him. She begins to shimmer again, taking the form of the cranefish once again. She tells Aang that while humans falter from time to time, she knows that they can learn from their mistakes. I believe that ultimately, you will create a civilization that preserves and protects while it grows. The birds begin to leap into the air as Lady Tianhe explains that the spirits will always have a place in this world, as long as the humans make one for them. But how can you be so sure we'll do that? How can you know? Aang asks the birds as they fly away. And as the last bird leaves, Aang can hear Lady Tianhe's final words. I don't know, young Avatar. I hope, she says. 3 months later, a new tradition has begun. The parade moves through the streets of the town, led by the air acolytes and the metalbenders. Toph reaches out, punching Satoru in the arm. What was that for? He shouts. The refinery's been open for almost 2 weeks, and you haven't invited me back yet. Weren't we supposed to be in some kind of partnership? She shouts at him. Well, I was kind of expecting you to just waltz back in whenever you felt like it, Satoru tells her as Toph sits next to him. What? My father raised me to be better than that, she tells him with a smile. Katara looks around at the new tradition, shocked that Aang is okay with the loud parade, and Sokka selling meat on a stick. Aang agrees that it's not the same tradition. We're calling it the Spirits Friendship Festival. He smiles as he looks around at everyone having fun. Same tradition, only in a new form. The Fire Nation capital. The night is dark. In his home, Yukino is awoken by voices in his bedroom. Yukino, you're a failure! Yukino, a disgrace! The voices call. Yukino sits up, staring at the cloaked figures in his room. They float before him on a wave of smoke, their tattered robes blowing gently. "You failed as the governor of New Ozai, but we offer you the chance for redemption," they whisper to him. You're the Kamurakage," Yukino stutters in fear. The Kamurakage lean forward, telling Yukino that safety is born from strength, and that as long as Zuko is on the throne, the Fire Nation is in danger. "Act now! Depose the weakling! Redeem yourself or suffer!" they order him. Yukino still can't believe it, but the smoke dissipates, and the strange spirits are gone. The next day, Yukino stands before the members of the New Ozai Society. He tells them that they've been patient, but the time to act has come. He reports that his spies have told him that the Fire Lord will return tomorrow, with his friends and his mother, Ursa. The name brings boos from the room. He says that the journey over land will leave Zuko vulnerable for long periods. "Tomorrow we remove Zuko not only from the throne, but from the face of the earth. Tomorrow we will restore the Fire Nation to glory. Tomorrow we attack!" he shouts to his group. Yet one young man isn't cheering. Kalo walks into Yukino's chambers after his speech, asking to speak with their leader. He asks why they are attacking now, when before, Yukino has said that they would need months to prepare and plan. "Kalo, I have recently had premonition of sorts. We can no longer wait on this," Yukino tells him, reaching out for the man. Fear is in the leader's eyes as he tells Kalo that safety is born of strength. Out on the ocean, Aang and Ki-Yi laugh as they ride the back of the flying dolphin fish as Sokka and Katara watch from the bow of Zuko's boat. Zuko and his mother step on the deck, feeling the sea air on their faces. "The captain says we're only a day away from the mainland. So much has changed, Mother. I can't wait to show you around," Zuko tells Ursa with a smile. Ursa laughs, putting her hand to her son's face and commenting on how his eyes still sparkle when he gets excited. Zuko smiles, turning from his mother to check on his friends. Alone, Norin expresses concern for his wife, noting that her hands always get cold when she is worried. And for a moment, Ursa's eyes show fear. It's just been a long time since I've been in that place. I'll be fine," she tells her husband. She turns, gasping as she sees Ki-Yi riding the sea creatures with Aang. "Ki-Yi, come back!" she screams, despite Katara explaining that it's perfectly safe. Aang brings the young girl back, apologizing and explaining that she wasn't in danger. But Ursa grabs her daughter, pulling her into a hug. "I can't lose you. I can't," she gasps. But Ki-Yi isn't happy, trying to pull away from the woman she doesn't recognize. "Let go! Let go!" she yells before running to Norin and asking him to take her downstairs. Zuko comes over, telling his mother that Ki-Yi just needs some time since Ursa regained her original face. Aang once again apologizes, but Ursa tells him not to and that she is embarrassed for overreacting. With these words, she wanders away to be by herself on the deck of the ship. Back in the capital, Ty Lee enters a flower shop, happy to find the family of her friend May within. She is surprised to see Michi and Tom Tom, but Michi explains that she discovered that May's father is not handling the new Fire Lord very well, and they had no choice but to leave. "I thought I heard your voice," May says, coming out of the back room. Ty Lee grabs her friend, hugging her and leading her out of the room, and quickly they find themselves in a tea shop down the road. Inside, Ty Lee fills May on everything she's missed since she left Zuko in the capital. Ty Lee then changes the subject, asking if May has been seeing anyone. The young woman tells her that she met a boy named Kai Lo who had bought flowers and then gave them to her. Yet she discovered that he worked for her father and was trying to recruit her into his secret society. "I'm sorry, May, but I promise that not all guys are jerks," Ty Lee tells her. But May explains that Kai Lo has been meeting her in secret for the past couple of weeks. Ty Lee is shocked, but May explains that she thinks she can use Kai Lo to to stop her father. He has told her that they have something big planned for Zuko's return, and that she asked him to meet her here so that Ty Lee can get a read on him. As if on cue, Kylo enters the tea house, pulling down his hood. "Over here, babe," May calls, her entire demeanor changing. Back aboard Zuko's ship, his group of friends bid him goodbye in the night. Aang explains that Zuko and his family need the time together to bond. Zuko smiles, thanking his friends for everything they did and hugging Aang goodbye. "Happy to be there for you, buddy," Sokka tells him, patting Zuko on the back. The friends quickly board Appa, taking off into the night. "We'll see each other before you know it. Yu Dao's inaugural celebration is in a week," Aang calls, waving goodbye as they float into the air. Zuko smiles up into the darkness as his friends fly away. He turns, finding his mother on the deck of the ship, looking out on the dark ocean. He watches a tear fall down her cheek, and he steps forward, revealing himself. "Mom, you okay?" he asks as he dabs at her eyes. "Zuko, I'm fine," she tells him simply. Meanwhile, in the tea house, Kylo has finished telling the girls about Yukino's plot. "You're so brave to bring this information to us, Kylo. I'm so impressed," Mai tells him, a big smile on her face. Kylo smiles, telling them that he did it for May. He gets up to leave, and May calls out to him. "Bye, babe," she yells. "He's out of earshot. You can stop being so fake now," Ty Lee snaps. May turns back, her entire demeanor shifted again. "Well?" she asks. Ty Lee is shocked that May can lead Kylo on like that, but May shrugs it off, explaining that it's for a good reason. "That boy's got a good aura. I think he's being truthful, which is more that I can say about you right now," Ty Lee tells her. On the boat, Zuko and his mother continue to talk as they look out on the ocean. He tells her not to worry, that Ki will come around to Ursa's new face. But she nods, telling him that she was actually thinking about her other daughter, Azula, that she hopes that she is warm and happy wherever she is. Zuko nods, telling his mother that he searched for weeks through Forgetful Valley, and that Azula will only be found when she wants to be found. "I'm sure she's safe. If nothing else, she knows how to survive. Happy though? I don't even know what that would mean for her," Zuko tells his mother. Finally, Ursa forces a smile. "Zuko, we shouldn't be so dour on the eve of our homecoming. It'll be wonderful to see you in your element," she tells her son, taking his hand. Zuko is shocked that his mother's hands are freezing and moves to lead her below deck. But they are both stunned as a messenger hawk lands on the rail. Zuko pulls free the message from the Kyoshi warriors, reading it quickly. When questioned, he tells his mother that it's nothing he can't handle and sends her below deck. The next day, Ursa is surprised that they haven't reached Harbor City, but are just off the coast. Zuko nods, telling her that they have changed plans. And suddenly, the water next to them begins to bubble as a submarine breaks the surface. "Wow! What is that?" Kiyi yells. "A submarine, a ship that goes underwater. It's based on one of my friend Sokka's designs," Zuko tells them. "That funny guy with the boomerang?" Doran asks. "That's him," Zuko nods. The hatch pops and Iroh reveals himself, waving to his nephew. He gets out, hugging his nephew and accepting thanks for acting in his place. Iroh turns, bowing to Ursa and apologizing for all the pain that his family has caused her. He is shocked though as Ursa pulls him into a hug. "Iroh, what are you apologizing for? Your presence in the family always gave me hope," she tells him. Zuko holds his hand out, helping Suki off the ship, and she confirms the plan with him. She'll escort him and his family along a hidden route, while a decoy takes the main roads. "So you were able to find a decoy then? Who?" Zuko asks. "Well, Iroh sort of volunteered," she says as they both turn to see the old man smiling and waving vigorously. "No offense, Uncle, but you and I don't really look alike," Zuko tells his uncle. But Iroh smiles, telling his nephew that the people will only see his hand. "What do you think? Is my hand waving filled with enough angst? I've been practicing all morning," Iroh tells him, demonstrating his angst-filled wave. Finally, they all begin to board. Zuko leans down to his sister, convincing her to take Ursa's hand even though she doesn't want to. They all board the submarine and take off, allowing the flagship to continue on its way. Arriving at Harbor City, the ship is greeted by throngs of supporters cheering for the return of Fire Lord Zuko. The ramp lowers, allowing the Fire Lord's carriage to drive forward. Everyone cheers as the Fire Lord waves to them. Inside, the guard turns to Iroh. "Why so sullen, General Iroh?" he asks, looking at Iroh's serious face.
"I find that method acting works best for me. How can I wave with angst if I don't feel the angst?"
Iroh tells the man. Meanwhile, the other Kyoshi warriors wait off the coast as the submarine arrives. The family quickly disembarks, boarding the waiting carriage. The group doesn't hesitate, quickly beginning to move away from the shore. Along the normal route, May and Ty Lee look out from one of the watchtowers. May's eyes narrow as she looks out at the road as the convoy begins to grow closer. A watchtower every 100 yards or so? A narrow road that forces you to travel single file? This is probably the most heavily fortified road in the Fire Nation. Why would my dad choose here, in broad daylight? He's a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them, May tells her friend. Kylo's a liar, she hisses. But Ty Lee defends the man, telling May that she was the one who was lying the other day. Finally, one of the warriors interrupts them, telling them that the convoy draws near. Ty Lee draws their attention, pointing to a group of men sliding down from the hills around them. "Up there! That must be them!" she shouts. "What did I tell you? Good aura, that boy," Ty Lee shouts as they all leap out of the watchtower's window. On the ground, the new Ozai warriors have already surrounded the Fire Nation soldiers, knocking several of them off their ostrich horses.
"How can you defend that imposter?"
One of the Ozai warriors snarls, standing over a Fire Nation soldier, his hand ready to shoot flame. But Ty Lee is there, hitting the warrior in several pressure points and dropping him to the ground. The rest of the Ozai warriors are dropped quickly as May moves to the carriage. "Iroh, you okay in there?" she asks. The door bursts open, revealing the elderly Bender.
"Oh yes, the Dragon of the West is ready!"
he shouts, but his face drops as he sees the warriors defeated around him. But he quickly gathers himself.
"Good work, everyone, and so quick!"
He congratulates the group of soldiers. May nods, admitting that it was over too quickly. My father gathers an army, yet he sends these 6 buffoons to take out Zuko? It doesn't add up, she whispers. She bends down, trying to get information out of one of the warriors, but they are interrupted as Suki's distress flare shoots up over the forest. "So much for Kylo's good aura," May hisses. In the forest, Zuko's convoy is stopped as a tree suddenly falls in their path. "What's going on?" Zuko questions from the window. Suki looks back, telling him that an old tree fell in their path. But Zuko turns, looking at sticks of dynamite tied to another tree. "I don't think that tree fell because it's old. Get down!" he shouts. The bombs explode, surrounding the group with fallen trees.
"Free Fire Lord Ozai! Free Fire Lord Ozai!"
The Ozai Society chants from the woods. The Kyoshi warriors draw their fans, preparing themselves. "Ready yourselves, sisters! We're in for a fight!" Suki yells. Zuko turns, ordering his family to stay in the carriage. The warriors continue to chant as Yukino steps forward, a mask covering his face.
"Zuko, the time has come for you to return the throne to the one true Fire Lord. We demand you step down at once. Do so peacefully, and no harm shall come to your family," he shouts.
Zuko looks up, smiling slightly. "Let me get this straight. You expect me to give up my destiny, my rightful place in the nation, just because a bunch of thugs who were too cowardly to show their faces asked me to?" he asks.
Well, yes?
Yukino nods, sweat breaking out on his forehead. "Ridiculous!" Zuko snaps, throwing a massive fireball at them. Yukino orders his men to attack, and the battle begins. Suki fires her signal flare into the air as Zuko rushes towards 3 of the attackers. He leaps, kicking and throwing flames as the Kyoshi warriors leap amongst the Ozai Order with their fans. "There's no end to them," Zuko shouts, turning back towards Suki, just in time to watch her get snagged by a bolo. He turns as another of the Ozai warriors fires a bolo at him as well, and he falls to the ground, captured. "Ha! Not bad for what was it you called us? A bunch of thugs?" Yukino laughs from his perch. He turns to his men, ordering them to attack the carriage while he reminds Zuko that he didn't give up peacefully. "Leave them alone! They've got nothing to do with this!" Zuko shouts. "This is wrong, Master! I won't let you hurt those people!" Kylo shouts, pulling down his mask to reveal his face. He leaps down, cutting Zuko free, and the 2 leap to attack the remaining warriors. Yukino looks down, with no surprise in his eyes. "Kylo, I wondered how long it would take you to finally reveal your treachery. I knew long ago that your heart had abandoned the righteous path, and that's why you proved useful to me." Zuko and Kylo are pushed back to back, with the Fire Lord demanding to know why Kylo freed him. "Let's just say we have a mutual friend," Kylo tells him. "Who?" Zuko asks. "Her!" Kylo shouts as they look up to see Mai and the rest of the Kyoshi warriors dropping from their airship towards them. Mai lands, throwing her knives at the Ozai warriors. "Now, finally, the Dragon of the West is ready for action!" Iroh shouts with a giant smile. Mai turns, grabbing Kylo. "I knew you couldn't be trusted," she snaps. Kylo tries to defend himself, explaining that the society fed him bad information. "I vouch for him," Zuko tells her. "What? You don't know a thing about him," Mai snaps in disbelief. "I know his name is Kylo and he just helped save my family," Zuko tells her. But Mai isn't listening anymore as she hears her father's voice coming from amongst the Ozai society, ordering them into battle. She leaps away, joining her father on the fallen tree. "Have you lost your mind? This is treason," she snaps at her father. "You've never been able to see past your own needs, daughter," he tells her. One of his warriors leaps past, raining blows on Mai. Yukino shouts at the man, telling him to stop. "You gotta stop, bro. Boss's orders," another warrior yells, leaping in to help. "Tell her that," the man shouts, trying to block Mai's flurry of blows. Kylo leaps in, trying to help Mai. "Attack him, you imbeciles! No mercy for Kylo!" Yukino yells. "So, who gets mercy? I'm so confused," one of the society's warriors mumbles. Together, Kylo and Mai quickly dispatch the warriors. Kylo tries to explain to Mai why he did what he did, but she brushes him off. Kylo apologizes, telling her that he really does like her. Suddenly, one of the warriors rushes them, and Kylo is knocked from the log, falling towards the earth below. Mai flips the warrior, knocking him out. "Kylo?" she shouts. "I'm okay. My leg might not be, but I am," he shouts back up to her. Mai turns as her father comes up behind her, pulling down his mask. "Mai, it's just you and me now. Please listen," he tells her. Meanwhile, Zuko is surrounded by the rest of the society warriors. "Fitting, isn't it? The imposter Fire Lord meets his end in a roaring fire," one of them laughs. They blast Zuko, showering him in flames. But the flames join together, becoming a massive fiery funnel. And Zuko is revealed standing on the carriage, swirling the fire around him until he sends it up into the sky. "New Ozai Society, this is your last chance. Surrender now or face your Fire Lord's wrath," he shouts as the flames spin around him. Above them, Yukino explains that everything he does for the Fire Nation. He believes that Zuko has compromised their strength to appease the Avatar, that he has lost control of the nation, and that they will never be safe. Mai points below them, asking her father that if Zuko is so weak, then why are all your nutjob followers either surrendering or fleeing for their lives, she questions. But Yukino shakes his head, pointing out that Zuko has no problem bullying his own people. Finally, he holds up his hands.
If you don't think there's any truth in what I'm saying, go ahead. Arrest me, he tells her.
Ow! 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 Kylo whispers with every step as he moves through the forest. Are you planning on hobbling all the way back to Capital City? May asks, coming up behind him. It's what, 5 miles? 10 tops? I could make it. He smiles at her. But she puts an arm around his shoulder, smiling as she tells him that they can ride in the Kyoshi Warriors' airship. Where's your dad? He asks. He got away, May says, averting her eyes. Finally, they arrive in the capital city. Zuko thanks the Kyoshi warriors for their aid before he begins to show his family around the castle. Ki-yi and Norin quickly head off, while Ursa is more hesitant. Just tired from all the excitement, she tells Zuko when he asks. He nods, offering to show her to her old room. One of the guest rooms will be fine, she tells him. She begins to move through the castle, sadness and fear in her eyes. Zuko thanks his uncle for his help as he comes through the door. Think she'll be okay? He asks, indicating his mother. Time heals all wounds, Iroh tells him solemnly. But Iroh knows that this is not the only thing bothering Zuko, and the Fire Lord admits that he is worried about the new Ozai society, and wonders if Iroh would be willing to go to the Yu Dao ceremony so that he can focus on things at the palace. I was about to suggest the same thing. You're growing in wisdom, Zuko, Iroh tells his nephew with a smile. Because I'm beginning to think like you? Zuko asks. Well, yes, Iroh admits. Ursa moves through the palace, fear sweeping through her body as the old feelings of anxiety overtake her. She stops, staring up at a large painting of Ozai as if it is looking at her. In his headquarters, Yukino stares up at a different image of Ozai. Smoke fills the room as Yukino turns in fear. You have failed to redeem yourself, the Kamurakage whisper. You must suffer. But Yukino begs for their mercy. He tells them that he needs more time, and for them to give him a month. If that weakling is still on the throne, he pleads, then you shall lose all that is dear to you, the Kamurakage finish for him. With these words, they are gone. A month later, May and Kylo are walking down the street. I can't believe that you wouldn't go out with me until my leg healed, Kylo says to her. Casts are so unattractive, May admits. They continue to talk, with Kylo explaining once again why he abandoned Yukino for May. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted as they hear May's mother scream. They look up, seeing 3 cloaked Kamurakage moving along the rooftops. You! Stop! What were you doing in our shop? May shouts, throwing her knives. She leaps onto the roof, trying to fight the strange cloaked figures. Who are you? What do you want? She demands. We have what we want, the Kamurakage whispers, moving their cloak to reveal a sleeping Tom-Tom. May tries to rescue her brother, but the Kamurakage disappear in a cloud of smoke. The next morning, May and her family stand before the police. The officer asked her if she has a good description of the attackers. They looked like Kamurakage, she explains. May explains that the Kamurakage were an old myth from her village, that they were supposed to snatch children from their beds when they misbehaved. But her mother steps forward telling her that it was just a myth. The Kamurakage aren't supposed to be real, she sobs. But it seems they are, Zuko says from the doorway. The guards turn to bow. What are you doing here? May asks. I heard about what happened last night. I'm here to help. If we're up against spirits, though, we'll need more than just me. We'll need the Avatar. Aang tapped against the bowl, signaling the end of meditation time. Xingying goes over, waking up Jingbo, who once again apologizes to Aang for having fallen asleep. As the acolytes leave, Aang turns back and thanks Iroh for allowing them to use his tea shop once again. Anytime, Avatar. Tea and meditation go so well together, the elderly tea master smiles. Sokka and Katara pop their heads in, asking if Aang is ready to go. Just finished, Aang tells his friends. Perfect timing! We just got everything packed on Appa, Sokka tells him. Iroh comes out asking the group where they are going. To the South Pole. It'll be our first time back since the end of the war, Sokka tells him. The kids explain that they're heading back to help rebuild. Plus, Aang is looking forward to penguin sledding. And to eat some of Auntie Ashuna's seal jerky, Sokka whispers lovingly. What? You hate Auntie Ashuna's seal jerky, Katara yells at her brother. You mean I hated Auntie Ashuna's seal jerky. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, he tells her as they begin to walk towards Appa. But Aang stops short, surprised by the arrival of a messenger hawk. Reading it, he explains to the others that Zuko is having trouble with spirits and needs the Avatar. Why don't you guys come with me? I'm sure it won't take long, he tells them. It's Spirit World stuff. When's the last time Spirit World stuff didn't take long? Sokka asks. Katara nods, agreeing that their father is waiting for them. And so Katara and Aang hug, with the Avatar apologizing. Nothing to be sorry about, it just comes with dating the Avatar, she whispers to him. Katara and Sokka watch Appa and Aang fly away, before heading to the docks to find a ship home. It isn't long before Aang is walking into a meeting room in the Fire Lord's palace. Zuko thanks his friend for coming, and Aang once again greets Mai. Wow, this is great! Does this mean you guys are back together? He asks. And this is Kylo, Mai's boyfriend, Zuko says, interrupting Aang. Oh, I mean, you know what I said earlier? By back together, I meant, Aang stutters. Please, keep talking, because things aren't awkward enough as it is, Mai sighs. Zuko interrupts again, introducing Aang to the other person in the room, Constable Sung. He is leading the investigation into the kidnapping, Zuko explains. Sung bows to the Avatar, honored to meet him. Wait, kidnapping? Aang asks. Quickly, Mai explains that her brother was kidnapped by the Comicstorian, informing Aang that they are dark spirits from her home. Several reports of dark spirit sightings came in from all over the capital city, though Tom Tom was the only abductee, Sung explains. Aang begins to ask a question, but is interrupted as Yukino barges in. The guard apologizes, but Zuko waves them off, explaining that he is the abductee's father. Yukino walks in, throwing accusations around, and he demands that Zuko grow a spine and deal with these dark spirits. Everyone knows the spirit world begins to act up when the human world is weak, Yukino shouts. Aang tries to argue, but Yukino isn't listening. He suggests that Zuko place a curfew over the city and assign a special task force to hunt and fight the dark spirits. Take down just one of them, and we'll show the spirits that humans aren't meant to be trifled with, he tells him. Aang steps in, explaining that a curfew will just make people afraid, and that a task force wouldn't be able to fight the spirits anyway. Let's just figure out what happened to Tom Tom, and then we'll know what to do next, he tells his friend. What the Avatar says makes sense, Mai agrees. Zuko closes his eyes, pondering for a few moments. Wise advice, Avatar. Constable, please escort Yukino out, he says. Yukino begins to shout at Zuko, telling him that he is unworthy of the throne. Imposter! Imposter! He begins to yell. Zuko is shocked by the words, and he quickly turns to Mai, asking if her father was part of the attack by the new Ozai Society. Not that I know of, she tells him after a brief pause. I thought I recognized his voice, Zuko tells her. Aang steps in, asking Mai to tell him everything she knows about the Comicstorian. I've already told you, they're just an old legend, Mai tells him. Zuko nods, knowing a place where they can find out more about old legends. As Zuko and Aang walk out of the room, Kylo turns to Mai. He asks why she lied about her father, that Yukino should be in jail, but Mai shakes her head, explaining that when they find Tom Tom, her father will be the safest place for him. With this, she walks out of the room to join Zuko and Aang. Meanwhile, Constable Sung is escorting Yukino out of the palace. Yukino finally explains to Sung that this is just the beginning, that the dark spirits see Zuko as weak. If I were you, I'd keep a close eye on your boy, Yukino warns. After boarding Appa, the group flies over to the Fire Sage's capital temple in the surrounding mountains. "You've been here before, May?" Kylo asks, in awe of the vast structure. "Once, an ex thought it would be romantic to share a meal over the burial site of his ancestors," she explains. "And he was right. It was romantic," Zuko smiles. "So, you guys, how about we, get going on whatever it is we came here to do?" Aang laughs nervously. Inside, they are greeted by Great Sage Shiu. He bows before the Fire Lord and the Avatar, and quickly he begins to ramble about several new forms of meditation that he has developed before Zuko interrupts him. "I'd love to hear more, Shiu, I swear, but right now my friends and I need to get into the Dragonbone catacombs," he explains. Shiu sighs and walks over to the great seal on the floor. Stamping his feet, he draws fire around him, activating the seal and creating a great staircase that spirals down into the floor. Creating fire to light their way, the group quickly descends into the darkness. Meanwhile, Constable Sung sits and eats dinner with his wife. She is telling him a story of their son, but he is barely listening, thinking about the words Yukino spoke to him. He suddenly pauses in explaining to his wife when he hears footsteps from his son's room. He rushes forward, discovering smoke seeping from beneath the door. With a smash, he kicks in the door, discovering the Kamurakage stealing his son. "Release my son now," he snaps, pulling free a knife. "You heard the man," his wife adds, coming up behind him with her own knife drawn, ready to protect her child. The spirits watch them for a moment, before one of them rushes forward. The parents try to fight, but the Kamurakage dodge around their strikes, filling the room with smoke. Both parents fall to the floor coughing, and when the smoke finally begins to dissipate, their son is gone. Within the catacombs, the group is moving forward, passing the bones of dragons and images of Zuko's cranky-looking ancestors. Aang is confused, asking how this will help them learn about the spirits. Zuko stops, gesturing to a mural on the wall and explaining that it tells the history of the Fire Nation, including its myths and legends, Zuko tells him. As they continue forward, they are stopped by a door with 4 dragon heads on it. When Sozin came into power, he ordered the rest of the corridor to be sealed off, as if Fire Nation's history began with him, Zuko tells them. Zuko indicates the door, believing that what they need to learn is on the other side. Aang studies the door, believing that the dragon heads appear to be the locking mechanism. The two of them drop into bending stances, ready themselves, and launch fire at the wall. Back in the palace, Suki and Ty Lee are watching over the castle walls. Ty Lee has heard reports of other Kamurakage stealing children and believe that they should be in the city to help, but Suki shakes her head, ordering that they watch the palace while they wait for Zuko. Ursa overhears these words, and fear grips her. She quickly makes her way through the chambers, finding Norin in another room. "Where's Kiyi? Why aren't you with her?" she asks. Norin explains that their daughter is sleeping in the next room, and Ursa runs through, telling him that she has the worst feeling. Yet as they open the door, they both find the young girl asleep in her bed. "Oh, thank goodness you're safe," Ursa whispers, holding her sleeping daughter tightly. Within the catacombs, Aang and Zuko continue to launch fire at the door, but to no avail. Finally, Kylo interrupts him, having his own idea. He borrows May's throwing knives, believing the lock to be in the dragon's nose and not its mouth. "Wait, you're going to pick the dragon's noses? That seems awfully disrespectful, not to mention gross," Aang points out. Kylo ignores him, turning back to May. "Babe, can you help me out here?" he asks. "Babe?" Aang whispers to Zuko, but the Fire Lord just looks at him sideways. "You're not one to talk, Aang," he whispers back. Zuko watches as May and Kylo work very closely together to pick the locks on all 4 heads. Finally, the door slides open, revealing the corridor beyond. Back in his home, Yukino is awakened by a knock at the door. He opens it, discovering Constable Sung. The constable quickly fills Yukino in on his son being kidnapped, along with several other children throughout the capital. Sung tells Yukino that he was right, and they can't wait for Zuko's response. They must act now. And I know just how to get started, Yukino smiles. In the catacombs, the group has discovered the mural depicting the Kamurakage. Creepy! Aang shudders as he looks at the smoky creatures. Mei reaches into a shelf, pulling free the scroll that tells the history of the Kamurakage. And Zuko steps close to her, offering her his light. Mei looks down and begins to read. Long before the Fire Nation came into existence, warlords ruled the Fire Islands. They fought each other for territory, with the common people often getting caught in the middle. The worst of these warlords was a man named Toes. He would demand annual tributes from all of the people within his territories. And one year, a village refused. To teach them a lesson, Toes had all the children from the village kidnapped, and the children were never seen again, and the mothers died in sadness. How horrible! Where was my past life in all of this? Aang asks. Maybe this was before the first Avatar, Zuko wonders. Soon after the mothers' deaths, dark spirits began to haunt Toes and his men. They would come in the middle of the night, stealing the children, and out of fear, Toes' men abandoned the warlord. But even when his regime had collapsed, the dark spirits would come. Their sadness was insatiable. Eesh, maybe Sozin kept ancient Fire Nation history locked away because it's so depressing, Aang chimes in. Suddenly, they are interrupted as a wisp of smoke emits from the mural. Moving through the dark passageways, Aang doesn't think twice and quickly follows it deeper into the catacombs. Back in the city, Yukino and Sung are moving through the streets, trying to enforce the curfew on a father and his son that were working late. They are interrupted as a group begins to pass them, carrying torches and chanting, "A strong nation is a safe nation. A strong nation is a safe nation," they chant. Sung nods, explaining that they are a safe nation society. His own police force isn't enough, and the militia has volunteered to help. Suddenly, there's a piercing scream in the night, and a woman comes to the window, shouting that her baby has been stolen. The group looks up, seeing 3 of the dark spirits hovering over a house, smoke billowing beneath their cloaks. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Yukino shouts to the militia. Back in the catacombs, the group is rushing to catch up with the wisp of smoke. Aang stops short as the smoke disappears into another dragon statue. "Oh, monkey feathers," he whispers. "I bet this is another lock. Kylo, think you could?" he begins to ask. The young man nods, stepping forward and picking the second lock. The door slides open, revealing a staircase leading down. "Looks like a crypt," Aang tells them. "I'm not going down there," Mei states simply. Aang begins to move, asking Kylo to follow him in case anything else needs to be unlocked. "Sure," Kylo says, glancing back at his girlfriend with Zuko. In a matter of moments, Zuko and Mei are alone. "So," they both say together. "Kylo seems nice," Zuko tells her, trying to fill the awkward silence. "He is," she agrees. "It's good to see you happy, or at least happy-ish, but I have to be honest. I miss you, Mei," he tells her. Mei turns, angry. She asks why Zuko would say something like that to her. She tells him that they had their chance. "Tell me, do you feel the same way about him that you felt about me?" he asks her. Mei tells him that he broke her heart twice, and that she let him. She tells him that Kylo loves her more than she likes him, and that's exactly how it needs to be, because I won't ever let myself get hurt like that again, she says. Aang and Kylo find themselves in the crypt. The wisp of smoke appears again, but this time solidifies before them. "Greetings, Avatar," the spirit Kamurakage says. "You're one of the Kamurakage from long ago?" Aang states simply. The spirit nods. "For centuries, my sisters and I haunted the warlords of the Fire Islands. For their crimes, we hunted them. We hunted them until islands were united into a single nation. The first Fire Lord, the one who rests in this crypt, brought the warlords to justice and ushered in an era of peace. Our sadness receded, and we never again set foot in the human world, the Kamurakage explains. Aang is confused. But then, why return now? Why are you haunting people again? He asks. The Kamurakage hovers before him until it finally answers. I repeat, Avatar, from the time of the first Fire Lord until this moment, we have not entered your world, it whispers. A short time later, Appa is flying the group back to the capital city. Aang repeats himself, explaining that the spirits aren't the same as the past. So they're different spirits that look like the Kamurakage? Zuko asks. Maybe, Aang nods. As they fly over the city, though, they are shocked to discover the militia moving through the streets, still chanting. They land quickly, with Zuko rushing over to Constable Sung. What is the meaning of this? He demands. Yukino steps forward, explaining that the spirits have become restless and kidnapped several children from the city. Yukino smiles, explaining that since the Fire Lord refused to do anything, the Safe Nation Society is risking their lives to keep the streets safe. But how'd you get this many volunteers to assemble this late at night? Aang asks. And Yukino ignores the question, explaining that 10 minutes ago the society fought off a group of spirits and saved a child. Hate to break it to you, but those probably weren't spirits, Aang explains.
Preposterous! I saw them with my own eyes. Humans don't move like that,
Yukino shouts. Mei steps up behind him, her eyes narrowing at her father. You're hiding something. I can tell by the way you're talking. What's your secret, father? She asks. None of this matters as Zuko turns back to Sung. Constable Sung, truly, I am sorry about your son, and we will find him, I promise you. But all of this was done without my authority, and I will not be undermined. Until further notice, you are suspended from your post, he tells the constable. Sung starts to argue, but stops and bows before his Fire Lord.
What do you think you're doing? Constable Sung is a good man,
Yukino hisses, coming up to Zuko. And you, Yukino, this society of yours will disband immediately or you will all face arrest, Yuko shouts. For a moment, it seems as if Yukino will argue, but finally he turns and orders his volunteers to return to their homes. Aang comes up to his friend, saying what he did was harsh, and Zuko nods. I hated to do it, but I had no choice, he explains. The woman whose baby the Safe Nation Society saved comes up to them in the streets. Fire Lord Zuko, with all due respect, the Safe Nation Society just saved my daughter. They're heroes, which is more than I can say about you, she tells him. Aang and Zuko return to the palace on Appa, while Mei fumes in the streets about what Zuko did. When Kylo finally brings her home, she watches him leave. As she looks down in her hands, which holds a picture of her and Zuko together, and quietly, she puts it back in its drawer. A short time later, Zuko walks through the corridors of the palace when he hears a whisper. Help me, Zuzu. She's holding me tight with her cold hands. I'm suffocating. Ki whispers from her bed, Ursa clutching her tightly. Would you like to sleep in the other room? Zuko asks, helping his sister free herself. He puts her on his shoulders, walking through the halls and telling her about his day. He puts her in the other bed, bidding her a good night. Meanwhile, Constable Sung's son finally wakes up. He finds himself in a strange room, surrounded by other kids. The child is scared, but Tom Tom eases his fears. Our moms and dads will be here soon, one of the other girls tells him with a smile. The boy asks how they know, and they point to the door as it opens. Because Tom Tom's dad is here, our moms and dads can't be far behind, she explains with a smile as Yukino enters the room. The man smiles at the children, telling them that they need to go to bed so that their parents can come and see them. Yukino tucks his son in, telling him that it'll be just a few more days until he can see his mother and sister again.
My friends and I are going to make the Fire Nation strong and safe again. By staying here, you and the other children are doing your part, he tells him. At the palace, Zuko looks up at the night sky. Suki comes out, reporting that the palace is secure.
and the two begin to talk in the night air, and Zuko admits to be worried about Tom Tom, that he hopes the trauma won't affect him. He stares over Suki's shoulder though, seeing smoke coming from Kiyi's room. They both rush through the palace, others joining them as they find the room empty. Aang and Zuko lean out the window, finding the spirits trying to escape over the rooftops. "Put her down, now!" Zuko shouts, and they leap to attack the spirits, but one lashes out and kicks Aang. "That definitely felt like a human foot. Try chi blocking them, Ty Lee," he calls. I'm trying, the Kyoshi warrior shouts as she tries to attack the shifting spirit. Suki grabs the spirit with Kiyi, but the Kimura Kage tosses the young girl to another. They try to give chase, but smoke suddenly swirls around them, causing them all to choke and cough. Aang, acting fast, blows all the smoke away, and the last of the Kimura Kage tries to escape, but Zuko hits them with a blast of fire, knocking them to the ground. "That's it! It's over! Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide," he hisses, stalking over to the fallen spirit. Fire ignites in his hands as he steps over the Kimura Kage. "Where'd your friends take my sister? Same place as the other kids? Answer me!" he demands. The Kimura Kage shifts, revealing a hand beneath her swirling cloak. Lightning begins to crackle, and she lashes out, lightning flying from her hands. And Zuko gasps, "Azula?" Zuko stands ready, his friends behind him. "I know that's you, Azula. Tell your friends to let Kiyi go," he yells at the Kimura Kage with lightning crackling in her hands. But she launches lightning at him, as she always does, and Zuko captures and redirects it back at her. But this time, she catches it and throws it again. Zuko isn't ready for this secondary attack and is launched across the roof, to luckily be caught by the Avatar. "I'm okay, she's gotten strong again," Zuko tells his friends. The Kimura Kage tries to escape, but Suki and Ty Lee try to stop her. They leap, but the vengeful spirit is fast, spinning around and knocking them both away before she leaps into the air and escapes in a bolt of lightning. Zuko rushes forward, watching as the Kimura Kage disappear in a poof of smoke from the palace rooftops, Kiyi with them. He turns as his mother and Norin rush from the safety of the palace. "They took her, didn't they? They took my baby," Ursa whispers. Zuko bows his head, apologizing to his mother. The next morning, Zuko sits on his throne as his constable reports to him about last night's kidnappings. He also tells the Fire Lord that the people are frightened, with some trying to evacuate the city. The constable is interrupted as May and the others enter the chamber. Zuko quickly fills his ex-girlfriend in on how they believe the Kimura Kage are actually Azula and her followers. "Last night, one of them shot lightning at us," Suki informs her. "It wasn't just the lightning, May, it was how she moved," Ty Lee adds. Zuko nods, telling her that they are sure that it's Azula. "But why would she kidnap those kids and her own sister?" May questions. After their explanation, May admits to Zuko that she lied about her father's involvement with the new Ozai Society and the Safe Nation Society. "Not only is Yukino involved, he is their leader," she tells him, bowing her head. "That guy's really into societies," Aang notes. Zuko questions why she had lied to him, but May points out that Zuko should understand how someone could feel about betraying their family, no matter how evil they are. "You're right. I'm sorry," he admits to her. She tells him that when they last saw him, she felt like Yukino was hiding something from her. That she thinks that he already knew that the Kimura Kage weren't really spirits. That he knows more about the missing children than he is admitting. Zuko nods, turning to General Mach. "We need to bring Yukino and his allies in for questioning. Find out exactly what they know. Seal off the city. Until this situation is resolved, no one gets in or out," he orders him. He lets him know that if they can't find Yukino, the soldiers have ordered to search everyone's homes. Aang steps up behind his friend, trying to explain that this isn't the way to go about their search, that he will only frighten his citizens more. but Zuko shakes his head, explaining that they already tried things the Avatar's way, and it's time for a different approach. If you're not willing to support me, then you need to leave, Zuko tells him. Aang continues to argue, forcing Zuko to order Suki and Ty Lee to escort the young Avatar out. They lead him outside, where Aang complains that there is so much more to do before going to the extremes that Zuko is planning. If Sokka were here, he'd sneak off to investigate on his own, Suki smiles, leading the group away. In the secret chamber, the children are playing, and suddenly, the door opens to reveal Yukino and one of the Kamurakage.
Good news, children, we've brought more friends, Yukino tells them with a broad smile.
The children all rush to hide from the Kamurakage while Tom Tom runs up to his father. Meanwhile, Ki continues to fight against her capture. The sedative wore off early on this one, the Kamurakage hisses. She puts Ki down and the young girl glares at her. I feel sorry for you, Ki snaps. My brother is Fire Lord Zuko, and when he finds you, he's going to beat you to a pulp, she tells her. The Kamurakage begins to move against her, but another steps in the way. Don't bother, that one has fight in her. It's in her blood, she tells her. The spirits go into the other room, removing their masks. Azula smiles at her friends as they ask how much longer they're going to have to play babysitter. Patience! I broke you out of that horrible institution, remember? Watching a few brats is the least you could do for me, Azula tells them. She orders the others out of the room, wishing to speak with Yukino in private. He once again questions how long they will have to keep the children locked up here, and Azula smiles, a crazy look still in her eyes. She tells him that he has to do one more thing for her. She needs the Safe Nation Society to protest in the streets and to cause a riot. A riot? Why? The citizens are already turning against Zuko. It'll only be a matter of time before they demand that he step down, Yukino tells her. But Azula gets close, telling him that he only gets what he wants when she gets what she wants. And I want a riot, she tells him. Frightened, Yukino agrees, and he walks away, saying how he doesn't understand how this will put Ozai back on the throne. Idiot! Ozai was never a part of the plan, Azula whispers behind his back. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Aang and Suki continue to search through Kiyi's room, finding nothing. They are interrupted by Ty Lee, who leads them out onto the rooftop after she had remembered something. She tells them how when they were kids, they used to play hide and seek and she and May could never find Azula. It got really not fun. Until we found her secret, she tells them. Pushing a hidden brick, a section of the wall slides inward, revealing a secret passage. Whoa, Aang whispers. At the gates to the capital city, soldiers have already begun to blockade anyone leaving. They ride through the city's streets and enter people's homes, searching for Yukino and members of the Safe Nation Society. The citizens argue with them, believing that the Safe Nation Society are the heroes. And besides, why search somebody's home for a group that is operating in broad daylight? An old lady tells one of the soldiers, pointing out the window at the Safe Nation Society members as they protest down the streets. General Mok rides up to the Society members, ordering them to stop and that they are under arrest. But the people of Capital City are already angry and begin to yell and throw things at the soldiers. This is going to be easier than I thought, Yukino thinks to himself, and he turns to his members. We are fighting to protect our children, and instead of thanking us, Fire Lord Zuko treats us like common criminals. Will we stand for this injustice? He demands of them, and they all shout in anger. Resist Safe Nation Society! Resist the imposter forces at all costs! He shouts. The Society members lash out, meeting the Fire Nation soldiers in battle. The fight quickly spreads, turning into a full-scale riot, and in the confusion, Yukino quietly slips away. At May's house, Kai Lo is talking to his girlfriend's grandmother as he dives to protect her as a pot comes sailing through her window. He steps out into the street, trying to figure out what is going on, and is quickly caught up in the riot and arrested by the soldiers. In a Fire Nation airship, Iroh looks down at the Fire Nation as the captain tells him that they are nearing the coast. The pilot turns, asking what brings the man back to the Fire Nation.
National Tea Appreciation Day will soon be upon us. We must begin preparations,
Iroh tells the man with an enthusiastic smile. The man is shocked, thinking that the tea day was a one-time thing.
Oh no, it's been woven into the fabric of Fire Nation culture,
Iroh tells him. In the capital, General Mach is reporting about the riot to Zuko, who is shocked things have come to this. The constables arrive with the Safe Nation Society prisoners, and Zuko orders them to prepare the interrogation room. Mai is shocked as Kylo comes over the cart, however. She tries to speak with Zuko, convincing him that Kylo must have been captured by mistake. Though he is not sure at first, since the young man has betrayed his allegiances before, he does order him to be released. However, Zuko glares as Mai runs over to hug her boyfriend, but he is interrupted as Aang, Suki, and Ty Lee rush over. "We found something you gotta see, come on!" Aang yells at him, but General Mach interrupts, informing Zuko that they need a plan for if the people rise up again. And Zuko nods, turning away from his friend. "I'm sorry, Aang, but General Mach is right. Like I told you, I need to handle this my way," Zuko tells him. "Even if your way is stupid?" Aang shouts. A determined look comes over him, and he orders Suki and Ty Lee to stand back. And he shoots an air scooter at Zuko, carrying him away on a ball of air as the Fire Lord yells at him, "Aang, put me down!" He finally drops him next to the secret passage they found as the others catch up with them. At first, Zuko is still angry, but he is shocked by the passage, asking if they believe that this is where Azula took the children. "Kiyi could be on the other side," Zuko tells them, looking into the passage. "Tom Tom too. I'm coming along," Mai tells him. Zuko nods, turning back to Suki and Ty Lee, ordering them to keep guard over the palace. And with that, the group of 4 head into the secret tunnels. In their secret chambers, Yukino explains to Azula that he did everything she asked and begs her to let the children go. Azula smiles, telling him that they had a deal and moves to unlock the door. But she turns away, explaining that if they let the children go, they will run straight to their parents and tell them what happened. They would expose my sisters and me before we were ready, Azula explains. "Is that what you want, Yukino?" she demands. Yukino shakes his head. "Of course not," he stutters. Azula smiles and turns away. "So we're in agreement then. We will keep our young guests here until the time is right. Good talk, Yukino. Good talk," she smiles. In the chamber, Tom Tom stands by the door, expecting his father to enter. One of the kids asks why Tom Tom's father is the only one who visits. "Tom Tom's dad is here because he's a bad guy, just like the scary ladies," one of the kids explains. Tom Tom rushes over, tackling the other boy for suggesting his father was bad. "Will you boys be quiet? I'm trying to concentrate here," Kiyi yells at them as she continues to move through bender stances. One of the other girls asks what she's doing. "I'm not sure, but I watched Zuzu do this in the courtyard one time, and I think this is what makes him brave," she tells them, continuing to practice the stances. Finally, Zuko and the others make it to the end of the passageway. They push open the door, revealing a vast cemetery around them. "This is the royal family graveyard," Zuko explains, telling them that this is where everyone in the royal family is buried. "It's called the Garden of Tranquil Souls," he explains. "Really? Well, I hate to break it to you, Zuko, but the souls here don't seem all that tranquil," Aang notes as they are suddenly surrounded by the Kamurakage. Back inside the palace, Iroh wanders the halls, looking for anyone. He finds Ursa meditating, a sad look on her face, and Kiyi's doll in her hands. And without a word, Iroh kneels down beside her. In their secret chambers, Yukino sobs in front of the door, crying about how he only wanted to bring safety to the Fire Nation, but instead has delivered the nation to a madwoman. Inside the chamber, the kids are frightened, thinking that it's a frog dog crying outside. "That's not a frog dog, that's my dad. I think he's crying," Tom Tom shouts. "That's stupid. Adults don't cry, it's a frog dog," the other boy yells, and the two start to fight again. "Boys, be quiet and move. I think I figured something out," Kiyi shouts at them, dropping into a bender stance. Outside, Yukino leans against the door, still apologizing to the trapped children, when suddenly the door begins to heat up behind him, and he moves away. In a matter of seconds, the metal of the door has melted to reveal Kiyi.
"Hang on, children, I'll go get a bucket,"
Yukino shouts at them. And in a matter of minutes, the children are freed, and Yukino hugs Tom Tom as he explains that a terrible crime was committed against them, and the perpetrators must be brought to justice.
"But before that, we must get you back to your parents,"
he tells them as they cheer.
"And before that, you must keep your voices down so we don't get caught by the scary ladies,"
he warns them, and immediately, they all cover their mouths. In the cemetery, the group fights against the Kamurakage. Mei is struck by a kick, rolling and throwing one of her knives. The Kamurakage's cloak is cut, and Azula removes her mask. "Nice throw, Mei. You've been practicing." Azula smiles at her friend. "Azula? Where are you hiding those kids?" Mei demands. But Azula smiles, telling Mei that she was the one who gave her the idea. When they were children, they had stolen mochi from Mei's mother, and the young girl was so upset that she moaned about the Kamurakage coming to get her in her sleep. "Shut up already!" Mei shouts, throwing more knives. But Azula tosses a bolt of lightning, knocking Mei to the ground. Azula stands over her, but Kylo rushes from behind, knocking against the crazy woman. "Who is this imbecile?" Azula snaps as she strikes him with lightning. She grabs him, noting that Mei seems to be slumming it with her new boyfriend. "Leave him alone!" Zuko shouts, fire blazing in his hands. "Zuzu, trying to win back your ex-girlfriend by defending her new boyfriend? That's just sad," Azula notes before tossing lightning at her brother. Their power meets in the middle, creating a giant blast of energy. Azula turns, running off as Zuko gives chase. "Azula, stop!" he shouts as he dashes after her. Underground, Yukino turns back to assure the children that the exit is nearby. And as they round a corner, they come face to face with two of the Kamurakage. Back in the palace, Iroh and Ursa kneel next to each other. She finally opens her eyes, looking at the doll in her hands. And she explains that she made it for her daughter's birthday, and since she got her old face back, the young girl has refused to touch it. "She won't touch it. She won't touch me," she says, sadness in her voice. Iroh nods his head, but tells her that she has no reason to lose hope in her daughter. "Can I ask you something personal, Iroh? How did you get over the death of your son?" Ursa asks. There's a touch of sadness in Iroh's eyes as he explains that he never got over the death of his son. He explains that as parents, they want to keep their kids safe. Better to teach them and ourselves to see fear with unclouded eyes, he tells her. He explains that the fear for her daughter will always be there, even after she is returned safely, and that she must look at it with unclouded eyes. In the cemetery, Aang continues to fight the other Kamurakage. He knocks them away with a blast of air and knocks out the others by cracking them in the head with a dirt tower. "Zuko? Mei? Kylo? Hey, where'd everyone go?" he asks out loud, looking around the empty graveyard. "Help!" A soft shout can be heard from one of the mausoleums. He rushes over, knocking the door off to reveal Yukino and the children in a secret passage. "Look, it's the Avatar!" one of the children shouts, and the Kamurakage turn, rushing towards Aang with fire in their hands. Meanwhile, Zuko follows Azula into a crypt. Shocked as the door is locked behind him, he turns to find his sister sitting on the tomb before him. "Listen, Azula, maybe this is a weird thing to say given the circumstances, but you seem better," Zuko tells her. "Oh, not just better, stronger. She smiles as she rushes towards him. In the tunnel, Aang leaps over the Kamurakage's attacks, but smoke begins to spread all around them. Monkey feathers! I took a breath at the wrong time! Aang says to himself as he begins to stumble, and the Kamurakage kicks him in the back, knocking him down. Who knew smoke in the lungs is all it took to get the better of the mighty Avatar? One of the Kamurakage scoffs. Suddenly, Mei and Kai Lo are behind them, knocking them out with 2 sharp kicks. Mei quickly picks up Aang before rushing to Tom Tom. Back in the tomb, Azula and Zuko are locked in combat. Lightning cracks against fire as they dodge each other's blows. Azula kicks Zuko in the gut, knocking him down as she stands over him. He looks up at her, yelling that she needs to accept that she will never become the Fire Lord. Accept it? I've embraced it! She hisses with a smile. Explaining her plan, she explains that she finally realized that Zuko was right, that becoming the Fire Lord was never her destiny. Because of this, she felt a weight lifted off her shoulders and no longer heard voices in her head. She realized that her true destiny was to make Zuko strong, to make him the Fire Lord that she could never be. One who's strong, who rules with fear. She smiles. Can't you see? It's already working, she asks him. Zuko turns, hearing the sounds of his friends and the children outside. We've won, Azula, he tells her. Oh, I disagree, she smiles. She explains that Zuko has shown how ruthless he can be in the last 24 hours. Deep down, inside, you're still one of us. You can deny it for a little while, but eventually, you will become just like me. And then, in a sense, I'll be Fire Lord again, she tells him as smoke begins to swirl around them. No, you're wrong, he shouts. But suddenly, Azula is gone. Accept it. It's who you are, she whispers to him as she disappears. He rushes back outside, hugging Kiyi and telling her how worried he was about her. I wasn't worried at all. I knew you'd come for us, she tells her big brother. Later, Yukino stands outside the Fire Nation prison, saying goodbye to his son. He hugs the boy and hands him back to Mei. The 2 children watch as their father is chained. Father, you deserve to go to prison for what you have done, but in the end, you were brave, and that is how I'll choose to remember you, Mei tells him. That is more than I have right to ask, Yukino tells his daughter and is led away. At the palace, Zuko has called the citizens of the city together, and he stands before them, apologizing for the last 24 hours. He tells them that he has made decisions based on fear and not wisdom and clear thinking. He asks for their forgiveness, and he explains that they should not feel like prisoners in their own city. I resolve to do better, and I will continue to strive to be a Fire Lord worthy of all of you, he tells them. How touching, Azula smiles, watching from a nearby rooftop. Smoke begins to billow around her and her fellow Kamurakage. The wind blows, and the vengeful women are gone. Outside her flower shop, Mei's grandmother watches as Mei and Kylo exchange words, ending their relationship. And inside the prison, Iroh stands with Ursa in the torch-lit corridor. Are you sure you're ready? He asks. Yes, she tells him, holding her lantern. Iroh nods as she enters the room. Remember, unclouded eyes, he tells her. Ursa crosses the room, standing before Ozai. Ursa, I heard you'd returned. That was a mistake, he tells her, looking up from the shadows of his cell. A crazed look appears in his eyes as he glares at her. I promised that if I ever saw you again, I would end you and everyone you loved. But I'm going to do so much more than that. By the time I'm through, you will beg me for oblivion. You hear me, you wretched thing? You will beg! He yells at her. Fear fills Ursa's eyes for a moment, but she gathers herself. I see you, she tells him. After all these years, I finally see you, Ozai. You're just a small man, trying with all your might to be big. Your heart is so small, you've no room for your son, or your daughter, or your brother, or even yourself. Goodbye, Ozai, she tells him simply, turning to walk away. Ozai is stunned, his words coming out in stutters. But, don't you turn your back on me! Come back and grovel before me! Do you hear me? Come back and grovel! He shouts. Ursa returns to her chambers, where she finds Norin and Kiyi asleep in their bed. She pulls the blankets aside, and her daughter looks up, sleep in her eyes. Mommy, you're back. Kiyi smiles sleepily. I'm back. Ursa nods. Katara heard her name being called. Opening her eyes, she sees her mother leaning over her, and her mother calls her outside, where a fresh snow has fallen over the village. The whole village looks brand new. Her mother smiles as they look around. Young Katara smiles up at her mother, who begins to once again tell her to wake up. The words confuse Katara, but suddenly she realizes that it's actually her brother calling to her on the boat that is bringing them home. Sokka looks at her, asking if she's okay. I'm okay. I just had this dream that was happy and sad all at once, she tells him, rubbing the last of the sleep from her eyes. As they step off the large ship, they're shocked by the docks that they find. According to the map, the docks are supposed to be a mile away from home, Sokka tells her. None of their surroundings look familiar, but Katara points up a hill, seeing a group of penguin sledders. They rush up the hill with Katara pointing out how it reminds her of the first day they met Aang. Oh yeah, you thought he was a spy for the Fire Nation, Sokka reminds her. Pretty sure that's not how it went. Katara smiles at her brother. They both decide to sled down on the penguins, Katara laughing the whole time. Just so you know, I have never been a fan of this, Sokka yells, fear on his face. Katara manages to stop, but Sokka runs into the frame of a new building. The two are shocked by the size of the new house, believing that it'll be the biggest building in the entire tribe. The two find a group of children playing amongst the construction and making snowmen. Hey kid, what are they building here? Sokka asks. But the kids look away, saying how they're not supposed to talk to strangers. Sokka leans down, explaining that he isn't a stranger, and he is from the Southern Water Tribe. So you're a friend? The kid asks. Yeah, I'm a friend, Sokka confirms. And a snowball sails through the air, smashing into Sokka's face. He gets mad, but the kids run away, laughing. Hey you brats, what do you think you're doing? A voice yells. 3 large men come walking over, yelling about how the kids shouldn't be playing here, and Katara agrees, promising that she and Sokka will make sure that they go. But one of the men note how this is the 3rd time this week that the kids have been playing on the construction site, and now he's got to teach them a lesson. He bends the snow, shooting it across the ground, but Katara easily smacks it away. 3 grown men attacking a bunch of kids? Really? She snaps. She turns back, telling the kids to leave as she bends the snow into an arsenal of snowballs around her. She launches the snowballs at the men while Sokka sits down with the kids. Kid, you don't want to miss this. It's going to be awesome to watch. Painful for those guys, but awesome, he tells them. The goons create their own massive snowball, launching it back at Katara. But she stops it, forming spikes out of the side of the massive ball. Stop! All right, you win! The men yell at her before they get hurt. Awesome! The little kid shouts. Told ya, Sokka nods. Katara tells the 3 men that they should build a fence if they want people to stay out of the area, and then allows the children to run off. Gathering their things, they offer to walk the kids home, asking where they're from. That way, the little kid points. Wait, you're from the village? Who are your parents? Sokka asks, looking at his map. You mean the city? The little boy asks. They come over the hill, and they are shocked by a massive city of ice that sits on the spot where their small village used to be. So then, our village is gone? Katara asks, shocked. But Sokka points out that it's just better and rushes over to find their Auntie Ashuna and her seal jerky cart. She hugs them hello and offers them a bite of jerky. "It's as sturdy as I remember it," Sokka notes, hurting his teeth. Ashuna calls out to the town, and suddenly Katara and Sokka are swarmed by familiar faces. But an even more loving face can be seen in the crowd.
"What is all this commotion about?"
"Gran! Katara yells as they rush over to hug their grandmother. They tell the old lady how much they've missed her, and how she looks exactly the same.
"But Sokka's gotten taller."
Gran laughs. "And more muscular," Sokka notes, flexing. I don't know about that," Master Pakku says, walking up. Katara greets her old teacher, and the two are shocked to learn that he has become their new grandfather. The old waterbender smiles at them, asking if Katara would like to stop by his school and help him train some of the new waterbenders. "You know, Master Pakku, you could probably use my help as well," Sokka says, informing the old teacher that he is a bender of motivation. Luckily, Gran interrupts, talking about how their father will be so happy to see them, and how he talks about them all the time. "So where is Dad?" Sokka asks. Pakku and Gran explain that their father is in his office at the town hall, that he is no longer just the local chieftain anymore, but the head chieftain of the entire Southern Water Tribe. They move through the city, finally standing outside a massive building. "That's Dad's office?" Katara says with surprise. It's so not Dad. They head inside, finding their dad in his office, and he jumps up from what he's doing, rushing over to hug his children. "You're here! You're finally here!" he says, a small tear in his eyes. Katara begins to apologize for being away for so long, but Hakoda just waves it off, understanding that they've been working hard with the Avatar to help rebuild the world. And he introduces the others in his office, Melina and Malik of the Northern Water Tribe. "Their construction crew is helping us with the Southern Reconstruction Project," he explains. The two shake hands with Katara and Sokka, revealing that they are big fans of everything the two have done. Suddenly, the door opens to reveal the three men from the construction site, who are introduced as Melina and Malik's crew. Katara steps up to the group, neither happy to see the other again. "So I take it you've already met?" Melina asks, looking at the anger between the two. The foreman nods, saying that they had an issue and they took care of it. To which Katara agrees, adding that they should probably put up a fence. "I've been asking you to do that since before we started," Malik shouts. Melina orders the crew to leave, and Sokka asks his father what the building is meant for. Hakoda explains that his office in the town hall is only temporary, and that the building is a new office for him. "I was gonna say, Dad, this office seems too fancy for you. No offense, but you're not really a fancy kind of guy," Katara tells her father. But Melina gets all excited, pulling out her blueprints to reveal that the new building won't just be an office, it'll be a palace. "Sweet!" Sokka shouts, excited for his father. Katara is shocked, but Melina explains that a palace will command respect. It says to the world, "Look out, we're here. We're a people to be reckoned with," she tells them. "You need that here in the South, now more than ever," Melina tells Katara. Hakoda explains that the Southern Water Tribe is going to be collaborating with the other nations more, and that they need to show that they are equals. "Well, I for one think it's about time. Now can you put a slide in the middle of the palace?" Sokka asks. "Oh, Sokka, you're so funny," Melina laughs. "I wasn't trying to be funny," Sokka explains. To celebrate the children coming home, Melina and Malik offer to take them out to dinner that night. Katara just wants to go home, but Sokka quickly interrupts and accepts their gracious offer. Katara glares at Sokka as they walk out the door, with Malik stopping to grab his briefcase quickly. "I prefer to keep it with me," he explains when Melina tells him to leave it behind. A short time later, they are all sitting at a big table in the restaurant, with Sokka shoveling meat into his mouth. "My mouth is so happy right now," he grins. Melina laughs, saying how she never really liked Southern Water Tribe food, that it just tasted off. In the background, two of the waitstaff begin to move closer to the table. Ready? For the tribe, they whisper to each other. The group keeps talking about the differences between the northern and southern water tribe food, when one of the busboys trips and spills soup on the table. Everyone jumps up in surprise as the boy leans down to clean up his mess. The girl sneaks up, grabbing Malik's briefcase, and Malik yells at the girl as she swings the briefcase, smacking him in the head. "Come back, you thief!" he yells as she turns and runs off. Melina turns, bending the water from a fish tank to slow the girl down, but the boy spins, throwing an empty pot of soup at Melina, cracking her in the head. She falls, smacking her head on the side of the table. The two teens rush out into the night, and in the restaurant, Sokka and Katara begin to give chase. "Dad, you make sure Melina's okay. Sokka and I will get that briefcase," she yells back. They rush outside, finding the two kids escaping on a snowmobile. Sokka tries to stop them, but gets smacked in the head with the briefcase. "Dang, they got away!" Sokka breathes as they watch the snowmobile disappearing into the night. "No, they didn't," Katara tells him, creating an icy sled for them. "Woohoo!" Sokka shouts moments later as they fly across the cold snow. The kids lead them on a chase through the frozen forest before launching themselves off a cliff. A look of determination fills Katara's eyes as she speeds up their sled. "Sokka, I got this. Just hang on as tight as you can," she shouts when her brother brings up his objections. "Okay, but my hands are freezing," he yells as they go sailing into the air. They land hard, exploding from the impact. "As I was saying, I'm not sure a sled made of ice could withstand the impact," Sokka tells her. "And as I was saying, I got this," Katara tells him, making another ice sled pretty quickly. "Woohoo again!" Sokka yells as they continue the chase. They quickly catch back up with the snowmobile, forcing the kids to do some evasive maneuvers, and Katara throws up an ice slide, using it to quickly turn their sled around to continue the chase. And they turn back around, discovering the snowmobile has been abandoned. "They must have gone this way," Katara tells Sokka, running after the footprints in the snow. They follow the tracks up the hill, cresting the top to see the haunted shipwreck in the distance. "This ship is full of booby traps," Katara whispers, and Sokka nods, pointing at the footprints. "They're fresh, so we know they were made by those two. As long as we follow them perfectly, we'll be fine," he tells her. He begins to move through the corridor, placing his steps perfectly with the tracks in the snow and ice. "But the footprints only show you where to put your feet. What about the rest of your body?" Katara asks. And as if on cue, Sokka turns his head and grazes his neck on a tripwire. The floor disappears beneath him, and he falls into the inky blackness. "Sokka, are you okay?" Katara shouts down. There is a moment of silence before her brother answers. "Yeah, I think so. Uh-oh. Katara? I don't think I'm the only one down here," he shouts back. Katara straightens up, irritated. "I told him to be careful. I told him," she whispers to herself. She leaps into the hole, shouting as she is caught in a slide that finally spits her out behind her brother. She starts to speak, but Sokka shushes her. "I think the big guy's got something to say," Sokka tells her, pointing to the man before them.
Greetings! I am Gilak of the Southern Water Tribe, and you are Sokka and Katara, children of Hakoda.
Gilak smiles down at them. Sokka is surprised, asking if they've met before since the man knows their names. Gilak explains that he used to fight beside their father against the Fire Nation, and he knows of their exploits. Katara and Sokka explain that they were chasing two kids who had stolen a briefcase and hurt a woman. Gilak nods, asking them to follow him. He leads them through the caves until they find themselves in a large chamber with a crowd of people.
A gathering of patriots,
Gilak describes to them. He explains that in his travels, he has realized that when nations work together, they only care about who is stronger. When Hakoda was elected as chieftain, Gilak believed that their father was the strong warrior that the Southern Water Tribe needed. But then he quickly began to invite foreigners into their lands. He believes that the cowards from the north are trying to change the Southern Water Tribe to match them. He believes that for the South to be strong, They must eradicate the foreign presence amongst them. Sokka and Katara try to explain to him that they have seen nations working together, combining their strengths. But Gilok doesn't believe them. He believes that those from the north are merely trying to force their ideas of a civilization upon the southern tribe. Katara steps forward, explaining that they are not leaving without Malik's briefcase and the 2 spies that attacked them.
My hope is that you won't leave at all. Join my army, Sokka and Katara. Help your father to see the truth.
Gilok implores them. Our father doesn't need our help. He already sees the truth, Sokka tells the man, stepping up to him. Gilok grabs the young man, spinning him around and placing a knife to his throat. But Sokka just winks at his sister. She bends the water, freezing the knife in Gilok's hand, and the 2 run away, with Gilok blowing his horn to warn the rest of his army. They round the corner, entering another chamber with Gilok's warriors. Katara begins to bend while Sokka defends himself with his club. Which way is out? Katara asks, using her watery arms to knock the warriors away. I don't know. Same way we came in? Sokka responds, kicking out against another warrior. They keep moving, with Katara freezing a doorway behind them to buy them some time. But as they round a corner, they see an old man standing before them.
Children, you wouldn't hurt an unarmed old man, would you?
He asks with a smile on his face. Sokka tells him that they wouldn't, and asks him to move.
First, a story,
the old man tells them. He begins to tell of a tale of a snow rat and its first introduction to mankind. Sokka and Katara keep glancing back as the warriors begin to break through the ice. They try to speed up the old man, but he keeps on with his story. Finally, Katara pushes the man aside with her waterbending as the warriors break through the wall. Sokka and Katara keep running, finally managing to escape through the hole they originally fell down. They rushed outside the shipwreck, positive that no one was still following them. But when they turn back, they are shocked that a few of the warriors are following them on their snow leopard caribou. Katara quickly creates another ice sled, and they fly away. The big antlered cats right on their heels. Faster! Faster! Sokka yells. Suddenly, gifted with an idea, he reaches into his pocket. Auntie Ashuna's seal jerky! He shouts in victory as he pulls out the slabs of meat from his pocket. He tosses the sticks of meat, getting the cat's attention and making them run off. And quickly, the 2 of them flee into the night. Later, they return to the city. Moving through the streets, they find Grand's hut, exactly how it used to be. I can't believe Grand's hut is still there when everything else has been torn down, Sokka tells his sister with a smile. They walk through the streets, with Sokka saying how Gilok and his army are crazy and need to be arrested. But Katara disagrees, believing that Gilok has a point. I mean, look around and tell me that this isn't a cheap imitation of the North, Katara says, waving her arms around the city. This looks like progress to me, Sokka tells her. But Katara shakes her head, remembering how it looked when Aang found the earthen fire refinery in his sacred meadow. I wish Aang were here, she whispers. We all do, sis, Sokka tells her, walking towards Grand's hut. Outside, they meet Malik and explain that they couldn't get his briefcase back. The man is upset, but seems to be more angry about what happened to Melina. He explains that the Northerners are used to laws and the police who enforce them. But here in the South, you are just a loose collection of tribes, each with your own notion of justice, he says to them. Looking around, Malik explains that that's why what he and Melina are doing is so important. Katara and Sokka finally walk away, opening the door to their Grand's hut. Sokka, you can't just barge in there. Where are your manners? You have to knock. Katara begins to admonish her brother, but they both stop in shock when they see their father kissing Melina. Hakoda and his warriors crest the hill, looking down at the shipwreck in the distance. His lieutenant looks on, shocked that there could be an army hidden within the structure. But Hakoda shakes his head, reminding that Gilok and his forces are hidden within the caverns underneath, that they use the idea of the ship being haunted to keep people away. They move inside, avoiding the various traps that have been set up around the ship. Moving into the tunnels, they discover that Gilok and his forces have already left.
Gilok knew that we were going to come for him. Of course he knew,
Hakoda notes. He orders his warriors to spread out and look for clues, but it is his lieutenant that discovers the message left on the wall. Soon, I will show you the truth, chieftain. Meanwhile, Malik and Melina begin to show Katara and Sokka around the refinery in the Southern Water Tribe. The two siblings are barely listening though, as Katara explains her misgivings about their father dating Melina. You barely even know her, Sokka points out. I know her well enough to know that she's not right for Dad, Katara huffs. But Sokka looks at his sister, explaining that they'll never see anyone but their mother as right for Dad. But maybe that's okay, because Dad gets to choose who's right for Dad, Sokka tells her. Their conversation is interrupted as Malik turns back, asking if they had any questions. Sokka nods, admitting that he wasn't paying attention at all. Malik is crestfallen, but Melina steps in. She explains that they found a huge deposit of oil under the ice and that they plan on extracting it. She tells them that the oil is the key to elevating the Southern Water Tribe. Huh, I didn't realize we need lifting up, Katara glares angrily. But Malik isn't listening. He explains that this oil is the biggest deposit in the world, and with it, machines can be everywhere. In every part of our lives, he gasped excitedly. But Katara turns, looking at the smoke that is bellowing out of the refinery. And that's a good thing because? She asks. Malik suddenly looks very serious, trying to explain how the power that is available to benders has been out of the reach of non-benders. Machines can finally make us equals, he tells them. I guess I never thought of non-benders as not equal, Katara tells them. But Sokka gets excited, agreeing with Malik. He brings up the Earthen Fire refinery and how their machine-run assembly line made them equal with the Benders' assembly line. Malik agrees, explaining that the Earthen Fire refinery is actually one of their partners and is loaning them the equipment. Earthen Finery is sending a representative to walk us through our refinery's expansion. Here she comes now, in fact, Melina tells them, pointing to an approaching figure. Representative? I'm an executive partner now, Toph tells them, rubbing her head. Katara and Sokka run over to their friend, and Toph is a little surprised. I heard you guys might be around. Sorry for not recognizing you at first. These stupid things make everything fuzzy, she says, motioning towards her shoes. I can barely see what's around me, she says, swinging her arms and smacking Sokka in the face. Hey, you did that on purpose, Sokka snaps at her, bringing an evil smile and laugh from Toph. The Earthbender turns to Melina and Malik, introducing herself and explaining that she is excited for what they are doing. The siblings smile, telling them all that they are hosting a festival tonight in the city to honor their partnership with their Earthen Fire refinery. Everyone in the city is invited, but Katara and Sokka, you've gotta come as our honored guests, Melina tells them. And Sokka excitedly agrees when he hears about the games and free food. I'm liking this lady more and more, he whispers to his sister. Only because she keeps feeding you, Katara whispers back. That night, Sokka is excited as they walk into the massive festival that fills up the city of the Southern Water Tribe. Sokka and Toph head off, shocked to see that the festival has the Poundy Poundy game. Katara stays behind, surprised as Master Pakku walks over with some of his best students to introduce them. How are your lessons going? Katara asks, bending down to the young children. But they look sad, telling her that they're not really waterbenders. And the two kids turn and run away. Master Pakku explains that they've been like that since they came to the village. While they are quite gifted benders, they hide their abilities. It's like they don't want to share their waterbending with anyone but themselves, he tells her as they look over at Toph and Sokka as the young woman pretends to be unable to lift the massive hammer for the Poundy Poundy game. Give me a second. After all, I'm just a poor little blind girl, she tells the owner. At the gates to the city, Hakoda and his warriors guard the entrance as Gilok watches on. They're waiting for us, he tells his soldiers. He turns to his troops, pulling on his helmet and telling them to prepare themselves. They turn, journeying into the tunnels with their massive drill machine. At the gates, Hakoda's lieutenant comes up to him, telling him that he has a visitor. The chieftain turns, surprised to see his daughter away from the festival. Thought you might want some company. Are you guys planning on staying out here all night? Katara asks him. Hakoda nods, telling her that with all of Gilok's recent actions, they must remain vigilant and protect the city. The two sit and Hakoda reveals that he knows that his daughter is worried about his relationship with Melina. Why didn't you tell us about her? Katara asks. Hakoda apologizes, admitting that he should have told them, but was afraid that they were not ready. But are you sure that you're ready? I just don't get why you chose her, Katara tells her father, concerned for him. She looks down, telling her father that she doesn't believe that Melina truly gets the Southern Water Tribe. And honestly, I don't trust her. What if she's up to something nefarious? Katara says with concern. But Hakoda just laughs, hugging his daughter and assuring her that Melina isn't up to anything nefarious. Even if you don't trust her, you have to trust me, okay? He tells her. He smiles at Katara, explaining that Melina has a good heart and that he wouldn't have fallen in love with her otherwise. But Katara pushes him away, thinking that maybe her father is blinded by his love. You know what it's like to be in love, right? He asks. And Katara nods. So you know that the right kind of love, the real kind, that sacrifices, that kind of love doesn't blind you, it actually helps you see, he tells her. Katara looks at her father, his words sank in, but their conversation is interrupted as they look up into the sky to see a sky bison descending towards them. Aang jumps off his faithful companion, rushing towards his girlfriend. They hug, with Katara whispering to Aang not to kiss her in front of her father. Okay, he whispers back, giving her a squeeze. He quickly fills her in on Zuko's situation and the fact that Azula is back, before walking over and bowing to Hakoda. Aang quickly asks about the warriors guarding the gates, but Hakoda waves them off, telling the two kids to go enjoy the festival. My dad's always been kind to you, right? Katara asks Aang as they walk away. Yeah, of course. Why? Aang asks. Katara looks back at her father, who has returned to the task of directing his warriors. I've just been thinking, I ought to do the same, she says with a smile. They head back into the festival, spending time with their friends and having fun. Sokka and Toph continue to win prizes, with the young earthbender toting around a bunch of stuffed animals. Katara manages to find Melina, thanking her for inviting them all to the festival and for treating her and Sokka so well. Melina is shocked to see the Avatar, and Katara offers to introduce them. I wouldn't just like that, I would love it! Melina shouts with joy. Malik interrupts them though, telling them that it is time for Melina to make her announcement. Everyone in the festival begins to gather around the stage, and the others interrupt their game winning to wander over. Melina takes the stage, bringing cheers from the crowd as she asks if they are having fun. Melina continues telling the tribe that together they will usher in a new era for the Southern Water Tribe, and that they will finally establish a presence for themselves on the world's stage. That's a good thing, right? Someone whispers as the cheers and claps become a little less enthusiastic. Toph suddenly pauses, sensing something in the earth. She places her hand on the ground, finally sensing that someone is coming towards them. Would have felt it sooner if it wasn't for these stupid things, she hisses, glaring at the shoes on her feet. Heads up, Team Avatar, she shouts to her friends. Melina holds out her hands, announcing the partnership with the Earthern Fire Refinery and asking for Toph to come up to the stage. Yeah, I'd like to say a few words. Everybody get out of here, Toph shouts as she dashes through the crowd. But she's too late, and a massive drill breaks through the ground in the middle of the festival. Armed with his club, Gilok stands atop it.
Hear me, people of the Southern Water Tribe. I am Gilok, your true brother. We've come of age together. We've shared meals together. We've bled together on foreign lands. You know that I am blood of your blood and flesh of your flesh. So you must believe me when I say that these two scoundrels from our sister tribe are not here to help us. They are here to subjugate and humiliate us, he shouts, gaining everyone's attention as he points at Melina and Malik. He tells the crowd that the pair want to strip their land of its natural resources and control it for themselves.
Wait, what? Toph whispers. Melina yells that Gilok's words aren't true, but he holds up Malik's briefcase, claiming that he has proof, that he has read the documents that claim the Northern Water Tribe will control all rights to the oil that sits beneath the Southern Water Tribe. What would the South be then, if not a colony? He asks, pointing his weapon at the siblings. That is not our plan, Melina shouts. She turns, looking at the gathering around them before letting her eyes fall. But it used to be, she admits. Everyone is shocked as she explained that they once thought the Southern Water Tribe wasn't ready to handle the responsibility of the oil. We were wrong, she tells them, confidence in her voice. But Malik interrupts. No, we weren't. I never destroyed those documents, he tells her. Melina is shocked as Malik turns to the crowd, anger in his voice. He tells them that the Southern Water Tribe isn't ready and that the oil will be under the Northern Tribe's control. You have no idea what this oil means, not just for your own little backward society, but for the world. This oil changes everything. This oil is the pathway to a future of equality. And we can't trust the future to a culture so mired in the past. He shouts angrily at everyone. Melina tries to stop him, but Malik won't be silenced. You Southerners need oversight of an actual civilization. You can't even come up with a cohesive set of laws. Stop talking! Melina finally shouts at her brother, pushing him. She steps in front of everyone, and she apologizes for her brother's words, promising that they will step down from the Southern Reconstruction Project immediately and return to the North. But Gilok shakes his head. Oh no! After what you've done, you don't get to just leave, he tells them. He orders his warriors forward and they rush the stage. Malik, I told you to stay quiet! Stay behind me! Melina shouts angrily as she bends an ice wall to protect them. The Northern crew rush forward to help their employers as Aang steps up. Look, whatever Melina and Malik have done, they don't deserve to die. Katara and I will get them somewhere safe, he says, turning to his friends. While Captain Boomerang and I keep everyone else from pummeling each other, Toph shouts, beginning to move off. Captain Boomerang? Sokka asks, unhooking his weapon. Oh, don't act like you don't love it when I call you that, Captain Boomerang, Toph shouts at her friend. Aang rushes forward, telling Katara to help the siblings while he deals with the troops. He shoots air across the ground, knocking the warriors down. Melina and Malik manage to avoid a spear as Katara cracks the knee of another warrior with her frozen water arms. Melina and Malik try to thank her. Not now! Katara hisses at them, not happy. But she is stunned as a massive ice sculpture hits her from behind. Ha ha! Payback! The foreman laughs. You idiots! She saved us! Melina shouts at her employees, but they turn to her, telling her and Malik to escape while they crack some heads. Melina tries to argue, but Malik begins to pull her away. Struggling to her feet, Katara looks up to see the old man that tried to tell her and Sokka the story of the snow rat beneath the wrecked ship.
Do you finally grasp the point of my story, Katara?
He asks her with a friendly smile. His face becomes serious, though, as he explains that they will never see her as anything but a snow rat.
We must remove the foreigners from within our mists, or they will destroy us. Now will you support Gilok's cause?
He asks. Katara stares at the elder for a moment, before turning and seeing Aang continue to fight against Gilok's warriors. No, she finally says, determined in her voice.
I believed in you, young Katara. I really did.
The old man sighs. But he suddenly lashes out, hitting several pressure points on Katara's arm.
But being away from home for so long has made you forget where your loyalties belong,
he snaps. You're a chi blocker? Katara gasps as her arms go limp. Meanwhile, Aang continues to knock warriors aside with blasts of wind. Two warriors grab his arms as the drill comes up behind him. But Aang twists, kicking out another blast of wind that knocks the drill machine aside. The men are stunned as he knocks them away. Sokka and Toph rush the foreman on the stage. "Hey, nice earth gauntlets," Toph shouts, impressed by the man's bending for a brief moment. "Oh look, I made myself a pair," she shouts with glee as she pummels the construction workers. On the side of the stage, Sokka faces off against two of Gilok's warriors, armed with boomerangs. He smiles as he easily beats them with his skill in the weapon. After all, there can only be one Captain Boomerang, he shouts with glee as he knocks them both out. Katara's arms hang limply at her sides as she fights against the elderly chi blocker. She kicks out, bending the snow to wrap around him and freeze him in place. "Good thing I don't need just my arms to waterbend," she notes. Katara asks where Hakoda is when one of his officers rushes forward to apprehend the old man. "I'm sorry, but I lost track of him at the gate," the officer tells her. With his fight ended, Aang lands next to Katara, and quickly he shows concern for her limp arms. "They'll be okay. They're already starting to tingle," she informs him. They rush towards the front gates. Ahead of them, Melina and Malik rush out into the frozen night. But they are stopped by one of the kids that attacked them the night before, and he punches Malik in the face, dropping him. "Guess they don't teach you how to fight in the north," the kid scoffs. Gilok comes rushing out, standing over Melina and her brother. "You have my word that we'll leave the South Pole first thing in the morning," Melina promises.
That isn't good enough,
Gilok tells her, glaring down. The warriors close in, throwing nets over the siblings. Before she can bend to defend herself, the young kid hits her in several pressure points.
Chi blocking. Impressive.
Gilok notes of his young warriors. He raises his club over his head, preparing to strike Melina. She continues to beg for his mercy, for his forgiveness.
Forgiveness between family is easy.
But you aren't family, are you? You may look like us, you may dress like us, but you were never part of the tribe, he tells her. He brings the club down towards Melina's head, but his hand is stopped by Hakoda. "Let them go, Gilok," the chieftain commands. Gilok tries to explain that he has proof what the siblings are truly planning, but Hakoda tells him that he knew of their original plans, but that Melina changed her mind once she got to know the people of the South.
It's a ruse, Hakoda, to gain your trust,
Gilok shouts, but Hakoda shakes his head, telling him that he believes people can change. Anger fills Gilok as he claims that Hakoda is a traitor, and he lashes out at his brother-in-arms. Their weapons clashing against each other, they trade blows briefly, but Hakoda manages to disarm the other warrior. Hakoda lowers his weapon, trying to remind Gilok of the time that he saved his life, and he extends his hand. "Despite all that's happened in the last couple of days, that's how I think of you still. That's who you are to me. So let's talk this through, Gilok. As brothers," Hakoda tells his friend.
Yes.
"You're right, brother," Gilok hisses as he pulls free a knife and leans in. Shock covers Hakoda's face as the blade pierces his skin. "No!" Melina screams as she watches. Katara calls out for her father as she and Aang rush forward. She slams her foot against the ground, trapping Gilok with ice. The others try to get away, but Aang manages to stop them, allowing the officers to catch them. Katara rushes to her father's side, leaning over him and using her bending to try and heal his wound. "I'm here, Daddy. Stay with me," she whispers. Later, Katara leans over her father in his hut, and he manages to come awake, weakly thanking his daughter for saving his life as she hugs him. "You had us a bit scared for a bit, Dad," Sokka tells him. Gran steps forward, admitting that things have not been good in the village because of the differences of beliefs. Katara and Sokka glare at each other, disagreeing on who needs to change their way of thinking, Gilok or Malik and Melina. They head outside, greeting their friends and telling them about their father. Toph steps forward, explaining that she had no idea what Malik's true plans were for the South Pole. When Melina steps from the shadows, bringing words of anger from Katara, I swear to you, all those things my brother said, I don't believe them, she tells Katara. But the young girl doesn't believe her. She knows that her mind changed when Melina fell in love with her dad. But what happens when you fall out of love with him? She asks. Katara, it goes deeper than that. Melina tries to explain. She tells her that she, her brother, and their crew are leaving tomorrow, and she wanted to say goodbye to Hakoda. You don't deserve to say goodbye to him, Katara tells her, and she nods, preparing to leave. But Gran appears in the door to the hut, calling Melina's name and telling her that Hakoda wants to speak with her. That night, in the holding cells, one of Hakoda's lieutenants brings Gilok his dinner. She tells him that she knows what he's trying to do and that she understands. I've never trusted the Northerners, she tells him as she places his food tray on the floor, and Gilok smiles as he sees the key to his cell. The snow crunches around them as the students of Toph's Metal Bending Academy try to continue the construction that the Northern construction crew left unfinished. Hotun calls to the others for help, but the giant mountain of snow that they've created begins to fall on them. Toph turns, throwing some metal girders to save the 3 students from being crushed. Is everyone okay? She shouts as she runs over. The students pull themselves clear, with the Dark One once again informing their teacher that they don't have the training to be construction workers. But Toph tells them to quit their belly aching. We seize the impossible. So what if we've never used metal bending like this? We weren't supposed to be able to metal bend in the first place, she tells them. She reminds them that the Northern Waterbenders had to leave after what happened the night before. Politics are dumb, but they're still a part of business, she tells them, scratching her head. Hotun points out that Melina has still stuck around. She walks away with Sokka, reminding him that she shouldn't be here. Melina, you're the only one who knows the plans from the beginning to end. If we're gonna do this, we need you, he tells her. They look out at the fence, which is crowded with protesters, but Sokka tells her to ignore them. Once they see how this will benefit the whole tribe, they'll come around, he promises her. Inside Paku's school, his 2 students still refuse to waterbend. We're not waterbenders, they shout at him, and the elderly master rubs his head. 3 weeks of this, he whispers with a sigh. But he brightens up as someone comes through the door. Well, if you won't listen to me, maybe you'll listen to our guests, he tells them as Aang and Katara walk through the door. Hey kids, you can call me Aang, Aang tells them as he swirls the water from the bucket around the room. Whoa, no way, the kids shout in unison. They are shocked to learn that Katara is the Avatar's friend. How come you didn't tell us when we were at the festival? We would have been a lot nicer, the girls tell Katara. She leans down to question the girls, asking why they didn't want to reveal that they were benders. And the girls explain that their mother always told them to keep their bending a secret, or the Fire Nation would come and get them. They were shocked that their mother sent them away after Paku arrived in the village. And finally, the girls turn and run away, shouting that it didn't matter that Katara was the Avatar's friend. You're not gonna make us do anything we don't wanna do. Well, that didn't go the way I thought it would, Aang notes as they watch the girls run out. Teaching is hard, take it from me, Hakoda tells them as he enters the room, limping across the floor with the help of a cane. Katara rushes to her father, concerned for him, but Hakoda brushes it off, telling her that he was out for his morning walk. Master Paku bids the kids to leave with Hakoda, telling them that he will keep trying with the girls. As they walk through the city, Hakoda mentions what an accomplished healer Katara has become, noting that he wouldn't be able to walk at all if it wasn't for her. He thanks Aang for his help at the festival as well. He tells them that it was seeing Team Avatar working together, members from all 4 nations, to make him more sure than ever that the Southern Water Tribe needs to collaborate with the other nations to move forward. It took people from all 4 nations to save the world. It will take the same to reconstruct the South, he tells them. But Katara looks at her father. Dad, don't you think you're being a little naive? She asks. She tells him that while Team Avatar are friends, There are people in the world like Malik who just want to take advantage of the tribe. And while Hakoda understands the risks, he still believes that it is a collaboration that the Southern Water Tribe needs. Because of this, he has already sent out invitations to the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom.
We'll have a conference this evening, and I'd like you both to be there, he tells him.
Later that day, airships from both kingdoms drop off Fire Lord Zuko and Earth King Kue, and the Earth King is shocked at how cold the South Pole is, and nervous when he sees the protesters. And they are greeted by Sokka, who rushes to hug his friend Zuko. "Hello, friend," Kue waves as he uses Bosco, his bear, for warmth. Zuko motions over his shoulder to the protesters, asking Sokka if they should really be here. But Sokka nods his head as he leads his friends past the angry villagers. "They just need to see what we're trying to do. Then they'll get it," he tells him. That night, Gilok speaks to the officer that guards him outside his cell. Despite Gilok's words, the guard believes what Hakoda is doing is right. But the man is shocked when Gilok uses a key to unlock his cell. Gilok turns and knocks the guard out with a quick blow. Officer Lirin leads Gilok through the prison to find Thawd, the chi blocker. Gilok opens his friend's cell. "For the tribe," they whisper to each other. In the conference room, Hakoda finishes his presentation to Zuko and Kue. He believes that the Water Tribe should set up embassies in both their nations and invites them to do the same. Sokka cheers for his father, excited for his vision of the future, even if Katara doesn't share his enthusiasm. Zuko nods, telling the head chieftain that he can count on the Fire Nation for support. "Your people have suffered so much destruction at our hands. We are grateful for the opportunity to help you rebuild," the Fire Lord tells him. But Earth King Kue apologizes, but believes that the Earth Kingdom can't offer its support so readily. He believes that if he can show his advisors that the Southern Water Tribe is making progress towards civilization, he might be able to convince them. "Excuse me?" Katara snaps, angry at the Earth King's use of the term civilization. Kue tries to backpedal, apologizing for his clumsy use of the word, and he finally turns back to Hakoda. "In fact, we'd be honored to help the Southern Water Tribe develop into a cleaner, safer place," he tells them. Katara still isn't happy and starts to argue, but the meeting is interrupted as an officer bursts through the door to warn them of Gilok's escape. But a boomerang hits the officer in the back, and Gilok's army enters the room.
"Look at you, head chieftain Hakoda, so eager to sell out your tribe to foreign masters," Gilok snorts. The warriors rush across the room to be met by the fire of Zuko and Aang's airbending. Katara manages to disarm Officer Lirin, snapping at her for betraying her father. Sokka stands against a large warrior, throwing his boomerang and seemingly missing. "Ha! You missed!"
the warrior boasts. "Did I though?" he asks as the warrior laughs, pointing to the lights above him. The chain of the chandelier snaps, sending it crashing down on top of the warrior. "Ha ha! Captain Boomerang does it again!" Sokka cheers for himself. Another warrior tries to attack Toph, but she tells him to stop. "You don't want to fight me, big guy. Trust me," she tells him as she bends the small amount of moon rock in her hands.
"You think I'm scared of your little pebble?"
he asks her. Toph smiles as she creates a hand that she slaps him across the face with. Hakoda orders his officers to protect those who can't save themselves. With the doors blocked, he orders his men to go out the window, but the windows shatter inwards as Gilok's chi blockers enter the fight. His warriors are quickly disarmed, and Hakoda stands defiantly between Gilok, Melina, and King Kue. "If you want them, you'll have to go through me," he snarls at his former friend. But Gilok smiles, informing Hakoda that they are here for the Southern Tribe's true enemy. "You!" he shouts as he rushes Hakoda with his club. He disarms the chieftain, knocking him out with a blow to the face. Gilok lifts the man onto his shoulder and orders his men to retreat. They rush outside, with Team Avatar quickly giving chase. but they are too slow, and Gilok's warriors block their path. Aang grabs Katara, lifting them into the air on a gust of wind. Outside, they manage to get above Gilok, who is fleeing into the cold night. "Drop me here!" Katara yells. She hits the ground, creating an ice slide that sends Gilok flying through the air. Luckily, Aang flies out, catching Hakoda before he hits the ground. Katara runs over, concerned for her father, but Aang tells her that he is all right and she should continue after Gilok. She rushes past them, running up the hill to look out into the quiet night. "He's gone! Gilok got away!" She snaps as Sokka catches up to her. "We saved Dad, Katara. That's what counts," her brother tells her. The group returns to the city hall with everything seeming to be okay. It is Zuko who suddenly realizes, though. "They took Earth King Kuei," he tells them. Later, Melina is trying to get Hakoda to rest, but the head chieftain doesn't think he can. Team Avatar enters the room, telling them that they lost Gilok's trail at the entrance of a vast maze of underground tunnels that will take them weeks to search. "Listen, team, we'll rest for a bit, but we have to go back out there as soon as we can," Aang tells them. The group is interrupted as a messenger hawk flies through the window. Hakoda reads the parchment, telling them that it is from Gilok and he wants to make an exchange. "King Kuei's life for mine," he tells them. Sokka takes the scroll, reading it off to the group. It says that Gilok wants to make an exchange at the Bridge of No Return. "An old rope bridge up in the mountains, not far from here," Katara explains, telling them that the bridge was how the tribe used to deal with criminals. If they survived the crossing, they had to make their way into the mountains, and most people didn't survive. Sokka continues, telling them that Gilok's army would be on one side, while Hakoda and Team Avatar are on the other. The Benders have to willingly allow Thawd and his disciples to chi block them, so that they can't be overpowered. And once Hakoda starts across the bridge, Gilok will send King Kuei across. "Any funny business, and Gilok cuts the bridge," Sokka finishes. Zuko nods, telling them that Gilok is planning to cut the bridge anyway. "No way Gilok's gonna pass up on the opportunity to get rid of two of his enemies at once," he tells them. Everyone looks at him in shock, and Aang and Katara comment on how evil that is. "I used to be a bad guy. I know how bad guys think," Zuko tells them with a shrug. Everyone is shocked by this deal, not believing that they can go through with it. "We'll come up with something," and with a smile, he turns to Sokka. "So, what's the something we're coming up with, planner guy?" he asks his friend. "I thought you'd never ask," Sokka answers with a grin. That night, they stood looking across the Bridge of No Return. Sokka looks back at Aang. "Everything in place?" he asks. "All according to plan, planner guy," Aang tells him with a thumbs up. Aang kisses Katara on the cheek, telling her not to worry, but Sokka notices his sister still seems upset. She tells him that this wasn't what she thought coming home would be like, that she thought when this war was over, their lives would go back to what they were supposed to be like. "Katara, I get what you're saying," Sokka tells her with a nod, but he reminds her that they have no actual idea what life was like before the war. Nobody alive does. What if the South Pole you're imagining, the one where everything is how it's supposed to be, never actually existed? He asks her, and Katara is stunned for a moment. But it doesn't last as Aang rushes over, telling them that Gilok and his army have arrived. The chi blockers come across the bridge, quickly taking down Team Avatar. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not a bender," Sokka shouts as they get him last. His body goes limp as he hits the ground. "You're still a threat," the chi blocker hisses. "Gotta admit, I'm flattered," Sokka grins as his body goes limp. With the benders taken out, Hakoda begins to move across the bridge. At the far end, Earth King Kuei begins to inch forward. The bridge sways under their feet, and he becomes scared. "Don't look down, Your Majesty. Keep your eyes on me and think of Bosco," Hakoda shouts to the Earth King. Finally, they've reached the middle of the bridge, and seeing this, Gilok doesn't hesitate. "Time to say goodbye," he smiles, bringing his blade down on the ropes.
But ice knocks the blade from his hand, and he turns in surprise to see Melina. I'm a builder, not a fighter, so I don't really know how to use bending for combat. Good thing my friends here do, she says, moving aside to reveal Toph's metal bending students. The four of them lash out at Gilok's army, knocking them down and taking out their weapons. Melina and the metal benders have come out of hiding, Sokka says, suddenly sitting up. Our turn, Toph shouts as she sits up next to him. Team Avatar get to their feet and use their bending to quickly take out the chi blockers.
What is this trickery?
Thod shouts. And Sokka smiles, revealing the chainmail armor that they were all wearing under their clothes. Designed by me and made by the students of the Beifong Metal Bending Academy, he tells him with a smile. With his army defeated, Melina steps forward and orders Gilok to surrender. But the man refuses, taking his torch and rushing out onto the bridge.
You won't win today, Hakoda, even if I have to lose,
Gilok shouts as he dips the torch to the ropes of the bridge. From behind him, Melina tries to grab onto his arm.
How dare you touch me, you northern scum!
Gilok hisses. Katara shouts for her friend, and Zuko rushes out onto the bridge. Melina and Gilok struggle with the torch as the fire begins to consume the ropes. But suddenly, everything goes out. Whew, just in time, Zuko whispers as they turn to look at him. But he wasn't quick enough, and the rope suddenly snaps after being weakened. They all grab the bridge as it sways across the canyon. Zuko reaches down, grabbing Earth King Kuei's hand and leaping away in a burst of fire. 1 down, 3 to go, Zuko shouts as he deposits Earth King Kuei on the ground and prepares to return for the others. But Sokka stops him, pointing out how the bridge has already weakened and will fall under his weight. I'm gonna buy us some time, but you guys had better figure out a way to rescue them, Toph shouts as she piles rocks on the remaining ropes. Katara creates an ice ladder and begins to climb down with Aang. Aang pops open his glider and grabs the rest of the group, carrying them away as they monkey arm together. Try not to move too much. I can barely hang on to you as it is, he gasps to them. Hakoda looks down at Gilok, ordering the man to stop moving.
I told you, Hakoda, even if I have to lose, you won't win,
he shouts as he swings his sword at Melina's hand. The woman lets go of him, and Gilok plummets into the darkness below. Aang continues to struggle, his grip loosening on Hakoda's hand, and Melina smiles up at Hakoda. The two of us are too much weight for the Avatar, she tells him. Hakoda looks at her, telling her to hold on just a little longer. Then all 3 of us will die. Goodbye, Hakoda, she tells him, releasing her hand. I love you, she shouts as she begins to fall. Katara leaps off her ladder, moving across the canyon on an ice slide, and she manages to catch Melina, sliding back to the canyon wall and jamming an ice platform into it. Oh, thank you, Katara, Melina gasps. Whew, don't mention it, the young girl replies. The next day, Sokka and Katara stand in front of their mother's grave under a clear blue sky. Go on, sis. Say what you need to say, Sokka tells her with a pat on the back. Katara looks down at the grave marker. She tells her mother that she wanted to come home and find the world the way it was supposed to be. But that is impossible since their mother isn't here with them. She tells her mother about how she saved Melina, and that whenever she finds the courage inside her to do anything, she knows that it is her mother's courage that was passed on to her. She knows the world is changing, and still will, but everything's the way it's supposed to be, because her mother had been with her all along. Sokka turns, seeing Aang with Master Pakku's 2 students waiting nearby. He calls them over, and Katara introduces the young girls to her mother, telling them how she gave her life to save Katara and the Southern Waterbenders. I think that's why your mother sent you here. She wants you to be part of the tradition that my mom helped save, Katara tells them. Well, if that's the case, let's show her what we can do, the young girls say together. They move their hands, water bending a beautiful sight over the grave. That night, everyone is gathered in Grand's hut.
I'm telling you, Paku, this isn't right. I'm not used to having other people in my kitchen.
Grand fusses. But Paku and Hakoda tell her to relax, that the kids want to treat them for a night. Team Avatar comes out of the kitchen, each holding a tray of food from their kingdom and way of life. And Sokka licks his lips at all of the wonders. Man, this all smells so good. Less talky, more eaty, he shouts with joy. Everyone laughs and enjoys the food and the company, coming together as a family. As Appa floats over the snowy mountains, Sokka leans over the side. Are we there yet? He sighs. Katara sits up, pointing out that Sokka knows how far it is from the Southern Water Tribe to the Earth Kingdom. But Sokka doesn't care though, questioning if Appa seems to be getting slower, and asking if Aang would like to upgrade him. Maybe some kind of propellant system. Speed him up a bit, Sokka asks. But Toph interrupts them, asking if Aang would mind stopping at the Earthen Fire Refinery on the way to Yu Dao. We're taking a detour, but Suki's waiting in Yu Dao, Sokka complains. Toph leans back, telling him that it won't take long, and that she has a lot of responsibilities now that she's an executive partner. You have 10 minutes, but after that, we're leaving for Yu Dao, with or without you, Sokka tells her in a huff. Toph agrees, but warns them that Cranefish Town has changed a lot since they were there last. And even with her warning, Aang is shocked as they look down on what used to be a small town and see a vast city stretching away from the coast. I can't believe this, Aang whispers as they get closer. Katara leans in, knowing that the area was important to the airbenders, and asks if he's okay. I'm not sure. None of this was here before, he tells her. They manage to find a spot for Appa to land near one of the markets, with Sokka being surprised that there's no warm welcome committee this time. Instead, the people of Cranefish Town seem to just stare at them. Aang, do the thing, Sokka whispers. Aang pulls out some marbles, making them float and spin around with his airbending. But the townspeople are unimpressed. What is this? Does he think we haven't seen bending before? Someone whispers. Wow, tough crowd, Aang gulps, feeling embarrassed. But luckily, they are saved by Toph's father, Lao, as he moves through the crowd, flanked by 2 guards. Toph greets her father, but he pushes past her, thanking her for bringing the Avatar in Cranefish's time of need. What? I thought you wanted to see me for executive partner reasons, she asks. Lao points out that it is always good to see his daughter, but the town has need of the Avatar. Lao stands before Team Avatar, pointing out that the town is facing challenges as they expand so quickly. What kind of challenges? Aang questions. Because the town has no official government, the local businesses have formed a committee to oversee the growth of the town. We're having a council meeting this afternoon. If you came with me, you could hear for yourself the issues we're facing, Lao explains. Aang agrees, bringing complaints from Sokka about having to wait to see Suki. But he gets distracted as he sees a distinct Water Tribe helmet. As Sokka and Aang begin to discuss how Sokka absolutely needs this helmet, 2 gangs of benders begin to argue in the city streets.
What are you dirt eaters doing here? This is firebender territory,
one gang leader shouts.
Know your place, Ashmaker. This is earthbender land,
the other responds. The shop owner knows trouble when he sees it. Pulling the helmet from Sokka's head, she apologizes and closes the window. Sokka and Aang turn, seeing the trouble that is brewing around them. As the 2 benders begin to fight, Aang leaps in between them. Everybody calm down, he shouts, swirling the groups apart with his airbending. He demands to know why the groups are fighting, but they begin to argue again, both trying to get the Avatar on their side. But suddenly, Aang is lifted into the air on a patch of earth. You all need a timeout, Toph shouts to the group.
The Avatar's fighting on the dirt eater's side. Get him!
The firebenders shout, launching flames. Aang leaps down, trying to explain that he isn't on anyone's side as he pushes the firebender's back. Toph knocks another earthbender aside as he tries to thank Aang for joining them. Aang, there's only one language these guys understand. The language of cracking skulls, she tells him. One of the earthbenders is thrown over the head of Lao and Sokka, and he struggles up, reaching out and beginning to bend the building around him. Toph launches herself over to save her father, and she knocks the bender out with a quick brick to the jaw. But the building continues to quake. "Oh no!" she gasps as the building begins to crumble around them. She reaches out, trying to hold up the building with her bending. "Little help here, Twinkle Toes!" she gasps. Aang rushes forward, grabbing Toph and flying her away as the building completely falls apart. "I meant help me hold up the building." "But thanks anyway," she tells him. But Aang nods, looking back at the building and noting that it was barely holding together. "Whoever built that thing did a terrible job," he tells her. They land, with Aang and Katara running into each other's arms to make sure that they're both okay. "I'm fine too if anyone cares," Sokka points out. "I care," Toph tells him. "What?" "Nothing," she snaps, punching him in the arm. With the benders that started the fight having escaped, Lao explains that the city has been plagued with bender violence. Aang and his friends turn to help rebuild the building that collapsed, but the people grow angry. "We don't want your help," they tell the team. "Seriously? I can make that pile of rocks look brand new. I'm that good," Toph explains. "Benders destroyed our homes. We don't want the help of benders to repair it," the people tell them angrily. Aang starts to argue, but the people tell him that unless he is going to force his help on them, he should leave them alone. Toph is angry at the people's attitude, but she tells her friends that she is heading to the Earth Fire Refinery to see Satoru. Katara agrees to go with her, while Sokka and Aang go to the council meeting. "Okay, I'll see you tonight," Aang tells them as they all go their separate ways. Lao leads Aang and Sokka to an ostrich horse-drawn carriage, explaining that the city has grown too large to travel on foot. During the ride, he tells them that the city has drawn many people who are looking for work, but the factory can't employ them all, even the most skilled benders, and because of this, the benders who can't find honest work have turned to less than honest means of earning a living. Finally, they arrive at the council meeting. Some of the members point out how late Lao is, while the others defend him. As they move through the room, Sokka looks around, noting that the benders are sitting on one side of the room, while the non-benders are on the other. Sokka leans in, telling Aang what he noticed in a whisper. "Wow, I think you're right. Why would they be divided like that?" Aang wonders. Lao stands up in front of the meeting, reminding the group about the violence that plagued their city. Because of this, he proposes banning bending within the streets of Cranefish City. This will help prevent the bender violence that is causing so many problems, he tells them. Aang is shocked, and the benders of the council grow angry, believing that Lao is merely pushing his anti-bending agenda. The non-benders join in, pointing out that the people are afraid to walk the city streets. "Now I know why the Bender Council members don't sit with the non-benders," Sokka whispers to his friend. They both watch as the arguments grow louder and angrier. Meanwhile, Katara and Toph arrive at the refinery. "This is the Earthen Fire Refinery?" Katara questions as she sees the giant factory. "It's nearly tripled in size since we were here last," Toph nods. Satoru greets them at the entrance, leading them inside to show off everything he's been working on. "Who are those people? We saw a few of them with Toph's father today," Katara asks as she notices the guards standing around, and Satoru nods, explaining that they've had a few break-ins at the factory. "So we've had to hire a few more guards," he explains. He leads them inside, and Katara is shocked by the sheer size of the refinery machines that are in the factory now. "We've done a lot of upgrading to the factory line. We can now refine ore at twice the rate we used to," he tells them proudly, motioning to the machines. Katara looks around, pointing out that she doesn't see any benders working on the machines this time. "Hey, Satoru, what's up with that? Where'd all the benders go?" Toph asks, and the engineer grows a little sheepish. "Well, that's complicated," he tells them.
He explains that as they upgraded the machines, they became so effective that they didn't need the benders anymore. And so they let them go, since skilled benders command a higher wage. Unfortunately, that made others in the bender community angry. They felt like they were being replaced by machines. Satoru explains that he wasn't trying to put benders out of work, just improve his machines. But now, other factories have also put in similar machines, and even more benders have lost their jobs. Tensions in the city have grown, and some benders have refused to work for non-benders. This is crazy. The machines are great. I'm a bender and I love them, Toph tells him. But then she points out that he shouldn't make a machine that can metal bend. That's her thing. Back at the council meeting, Lao interrupts the arguing so that Aang can speak. Aang steps up, the faces of the council members staring at him. He tells them that he has only been in town for a short time, but he has seen the violence in the streets. I won't support a bending ban. It would punish honest benders as well as criminals. What I think this city needs is a real police force, something to serve its citizens and establish true law and order, he tells them. A woman named Liling stands. With a smile on her face, she agrees with Aang. She explains that she grew up in the area and established her factory here. She employs a security team of benders who would make an excellent police force. They are loyal, upstanding people who will do their best to defend their home and their neighbors. If they are trained to be police officers, they could become Cranefish Town's law and order, she tells him. Lao interrupts, believing that it is important for non-benders to be members of the police force as well. But Liling brushes it off, telling him that once the police force is established, they could begin training non-benders to assist the officers. Liling thanks the Avatar for bringing his wisdom to the council and turns to a call for a vote. And without hesitation, everyone's hands go up. A short time later, Sokka and Aang walk towards the refinery, discussing what happened at the meeting. Katara comes running up, telling them that Lao is putting them in a house for their stay in Cranefish Town. Sokka immediately goes running off, but Aang isn't ready to turn in just yet. Will you go for a ride on Appa with me? He asks Katara, and the two of them fly over the city, landing on a small island in the bay. As they move through the trees, Katara points out that Aang has that look. The "I'm responsible for everything that happens in the world because I'm the Avatar" look. And he sighs, telling her that he spoke to Lady Tianhe last time they were here. She told me to believe in humans, in our ability to learn from our mistakes, and create a future that preserves and protects as it grows, he says. Katara asks him if he feels like he failed, but Aang explains that Cranefish Town reminds him of when he first woke up and the world was so different. But it isn't the same. The war is over and you don't have to face this alone. Toph, Sokka, and I are all here with you, Katara reminds him. Katara looks out over the city, reminding Aang that everywhere they go, the world is developing. I don't think anyone meant for Cranefish Town to end up like this. No one was deliberately trying to make the worst city ever. It's just different people trying to live their lives, fighting for their own piece of this place, she tells him. But she believes that there is still time to fix the city. They hold hands as Aang tells her that he hopes she's right. Maybe there's still time to help this city grow in a way that protects and preserves. Elsewhere in the city, a gang of firebenders are huddled in a building. Their boss is yelling at them for stealing from the poor because they don't have anything worth taking. Suddenly, the door explodes inwards, and two women walk in. One smiles, telling the gang that she has a fantastic career opportunity for them, but the gang circles them, telling the two to get lost. The other woman smiles, cracking her knuckles. She launches into a fight, twisting and knocking the gang members aside with earth pillars. She twists, avoiding a blow and knocking out two others with a chunk of rock. So, you're definitely gonna listen to us now, right? The first woman asks with a smile. Early the next morning, the Team Avatar is walking down the streets, and Sokka questions why Aang wants to go to the beach so early in the morning. They arrive at the beach with Aang motioning to the garbage and debris that has collected along the shores of the city.
He turns, proudly proclaiming that they now have the whole day to clean it up. "Everyone stand back. I'll have this place garbage-free in no time," Toph tells them, stepping up. She begins metal bending, pulling all the metal around her. In a matter of seconds, Toph stands proudly next to a statue made out of the debris that looks exactly like her. "Turning trash into treasure," she says with a smile. The group moves down the beach, cleaning up the debris as they go. Two young firebenders interrupt Aang, introducing themselves as Leon and Shen. They gush about how they are big fans of his. But eventually, Aang returns to the clearing, helping his friends as Toph continues to leave statues of herself along the beach. That night, Toph opens her eyes as a strange clunking noise reaches her ears. She heads out the door, following the noise to the refinery. She then stops at the machine, seeing that it's been jammed. She bends a barrier in front of her as the machine suddenly explodes, and the rest of the team rush to the fiery destruction, awoken by the explosion. They meet Satoru out front, questioning what happened. "Wait, where's Toph?" Aang asks. Satoru tells them that she wasn't in her room, and everyone becomes scared. "Stop panicking, I'm fine," a voice calls to them from beneath the wreckage. Toph stands, the metal barrier falling away. "It'll take a lot more than an exploding factory to take me out," she says with a confident grin. "I'm glad you're okay," Aang begins, but Toph holds up her hand to quiet him. "Don't distract me, Twinkle Toes. I need to listen," she tells him. In the distance, a foot hits the ground, sending a tremor through the earth, and Toph points. "There! 2 people running down the alleyway, probably the same people who sabotaged the machine," she tells them. Toph and Aang begin to give chase, while the others begin to put out the fire. They begin to move through the streets and alleyways. Toph laughs as the people think they can lose them in the maze-like city, but they didn't figure on me being able to track them. But suddenly, one of them leaps down from one of the rooftops. Whoops, didn't see that guy coming. People running across rooftops are a little trickier to track than people running on the ground. She notes as she brings up a pillar of earth to block the firebender. She points Aang in the direction of the other runner. "The other guy turned down an alley to the right. You go, I'll take care of this one," she yells. Aang leaps into the air with his glider, and he floats over the city, quickly finding the other runner. The firebender stops short as he comes to the edge of a cliff.
Whoops, this wasn't the right way. I should have turned left back there, the man whispers.
Aang suddenly lands behind the gang member, making him jump, and the man turns.
"I'll fight you,"
he shouts. "I'd prefer it if you didn't," Aang explains, but the man launches a fireball at Aang, who quickly catches it and harmlessly spins it into the air. With a twist, he captures the man in an earth pillar. "Why did you attack Earthern Fire Industries?" Aang demands. But the man refuses to speak when suddenly the cliff crumbles and the man begins to fall into the sea. "Help! Save me, Avatar!" the man screams as he plummets through the air, and Aang leaps into the air, trying to catch the man. "Oops, those cliffs crumble so easily." The earthbender woman grins as her and her sister stand by watching. Her sister doesn't seem happy, believing that killing the man wasn't necessary. "You heard Mom. She said no loose ends. I'm just making sure he absolutely stays quiet," the earthbender tells her. Both women turn, watching as Aang manages to catch the man before he falls into the water. "Uh-oh," the sisters whisper. Later, they stand in their mother's house. "So, the Avatar captured the man you hired?" she says. The two sisters begin to argue, but Li Ling orders them to stop. She turns, telling them that she doesn't want them to argue, because there are more important things at stake. She tells them that they must be united, and an evil smile crosses her face. Plans are in motion, and not even the Avatar will be able to stop them. Riding his glider, Aang returns to his friends at the destroyed factory. He lands, quickly explaining how the thug had fallen from the cliff, and he managed to catch him. He was so grateful he gave up who hired him to attack the Earthern Fire refinery, Aang explains.
telling the group that the goon was hired by 2 teenage girls, one of whom was a skilled earthbender. Boss Lau comes over, explaining that it wasn't only his factory that was attacked, and it seems like this was coordinated. There's something going on in Cranefish Town, something lurking beneath the surface. Time for Team Avatar investigations to delve into these mysterious goings-on, Sokka tells them, pulling out his investigator's hat and adjusting the monocle. I can't believe you still have that hat, Katara tells him. I can't believe you ever thought I'd get rid of this amazing hat. Do you know me at all? Sokka asks. The team begins their investigation. Moving through each destroyed factory, they search for clues while questioning the owners and workers. After a time, Aang stands with Sokka, saying how he doesn't see any connection between the factories themselves. There is a connection. All the factories are owned by non-benders, and judging by the damage to the building, the attacks were made by benders, Sokka tells him simply. Aang still seems confused, but Sokka explains it to him. The buildings that were destroyed all housed the machines that had been putting benders out of work. Sokka explains that bending is a skill that very few people have, and some of those people use their bending to oppress others. And now there are machines that make things a little more equal, Aang finishes. Which might make certain benders feel threatened, Sokka adds. It all finally makes sense to Aang, who informs the group that he wants to speak with Councilwoman Li Ling about helping out with the damaged business, believing that this will help bridge the gap between the non-benders and the benders. The usual Avatar thing, wherever there's a gap, you'll bridge it, Toph jokes. They travel to the councilwoman's home, with Sokka marveling at the sheer size and luxury of the place. Meeting with the woman, they exchange pleasantries and sit down to get to the point of their meeting. Aang explains to her about the factories being attacked. I was hoping that prominent business owners will support non-benders in their time of need. It may go a long way towards easing the conflict between the two groups, Aang tells her. Li Ling nods, telling Aang that she would be happy to help her fellow business owners. In the background, Momo has begun chasing the councilwoman's cat around the room. The cat jumps on the counter, knocking over a statue and smashing it to the floor. Aang yells at Momo for dropping the statue, before offering to try and fix it for Li Ling. Don't worry, Avatar, my daughter can repair it. She's a very talented earthbender, she tells them, calling for her 2 daughters. The 2 teenagers enter the room, with Toph suddenly straightening as she recognizes their footsteps. After introducing themselves, Ya Ling quickly shows her talents by fixing the statue. Wow, that's fantastic earthbending, Aang tells her with a smile. It's okay, Toph scoffs. Ya Ling gets a little defensive, questioning whether Toph thinks she is a better earthbender. Nah, I know I'm better, Toph tells her with a smile. She holds out her hand, pulling a vase made of meteorite to her. Ya Ling stares in surprise as Toph begins to morph the shape of the space metal. While Ya Ling gushes over Toph's abilities, Toph asks if she's ever been up to the cliffside. Me? Nah, never been there. Ooh, make it change shape again, Ya Ling answers. A short time later, the team is leaving the house, with Li Ling promising to send the supplies to aid the factories. Before they leave though, Ya Ling asks Toph if she can teach her metal bending. Though she explains it is a difficult skill, Toph agrees to meet her on the beach tomorrow morning to begin her training. But only because I like being called Sifu, Toph tells her with a smile. As the group walks away, Rue begins to whisper to her sister, asking why she would become friends with the Avatar's group. Listen up, Rue. Toph's a bender. She'll come around to our side eventually, Ya Ling explains. She turns and walks away, but not before hissing at her sister to not tell their mother. As they walk away, Aang is glad that things with Councilwoman Li Ling went so well. Nope, that lady's dirty. She's involved in the sabotage somehow, Toph huffs. Everyone turns, surprised at Toph's words and questioning how she knows. She explains that she recognized the daughter's footsteps from the attack on the factory, and knew that Ya Ling was lying when she asked if she had been up to the cliffs. Why would she lie? Unless she had been up to the cliffs last night, making sure the muscle that she had hired didn't spill the beans. Toph explains. Toph knows that they were involved, even if she doesn't have evidence. She explains that she'll pretend to train Yaling, and while she's failing at it, I'll find out what she and her mother are up to. Ooh, cozying up to a suspect. I like it, Sokka tells her. As they head back to the factory, Sokka suddenly gasps and rushes away from the group. Suki sits out front, petting an eel hound that she had borrowed to get to the city. The two hug, happy to see one another, hugging and talking in the disgustingly cute way of young couples. Aang and Katara put their heads together, awing about how cute they think Sokka and Suki are. Well, I'm out of here, Toph gags. She heads into the factory, finding Satoru sitting in sadness. Hey, Satoru. Yikes, this place is a mess, she comments. The young man nods with sadness, pointing out how long the machines will take to repair. Nah, you don't need months, you just need me, Toph tells him as she begins to bend the metal around them. While she continues to work, Satoru reveals to her that he feels responsible for making the benders obsolete by making his machines. But Toph disagrees, believing that there wouldn't be enough jobs for the benders in the city anyway. The next morning, Toph lounges under an umbrella on the beach as Yaling glares at a shard of metal buried in the sand. She punches downward, with the earth exploding in every direction, yet the metal does not move. Ooh, you almost had it that time, Toph calls to her. Yaling turns, angry. I don't understand why this is so hard, she snaps. Toph just smiles, telling the girl that she needs to be patient, that even the Avatar couldn't learn metal bending. Yaling sits down, and the two women begin to chat. Toph apologizes for Aang, telling Yaling that he can sometimes be a little pushy and lacks social skills. Toph lets her know that she is upset to see so many skilled benders out of work in the city. It's okay by me if those machines aren't fixed right away, you know? She says with a smile. Yaling stands, turning her back to Toph and looking out over the water. You and the Avatar, you close? She asks. Toph smiles, knowing that she has the girl right where she wants her. She explains that they're not that close, and that she mostly hangs around him to get free stuff. Yaling sits back down, telling Toph that there are a lot of people in town who feel that things have been out of balance since the war ended. There's a meeting tonight for concerned citizens of Cranefish Town. We want to return things to their natural order, make things how they used to be, how they should be. Would you like to join us? Yaling asks. Sure. I like things in the natural order, Toph tells her. Yaling smiles and gives her the password. A short time later, Toph kicks in the door of the team's house, interrupting their card game. She tells everyone about what Yaling told her and informs them of her plan to go in and bash everyone's head in. Hold on, we need to discuss this. We shouldn't rush into anything, Katara tells her. She tells them that they need proof of what Li Ling is doing and why she's doing it. So we go in, bash some heads, and make them tell us what they're doing, Toph tells her. What if we tried it without bashing heads? Sokka asks. We could do that, but why? Toph asks. Sokka smiles, telling them that they should sneak in after Toph and hear the meeting for themselves. And everyone smiles and agrees. Seems like less fun, but if that's the way you want to do it, Toph says, crossing her arms. That night, the team follows Toph, wearing their disguises. Aang scratches at his head, not too fond of his wig. They watch as she enters the door and then quickly approach the guard.
What's the password?
The thug asks. Imbalance, they respond. And the man smiles as he opens the door.
Welcome to the cause, my friends.
The team moves through the tunnels, part of the mines that should have been sealed. Beneath the town, they find a large gathering of people, and Aang and Sokka see some of the benders from the council in the room, as well as the kids that Aang met at the beach. There's Toph, up front with Yaling. Should we get close to her? Suki asks. But Sokka shakes his head, telling her that they should hang back. Councilwoman Li Ling steps to the front of the crowd, beginning her speech. She tells the gathering of Lao's proposed bender ban about how he wants to push the benders out of the town with his machines. Anger sweeps through the gathering of people as they begin to call for action. Li Ling continues, calling for benders to take their natural place above non-benders, to rule governments, businesses, and protect communities. That is their rightful place in the world, and she calls for the benders to put aside their differences and join her in this fight. This woman is out of her mind! We need to stop this, Katara whispers to Aang. We can't start a fight here. We're outnumbered, he whispers back. Li Ling begins to explain her plan to drive the non-benders out of the city by destroying their machines and putting them out of business. We will set right the imbalance in the world. Cranefish Town will become a city that belongs to the benders alone, she yells as she finishes her speech. The crowd begins to cheer and Aang tells his friends that they need to go. But before they can leave, they see Toph walking up to the stage. Ya Ling introduces the young woman, telling her mother that Toph wishes to join their cause. Is this true? Li Ling asks. Actually, no. You're crazy, lady, and you're going down. By the power invested in me, by me, you're under arrest, Toph shouts, shocking everyone. Ya Ling calls Toph a traitor, bending a chunk of earth and throwing it at her. But Toph just scoffs, easily knocking the earth aside and punching more chunks at her. You've turned your back on your kind. You chose non-benders over us, Ya Ling shouts, leaping away. Those non-benders are my friends and family. I'll always choose them over you, Toph yells back. Aang and the team reveal themselves, moving through the crowd to help their friend. Li Ling is shocked to see the boy, glaring at him. You should have stayed away from my city, Avatar. I never wanted to be your enemy, she snaps. She shouts to the crowd, pointing out how the Avatar stands against the benders. The crowd turns on them, surrounding the team and calling out angrily. I don't want to fight you, Aang says to the gathering. Too late for that, Avatar. You chose your side, Li Ling tells him. She creates a wall of earth amongst the crowd, separating Team Avatar from each other before launching shards of dirt at Aang. Drive the Avatar out of our city. Now is the time to fight for what's yours, she tells the crowd. The crowd of benders begin to attack, but find themselves outmatched by Team Avatar as every team member begins to take out multiple people. On the stage, Ya Ling and Toph continue to fight. You're a lousy teacher. You didn't teach me anything about metal bending, Ya Ling shouts as she punches at Toph with earth gloves. That's the worst insult you can come up with? I got news for you, Toph shouts, blocking and dodging the teenager's attack. I've taught an entire school full of lily-livered knuckleheads to metal bend. You can't learn metal bending because you're a terrible bender, Toph shouts, knocking the girl aside with a pillar of earth to the stomach. I'm an amazing bender, better than you, Ya Ling shouts back. Prove it, Toph smiles, creating her own stone gauntlets. They launch at each other, their gauntlets smashing at the same time and knocking them both away. Rue runs for her sister, trying to help her to her feet so they can escape, but they look up to see Sokka and Suki standing over them. Sorry guys, you're not going anywhere, Sokka smiles at them. Ya Ling launches into attack that Sokka dodges. Suki leaps in, hitting Ya Ling in several spots and chi blocking her. Ya Ling is shocked as her arms hang useless by her sides. Li Ling stares down at the floor below her, anger in her eyes. She creates another burst of earth, scattering everyone. Rue is shocked as her mother tells her to grab her sister and run. I won't let what we've worked for end here, Li Ling tells her daughter. She creates a tunnel, ordering her daughters to escape while she holds off Team Avatar. The crowd of benders begin to escape while Li Ling begins to shake the ceiling above them. Aang knocks the woman aside with a gust of air, yelling for Toph to steady the ceiling above them.
Suki rushes in, chi blocking Li Ling with a few quick blows. "You're under arrest for crimes against the people of Cranefish Town," Aang tells her as the team stands over her. "No, it's only just begun," Li Ling tells them with a smile. In the darkness of the city streets, Ru and Ya Ling make their way home, but Ya Ling is still stunned, and she falls to the ground with her arms hanging uselessly at her side. Ru tries to comfort her sister, telling her that it is only temporary and her bending will come back. "What if it doesn't? Then I'll be just like you," Ya Ling whispers. Ru hears these words, and anger flashes in her eyes. She stands, ordering her sister to follow her so they can figure out how to get their mother back. At the factory, the team has Li Ling locked in a cage that Toph explains is escape-proof. Toph believes that if they capture her daughters, then their plans will end. Sokka walks down, explaining that the anger and support for her movement has swept through the benders of the city. She's bringing to surface resentments between benders and non-benders that have been brewing for ages, Sokka tells them. Aang nods, looking over at the woman in the cage. "We still need to decide what to do with her," he tells them. And Toph steps up to her friend. "Oh, I know what we should do with her, Twinkletoes," she tells him. Aang is shocked by her words. "Make an example of her so her supporters back off. Do to Li Ling what you did to the Fire Lord. Take her bending away." Everyone stands in shock at what Toph just said. "Why'd the room get quiet all of a sudden?" she asks simply. Katara comes down, shocked that Toph would even suggest taking away Li Ling's bending abilities. But Toph explains that it makes perfect sense. Li Ling has attacked her father's factory and the non-benders of Cranefish Town. She can't lead a bunch of bender supremacists if she's not a bender anymore, Toph explains. Katara glares at Toph, and the young earthbender asks why Katara would be so mad at the suggestion. "It's removing a part of who they are. It's not a decision to be made lightly," Katara tells her. Suki and Sokka chime in, telling Aang that the other benders of the city might be upset that Aang took it upon himself to take away Li Ling's bending. Everyone looks to him for an answer, but Aang just begins to walk towards Li Ling's cell. "I'm going to talk to Li Ling. She might be willing to tell her followers to stop their attacks," he tells the group. "Talk all you want, that lady isn't changing her mind," Toph calls to him. Aang sits before the cell. Li Ling speaks to him kindly enough, and Aang asks her what he can do to resolve the conflict between the benders and the non-benders. She smiles at him, thinking that it's sweet that he continues to cling to the non-violent ways of the air nomads. "You even refused to take the life of the tyrant Fire Lord, even as he was attempting to burn the Earth Kingdom to the ground." Aang nods, reminding her that he did spare Ozai's life and save the Earth Kingdom. "I'll find a way to resolve this conflict peacefully as well," Aang tells her. But Li Ling becomes angry, telling Aang that she knows what he did to Ozai and that a life without bending is not worth living. At their home, Ya Ling and Ru sit together. Ya Ling floats a pile of rocks in her hands, confident that her earthbending has returned. "Time to go get Mom," she says. Ru knows where they are keeping her and suggests that they sneak into the Earthen Fire refinery that night, but Ya Ling shakes her head. They need to draw Team Avatar away, and she believes she knows how. "Whatever it takes," she hisses. "Yeah, whatever it takes," Ru repeats hesitantly. Outside the refinery, Aang finds Katara. As she has done so many times with him, he asks her what's the matter. Katara explains that she doesn't agree with Toph's suggestion that taking away someone's bending is the non-violent solution. But really, you're destroying a part of someone. That seems pretty violent to me, she tells him. Do Li Ling's crimes fit this punishment? Does she deserve to lose a piece of her identity? She asks Aang. They sit in silence for a few moments, with Aang having no answer.
Their silence is broken as Satoru comes running over, telling them that the business council is under attack. The group rushes to the council building, finding it on fire. Satoru explains that Lau and the non-bending members of the council were inside for a meeting, and Toph doesn't hesitate, launching herself forward. "I'm going in to get my dad. You guys put out the fire," she shouts to Aang and Katara. Aang and Katara combine their waterbending and airbending to start putting out the fire, while Toph easily breaks down the door and gets all the council members outside. What was the point of this attack? Benders just set the building on fire and then took off? Aang questions as they put the last of the flames out. At the Earthen Fire Refinery, Lau's guards shout for Suki and Sokka to warn the Avatar that a fight is coming. Ya Ling steps forward with her gang of benders, laughing that they left all the non-benders to guard her mom. "Let's show them that they're nothing compared to us," she smirks. Ya Ling and her gang rush forward, with the Earthbender targeting Suki. "Remember me?" she asks, rushing forward. "Sure, didn't Toph beat you up?" Suki taunts. The benders quickly separate Sokka and Suki from the rest of the security guards. Suki manages to use her shield to block the rocks that Ya Ling throws, but the pair is quickly trapped by Ya Ling's earthbending. "Now stay put," Ya Ling laughs. One of the security guards tries to stop her, but his club and shield are no match, and he is quickly knocked down. Ya Ling retrieves the man's keys, quickly moving into the refinery and unlocking her mother's cell. The two hug, with Li Ling smiling. "I knew you'd find a way to free me. Let's go home. We have a lot of work to do," she tells her daughter. By the time Team Avatar returns to the refinery, they only find the damage caused by the fight. Sokka, Suki, and the guards continue to patch up their wounds and bruises. "Now we know what the business council attack was really about," Aang sighs. Katara moves forward to heal the head of the guards, and he notes that while they are well trained and have fought benders before, the mob completely overwhelmed us. Katara nods, frustrated that Li Ling always seems to be one step ahead of them, and the head of security nods and asks her a favor. "Your friend, the Kyoshi warrior, do you think she'd teach my officers to chi block?" Later, Suki and Katara approach their friends, and Katara explains that they want to be ready the next time that Li Ling's forces attack. "I'm going to teach Lau's guards how to chi block," Suki explains. She knows that it'll take longer than one night to teach them, but at least they can get started on the basics. "Okay, we'll need all the help we can get," Aang admits. At Li Ling's home, the former councilwoman enters to find Rue. Her daughter is happy to see their mother, showing her that she has already begun packing so that they can escape. "We're not going anywhere," Li Ling tells her daughter, refusing to leave in the night like they did when they fled Ba Sing Se. She becomes angry, questioning Rue on if she remembers what it was like to flee the city, why they had to, why it was so easy for the Fire Nation to infiltrate the Earth Kingdom. "Because the Earth King was a non-bender," Rue whispers. Li Ling nods, telling her that she won't allow non-benders to ruin the life they have built in Cranefish Town. "We're staying here. We're fighting for our home," she concludes. Rue suddenly becomes angry though, asking if her mother sees her as weak because she doesn't have bending abilities. Li Ling looks at her daughter, putting her hands on her shoulders. "Rue, you must understand. I love you. I love you as much as your sister, but this is how the world works. Benders are powerful and non-benders aren't. It's just how things are. And it's best for non-benders to recognize that," she tells her daughter. She tells her daughter to unpack their bags, that she will be taking a group in the morning to force the Avatar out. And with these words, she leaves her daughter in the hall. At the refinery, Suki watches as the security force continues through the training motions that she showed them. Aang and Sokka watch, discussing what they should do next. Aang is angry, believing that it was these machines that led to all the problems in the cities. But Sokka tells him that the machines didn't cause the fighting. If anything, it made the benders and non-benders equal for once.
Just like it wasn't the steamships or tanks that made the Fire Nation go to war. You have to blame it on the Benders running around, burning buildings, and attacking non-Benders, Sokka explains. And Aang finally agrees, knowing that Sokka is right. He leaves his friend, planning on turning in for the night. But as Suki leaves her training, Sokka senses someone watching them. And Suki and Sokka peer around the corner, finding Rue trying to slip away. Rue? Is there something you came here to tell us? Sokka calls her, and the young girl stops. I keep thinking about what you said to me in the cavern. How can I be okay with what my mom is doing? I love my mom and my sister, but the way they talk, the way they do things, I'm not okay with it. But they're my only family. How could I turn against them? She says, turning back. Suki smiles, knowing that Rue wouldn't be here if she didn't believe what her family was doing was wrong. Sokka agrees, telling her the tale of how Zuko finally stood against his father. And hearing these words, Rue steps forward and tells them about the attack their mother is planning in the morning. We'll be ready for her, thanks, Suki tells her. Rue asks them not to hurt her mother or sister. Will you do me a favor? She finally asks. Will you teach me to chi block? The next morning, Aang stands ready upon the rooftop of the Earthern Fire Refinery. Looking down, he sees the metal walls they erected in a sort of maze. On the other side of the square, Li Ling appears with her army of benders. He lands on the ground as Li Ling and her army come forward from the streets of the city, and he stands before them, telling her that he won't allow her to harm anyone else. I have a very simple solution, Avatar. Leave the city and take the non-benders with you. Cranefish Town will become a city of benders only. We deserve a space that belongs to us alone, she tells him. I can't do that, he informs her. Then I'll have to force you out, Li Ling shrugs, stomping the ground, sending a pillar of earth at Aang. But he leaps into the air, using his glider to fly back to the refinery roof. All the benders rush forward, moving through the metal maze.
Stay sharp! The Avatar's probably got some traps set up for us in this maze,
someone shouts. They round the corner into a dead end, but when they turn back, another wall suddenly slides into place. Ah! The walls are moving by themselves! Someone screams. But Toph peeks her head over the wall and smiles down at them. Nope, I'm moving them. She opens another wall, revealing Suki and a few of the security guards. They rush forward, lashing out and chi-blocking the benders quickly. Another group of benders continue to move through the maze. They pass a barrel that suddenly explodes with water, quickly freezing them in place. Now stay put, Katara calls to them. Toph continues to run along the walls, laughing as she locks another group of Li Ling's benders in place. This is kind of fun, she giggles. Li Ling looks on as her forces are quickly depleted. Ya Ling, go crush that earthbender, she orders. Her daughter launches herself through the air, clotheslining Toph off the wall and slamming her into the ground. You can't hear me coming if I don't touch the ground, right? Ya Ling smirks. She jumps back into the air as Toph launches an attack, and as the earthbender retaliates, Toph manages to avoid her attacks. You wanna fly? Fine, then follow me, Toph shouts as she rushes forward and begins to run up the side of the factory. They both begin to fight on the roof, twisting to avoid each other's attacks. What? Aren't you gonna tell me how we can resolve this peacefully? Ya Ling asks as she swings a club of rock. Toph twists and punches through the club with a stony fist. Nah, that's Aang's thing. I'd rather fight. A group of the benders reach the refinery, kicking in the door. You guys don't want to do this, Sokka calls to them from the other side of the room, boomerang in hand while he stands next to Satoru. He smiles at them, telling them that he is the best chi blocker there is. There's one of him and 5 of us. We can take him, one of the benders says. You go first then. I didn't sign up to get chi blocked. It really hurts, their leader snaps. Suddenly, Sokka's boomerang cracks her in the back of the head, and she hits the ground. I'm the scariest kind of chi blocker, I can chi block from a distance. Who's next? Sokka says with a smile as he catches his boomerang. With a shout, the benders all rush forward. Aw, I was kinda hoping they'd run away, Sokka pouts. On the rooftop, Toph ducks under another attack and blocks a second with a piece of the metal roof. Inside, Sokka looks up at the commotion as the roof suddenly caves in and Ya-Ling plummets to the ground below, as Toph lowers herself with a metal line. Huh, these could be useful, she says. The benders continue to rush forward, but Toph merely creates a box to trap them in. Outside, Li Ling realizes that the Avatar knew they were coming and questions how it could have happened. I told them your plan, Rue says, coming up behind her mother. She begins to yell at her mother, telling her that she believed her when she said that the non-benders were a threat. But now she sees that they did nothing wrong, that they were just trying to live their lives. Everything you've done is horrible. Call off the attack on the Earthen Fire Refinery, Rue orders her mother. No, Li Ling hisses, and Rue launches into an attack, trying to chi block her mother. But Li Ling catches her daughter's fist and throws her to the ground. Did you just try to chi block your mother? I'll bury you, you ungrateful child, Li Ling snaps. Aang looks down and sees Li Ling beginning to bury her daughter beneath the earth and launches himself down towards them. Inside, Toph and Ya-Ling continue to trade blows, when suddenly, Toph is tripped and falls to the ground. Ya-Ling stands over her, a large rock in her hand as she gloats. What a disappointment you are. I can't believe that the so-called greatest earthbender in the world would be so stupid enough to side with a bunch of non-benders. We're better than them, she smirks. But Toph smiles up at her. I'd never be stupid enough to think that I'm better than him just because I'm a bender and he's not, she tells Ya-Ling. And as she says that, the boomerang cracks Ya-Ling in the back of the head, knocking her out and sending her to the floor. Benders may have incredible abilities, but non-benders have boomerangs, the great equalizer, Sokka tells her. He leans over his friend, making sure that she is okay. I'm fine. Thanks for saving me, Toph tells him, lightly punching him in the arm. Outside, Aang swoops in, knocking Li Ling away with a blast of air and pulling Rue from the ground. But they both look up to see Li Ling standing over them, a massive boulder in her hands. She snarls at Aang, telling him that her message will spread and that the benders will start to stand up against the non-benders. Maybe you'll win this battle, but you can't stop the coming war, she hisses at him. At least I can stop you, Aang tells her, and his eyes begin to glow as he enters the Avatar's state, rising into the air. With a movement of his hand, the boulder shatters in Li Ling's grasp. He bends a stream of water at her, freezing her in place, and he begins to move towards her. Katara rushes forward, yelling at him to stop, but Rue shouts to Aang to continue. Do it! It's the only way she'll learn! Rue snaps. But before Aang can perform the act, Katara rushes forward, and she tells the Avatar that he needs to do this for the right reasons. Not because it seems like the easy solution, or because you're angry she's hurting people. Make sure you know why you're doing this, Katara tells him. Aang pauses before exiting the Avatar's state and lowering himself to the ground. He looks at Li Ling angrily. I'm going to keep fighting the poison you've spread in Cranefish Town. You're the same as the pollution on the beach, and I'm not leaving until it's cleaned up, he tells her. And with these words, Aang swoops away to help finish the fight. You're a wretched, ungrateful child, Li Ling tells her daughter. Maybe, but you're a terrible mother, Rue nods. Later, Suki and Aang speak with Boss Lao, letting him know that Suki and the rest of the Kyoshi warriors are planning on staying and training a non-bender police force. Aang nods, reminding them that they need to find quality benders that are willing to protect the city as well. After everything that's happened, do you really think non-benders and benders can work together to protect the city? Satoru asks. Aang and Suki look at each other. Absolutely. they say in unison. 3 days later, Aang and Katara find themselves walking along the docks, and Katara asks Aang why he decided to not take away Li Ling's bending abilities. It was what you said about it being an easy solution. Taking away her bending wouldn't have fixed anything. It wasn't her bending that was the problem, it was her bigotry, Aang tells her. Aang tells Katara that he wants to stay in Cranefish Town for a while, that if they can overcome the problems here, it could become something truly special. I agree. I think this city needs you, Katara tells him as she takes his hand. I think it needs us, Aang smiles at her. They keep walking together, and Aang finally says, I also think this city needs a better name. Katara nods. I'll get Sokka on it right away.
And there you have it, the Avatar The Last Airbender comics. What did you guys think of these stories? Do you think they did the Avatar series justice? Let us know in the comments down below. Like, subscribe, and we will see you next time. Rest in peace, Benny.